blessings. What you say? I just blessings. Okay, blessings. Yes, yeah. I be a blessings. Blessings. Over and over again. I just blessings upon blessings. Blessings. I be a blessing. Blessings upon blessings. Blessings. I be a blessing. Even when I'm stressing, I be a blessing. I'm taking every lesson as a blessing to increase my abaya. Me a be lesson. I be a blessing. Every breath is a blessing. Blessings upon blessings. Blessings. I'll be a blessing. Blessings upon blessings. Blessings. I'll be a blessing. From me have mouth for talk, that a blessing. And me have foot for walk, another blessing. Me in the outline with chalk, add up the blessings. And me heart no dark, cause of the blessing. Cause me know who bless me, and who not left me. When me wrong, me know who correct me. Through the valley of the shadow of death, yeah, take me. And then him bless me. Blessing upon blessing. Blessings. I'll be a blessing. Blessings upon blessings. Blessings. I'll be a blessing. Genesis 12 and 2. And I will make of thee a great nation, and I will bless thee and make thy name great, and thou shalt be a blessing. Blessing upon blessing. Blessings. I'll be a blessing. Blessings upon blessings. Blessings. I'll be a blessing.
Welcome to National Assembly. Don't forget, shoes off at the door.
Respect y'all's house.
Hey, my eyes so. Hey, my eyes so. Toraba, ya, ya. Toraba, yeah.
Praise Yah.
We sing praises to your name. Oh yeah. We sing praises to your name. Oh yeah. For your name is great and greatly to be praised. Praise Yah.
Praise Yah.
All praises, all praises. Hold on, let me check my mic level. All right, mic level, mic check. 1, 2, 1, 2. Go here, then go to here. Turn this up, there, up. Nope, it's not getting loud enough. Okay, so I know what to do. Stop, take it to there, then take it to here, then close it. Open it back up, then turn it up. Nope, it still ain't work. Okay, so why didn't that work? Go to mixes, mix effect, back to there. 1, 2, there it go. That worked. All right. That worked. Oh, I can hear the fan really loud. Well, let me turn that down. Give me 1 second. Close that. Right. Come back to y'all. Right. I can make it a little, where am I at? It's too big. Way too big. There I go. All right. Peace and blessings, everybody. It's going down. It's going down. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Tonight's lesson going down. All right. Let's get started. Hold on, let me turn this fan down. Fucking hold on. I'll squeeze my clothes. Turn these headphones off. The fan is too loud. The fan is too loud. There you go. That should be better for y'all. Y'all should be able to hear that clear. All right, where am I at? All right, I moved over enough. Get myself together. Get my life together. All right. Peace and blessings. Let's get started. Let's get started. Let's get started. All right. All right. Here we go. The lesson tonight is Trump sending sick. All right. Hold on. Let me stop share. Let me put the thumbnail on the screen. Stop share. Share screen. Right. Window. Bang, share. Right, now let me see what y'all see. I gotta click that again. Then I gotta make that smaller. There y'all go. All right, let me invite my brothers and sisters to join me on the screen. Copy, invite guests. Close it. Let's go to comment section. All right, peace and blessings to the comment section. All right, hope y'all had a blessed day. Shout out to Sister Kim. Tonight, y'all know I'm gonna teach some things, of course. I had another whole lesson to do tonight, but I had some technical difficulties, so I made it work. And now I'm gonna teach what I got tonight. Let the Most High's will be done. We should learn some things. Shout out to 2001 Cindy in the building. Shout out to everybody coming in the building. All right, please give a like to the live stream so others can know we live and they could come on in the building. Tonight's thumbnail, thank you, Lara Yah, is Trump sending sick white Americans to Kenya facilities. Ebola patients in America. Yeah, kind of crazy, kind of a crazy topic. All right, but it's really like the news today, in today's world, the news is crazy work, right? We live in this crazy times, crazy prophetic times, right? So the thumbnail, right? Hold on, where's the thumbnail? There you go. So the thumbnail is, hold on, let me let Hakiyama in, Shalayam Hakiyama. The thumbnail is crazy work in itself. Ebola plus whites, right? Now, you got the Trumpster right there, right? Then you got the United States return, not happening. Trump, they said they ain't letting they ain't letting people back in the country, and he trying to send people out of the country, but we going somewhere. So that's Laikipia Air Base, okay? That's in Kenya, all right? So they got these quarantines because they got these new Ebola. They got Ebola going on. Ebola been going on for a long time, but you already know we live in a prophetic time. So, they be engineering these disorders and diseases, right? Diseases. And so you got the plane, right? Flying in, right? Then you got the centers, you got the quarantine stuff. All right. Look like a movie to me. When I finished it, I said, it looked like a Netflix movie. The world is a stage. The world is a movie today. It's going down. All right. So now let's get started. All right. So hold on, let me put my cushion back in my chair. I'm kind of low. Hold on 1 second. Get the cushion back in. Right? Because I've been sitting here for a while. That should make me a little bit taller. Sorry, guys. All right, there we go. Oh, I got my wallet in my back pocket too. That's hurting my butt. All right, there we go. All right, let's get started. Get the stage all set. Let's go. Now, shout out to Soul for these sowing seeds in the building. I've got some things. We're going to learn some things tonight, too. All right, hopefully y'all had a blessed weekend. Shabbat Shalom to everybody. The seventh day. Remember the seventh day, keep it forever. That's the fourth commandment of the 10 commandments. The Most High keep it forever, ever, forever, ever. 6 days he ayadad, he worked. The seventh day, the Most High Rabbayah, he rested. You know, the Most High don't tire or slumber. So that's symbolic for us to what we are to keep. You understand? We are to work, and seventh day, we are to reflect. We are to rest and reflect on the areas where we transgress and areas that we can get back in alignment and oneness with the Most High. All right? Peace and blessings, everybody. All right, let's go. All right, so here we go. Now we're getting started. Shalom Tamiyah, Shalom Hayazak. Hakyama. Let's get started. So, how I'm gonna start this off. We're gonna, because I got video clips of the night. All right, I got something. We're going to get a little laugh in. Y'all go and get your snacks. Go and get ready, because y'all know how we do. We teach the word. We teach modern day events. We keep you updated on what's happening in the world. And we keep a little laughter in your soul. You heard? Keep a little smile on your face. Some of us might have had a rough day. You know what I mean? You might not even had a good laugh or smile today. Oh, well, we're going to get a nice little laugh today as well. All right? But everybody, something is happening in this world today, right? We're living in prophetic times and manufactured events. They got so many different things. I created we created the product for your help you with your finances. That's going to come out a little later on part 2 section of the live stream tonight, because what they're doing, they're manufacturing and they're doing things with AI and with money and with currency and going digital systems. And we need to know what's happening so that we can adapt and adjust. The Bible says, woe to those who don't prepare. So we need to be able to prepare for the things that they're doing and what's coming. All right. So I created a product for all of you guys. Like I said, that you don't have to learn how to the whole crypto digital currency system, but you will have to set up your infrastructure. You understand? You will have to have digital wallets, all right, and be able to store your currencies and be able to use and utilize the markets, because the stock exchange just went digital as well, all right? So we created a product. I'm gonna show you it a little later when we get to some of the stuff they're doing and about finances. When we get to that in the lesson, I'm going to show you some images of the product we created. The Most High said, always prepares his children for all times and troubles. You heard, woe to those who don't prepare. So it's a beautiful product, and it will be so simplified for you guys to be able to supplement or replace your income, because the AI is coming for your jobs, all right? It's coming for your jobs, all right? So all of these things that they're setting up, right? So they're going to be setting up events, setting up disorders, viruses, outbreaks, events, world wars, these prophecies, you understand? So we, the Most High's children, we have to prepare, and he always prepares his children. All right, so you guys will see some of the product later, and then you'll see I'll be explaining it to you guys and everything, and it is a way for you to make yourselves some income and even replace the income for your jobs, because a lot of us are losing jobs. A lot of people are losing their income. They're pricing us out, right? They're raising the prices of everything, the price of living, the price of food and everything, and they're keeping our wages the same, and now AI is coming to take all our jobs. All right, so they're trying to usher us into a universal basic income system, but the Most High always going to prepare his children. So you guys will see it tonight. So for those who joined the investment group on the Patreon, stay right there. You in the right spot. You in the sweet spot. All right. So you got first dibs. Y'all already in, and then I'm gonna introduce y'all to it tonight. And then in the coming things as well. Thank you, Hakiyama, for posting the Patreon. Y'all can sign up over there for free. Then on the coming things. So for those who already in the investment space and signed up, then you're going to be the first ones to be able to utilize your tool. I'm going to show you it later. And it's your own tool on your phone and on your computer that you can log in, and you'll be able to generate your income. You'll be able to learn how to work your tool. You understand? And AI is implemented into the tool. You understand? You use the devices. You heard? The Bible says, be wise as a serpent and harmless as the doves. We got to use these devices. You understand? They'll leave us behind. All right? But the Most High never leaves his children. He keeps his children abreast. So this is for all of you. You got it? We've been working on it for a while. We've been working on it basically for 2 years. But we had two different, we got another one, but this one is tailored for the Most High's children. So we got one that's for the masses, for the world. Y'all see the commercials everywhere and the advertisement, but we got a separate one for the Most High's children of every nation, kindred, tongue, and people, for those who find it, for the Most High allow you to find our channel, all right? You have your own separate instrument that you will be able to generate your income. And if you want, you could, the more that you work the product, the system, and the more that you can make. All right. Praise the Most High. All right, let's get started. I'll show you that a little later when we get to the financial section, because they're doing some things. Y'all going to be like, whoa, bro, this is crazy. All right. But right now, something is happening in the world. You heard? Some stopped. It ain't new. They doing some new strains of viruses. Okay. A headline hit the news that sounds crazy, unreal, like, like nuts. All right. And the headline is, will the president of America send Americans exposed to Ebola abroad to a new facility in Africa? Now, the title says, is Trump sending white people, white folks? All right, let me just explain the reason why the title says, come on, Delira, are we going somewhere? Let me explain why the title says, is Trump sending the white folks? You know what? The white folks. Because they really don't care about the blackity blacks. I'm just 110. I'm raw and cut with no chaser. Love us. We love each other. Nobody like the Igors. Nobody like Igors. We don't like white Igors. We don't like black Igors. We don't like Hispanic Igors. We don't like Asian Igors. Nobody like Igors. But the blackity blacks, what you call blacks, really nobody even like us, even if we ain't Igors, even if we good black folk. All right. So I title it, is Trump sending the white folk over there? Because if it was just a thing where he was only sending black Americans over there into Kenya, nobody would care. Nobody would care. That's part of the curses. Y'all better know this Bible. But anyway, all right. So is Trump sending white folks, white Americans over to Africa? Okay, listen, it's going down. Now, when you hear something like this topic tonight, your first thought will probably be, American, Trump sending white Americans, Ebola, Africa, Kenya, like what is happening right now. And that's exactly why we don't just react first in this ministry. We don't just react to the news, we investigate. I always do my diligence to bring some understanding. Shout out to Shema Ariyah. Because according to multiple reports, the Trump administration had a plan connected to the 2026 Ebola Bundibugyo. I don't know how to say it. It's Bundibugyo. They got a new strain of Ebola, Bundibugyo, Bundibugyo. I don't know how to say it. I say Bundy, like Ted Bundy, and Bug, like June Bug. And they manufacturing a new disease out there sending to Africa. You understand? Yeah, a new strain. The Bundibugyo. It's the boogeyman. That's all it is. All right? So they got a 2026 new Ebola strain outbreak in Central and East Africa. Now, the idea of the Trump administration was this, because everybody like to always be like, Trump. Y'all don't understand in the administrations, in the government, the president is not the one that's doing everything. He got actual handlers. They actually got administration, and they got higher people. They even got the serpent seed at the top of their top. Somebody done told y'all wrong. Y'all better understand. But anyway, because, people got such a limited scope, they so involved in politics, the left fools and the right fools, you're both fools. If you believe anything them fools say, you understand? But, they plan to divide and conquer, right? So this thing is just bigger than just one man in an office, okay? It's administrations, and then it's hierarchies, and then it's the deep state, the serpent seed, the puppet masters above it all. Do you understand? So anyway, let's continue. They done made a new Ted Bundy Junebug version of the Ebola, and it's an outbreak in Central and East Africa. Now, the idea of the administration, the Trump administration, was if Americans were exposed to Ebola while abroad, all right, especially anywhere near the outbreak zones, that they would automatically be flown back to the United States. All right, so this was the idea, right? That's how it usually is done. If Americans are somewhere in another country and the virus breaks out, they're immediately flown back to the United States and taken to the hospital, quarantine, and try to get help, right? But this is what happened now. Now they're saying instead, they now are going to send them to a quarantine facility in Kenya. Now this part is crazy work. So the administration, the Americans said, if Americans catch the Ebola in Africa somewhere, instead of them Americans, white Americans too, black Americans, I don't care who you is, you're American, you get caught with the Ebola, you get caught with the bugaboo, the bugaboo outbreak of Ebola, they ain't flying you back to America. They flying you instead to a facility in Kenya. Now they playing some real games with the African countries, bro. Boy, they always been doing it, but this is crazy work. All right. So they not gonna fly you back to America. They flying you to Kenya. Now, I got mixed emotions about that. Okay. First of all, I don't want no Ebola coming back to America, but I'm gonna try to stay out of it for the most part. We got video clips that's gonna show. And then I guess I'll give my opinion, but I don't know. I definitely got mixed opinions about this, all right? So they're saying they ain't letting nobody, you ain't coming back to America. If you get caught over there and you get the bugaboo, you get the Ebola bugaboo virus, you ain't coming back to America. They flying you to Kenya. All right. Now, Reuters reported that the site was planned for Laikipia Air Base in Nanyuki, Kenya. Laikipia Air Base in Nanyuki, Kenya, with a 50-bed unit and U.S. support for Kenya's Ebola preparedness. So they said they're making the best, they're getting the best facility, they're going to have the best care for the American citizens. They ain't letting you come back here. I think I'm okay with that. No disrespect, but honestly, I'm just sorry. Y'all don't hate the messenger. Everybody got opinion. It's like your poop, like where you poop from. Everybody got opinions, right? I just got my little opinion. Don't get mad at me. I just don't like, the bugaboo virus, the bugaboo Ebola, right? I don't think we want them coming here anyway. I don't care who it is. Y'all need to stay out of these places, bro, especially. All right, but anyway, I don't think we want them coming back here with Ebola. What I think. Anyway, so now what had happened was, and we're going to get to the first video clip of the night. What had happened was the story then took another turn. Oh, Delarashah, it took a turn. A Kenyan court temporarily suspended the plan after the Africans went crazy. They should have. After the Africans like, well, hold up, Kenya's getting this bag. Those Kenya officials, they need to do something about their Kenyan officials, the president stuff. They taking all type of money from China, from America, from the United Kingdom, from France. They just selling their people all down the rabbit hole. They selling their people into hell. A Kenyan court now temporarily suspended the plan after the backlash, right? and Kenyans start to file lawsuits against them, legal challenges. The medical workers, activists, and legal groups all start raising HELL hockey sticks. They start raising hell and concerns about public health risks and national approval of the people, saying, how are you just going to send Americans who got Ebola, who's supposed to go to their country, you're going to send them, they caught Ebola in Uganda, they caught Ebola in South Africa, and instead of them going to their country, you're going to send them to Kenya? What kind of... So they started, medical workers, activists, and legal groups, they started raising concerns like they should be, right? And they started saying whether Kenya had the proper high containment infrastructure to handle something this serious. I can tell you off the rip, they don't. I can just tell you, I ain't been to Kenya a day in my life, but I'm not Booba the Fool, and I've been on this earth for a very long time, and I've seen a few things. I got a little bit of common sense. Ain't no way in the HE hockey sticks that Kenya got the proper high containment infrastructure to handle something like this new bugaboo virus, the June bug, Bundy bug, the boogie bug. They got a boogie bug, Larry. Abraya and Laria, y'all two funny ones like me. They got a boogie bug, Ebola. You know how they got a boogie board when you ride? They got Ebola riding a boogie bug, riding a boogie board through Africa. They done made this up. They done made this stuff up in West Virginia somewhere, in one of the military labs in Virginia, somewhere out there. They made up the boogie boo, the boogie boo. I'm sorry, boy. They got a Ebola boogie bug. Boy, these people is crazy. So the Kenyans, y'all glad y'all stepped up for yourself. Y'all need to stop this. Stop it. Boy, these serpentines ain't playing. They're going to send all type of stuff, right? So now the real question is even bigger than the headlines. Is this about protecting America? Or is this about keeping Ebola away from the United States soil? From the United States? Or is this about emergency medical logistics? Or is this a dangerous precedent? Or is this the bugaboo that they pulling on people, pulling the wolves over Africa's eyes? Is this a dangerous precedent where American citizens exposed overseas may not be allowed to come home first, all right, but sent to another country? So if they can't get it right there, so if they can't get cured in their quarantine there, then they stuck over there with the bugaboo and just spread it over there, all right? So we got to be careful, man. Boy, this crazy work. This world is getting crazier and crazier. See, Ebola ain't nothing to play with. Ebola ain't a game, okay? Ebola is not playing with nobody, all right? The World Health Organization, the WHO, right? Who that say who? Those devils over, they ain't nothing but the devil. The WHO, who? They ain't nothing but the owl from Bohemian Grove. They ain't nothing but Nimrod and them with the owl. Who? How owl said, who? I don't know how to, who? How do owls say who? I forgot. Who that say who? You say who, right? The WHO, the WHO, says that this outbreak involves the Bundibugyo species of Ebola. Now, the World Health Organization, the WHO, that's who. That who doing it? That's who doing it. The hootie who. That's it, Hayazak. Hootie who. That's what I was looking for, Hayazak. That's exactly what I'm looking for. The hootie who. Who that say who? Hootie who. Them serpents out there, they the ones who making the stuff. Them in the CDC. I'm sorry, not don't hate the messenger. I'm just hypothetically, allegedly, we just making jokey jokes. I'm a comedian. I used to be at the Improv in Orlando. I was doing my thing. All right, so I gotta start saying that so that I can do content and they can leave me alone, because comedians get a little grace, right? I can make jokey jokes. I'm an actual comedian. I was killing the improv stage. All right, let's go. Standing ovations and all that. I was killing the game. All right. So the who, right? Those are the ones that be making this stuff up. So the WHO says that this outbreak is called the Bundibugyo species of Ebola. Bundibugyo. That's what it is. Bundibugyo. It's the Bundibugyo. Oh my goodness, I am so stupid. This, all right, see, this ain't funny because it's the Ebola outbreak. Let me just we getting serious in a second. Let me be a comedian for a hot second. All right, let me just enjoy myself for a second, right? And we're gonna get into the first video clip of the night in a minute, right? Then it gets dope, right? But it's the Bundibugyo. That's the name of the virus. They be making up stuff, the Bundibugyo. We making a Bundibug. All right, so the WHO say who that say who. See, Tommy, y'all, you just foolish as I am. Who that say who when I say that? Who say who? Who? The WHO says this outbreak involves the Bundibugyo species of Ebola, and the CDC says there are no FDA-approved vaccines or therapeutics specifically for the Ebola Bundibugyo at this time. So they literally said, they said they ain't got no vaccine, they ain't got no therapeutics, ain't nothing FDA approved for this Bundibugyo, right? And so they sending the Americans who catch the Bundibug over to Kenya. What kind of, that's like, how you just gonna send it to somebody else's house? That's some gangster stuff. If I ain't never heard no dark gangster stuff, that's gangster stuff. All right, because we don't need no Bundibug over here, right? Because the little what's his name, Bill Snakes, and the little Fauci, what's his name, Mother Teresa, little gnome looking son. These little half devils. They will make up some vaccine, like they did with the other thing. Nah, we good. We don't need no Bundibugs. We got enough bugs over here. We got June bugs. We got roaches. We got all type of bugs. The last thing we need is a Bundibug. We get Ted Bundy. We already locked him up. We don't need no Bundibug. Y'all keep that right over there. All right, where they put it over there. If the Kenyans want to, that Kenyan president want to, let people in and all that, that's on them. But the Kenyans, shout out to my Kenyan brothers and sisters, y'all need to protest that and get them out of office. All right, so the FDA and the CDC says that this Bundibugyo strand has no FDA-approved vaccines or therapeutics specifically for this one at this time, though supportive care can improve outcomes. So they say supportive care and concern can improve the outcomes, but we're shipping them to Kenya. That's crazy work. But the fear spreads faster than the facts. Proverbs 18:13 says, he that answereth a matter before he heareth the matter, it is folly and shame unto him. So what do we do, Dolores Yah? What do we do, House of the Most High Yah Ministries? What we do, we try to get the facts, the understanding, and the receipts. He that answereth a matter before he heareth, meaning before he diligently seek it out, is a folly and a shame unto him. So tonight, we're not just answering this. We're not just bringing out this news before we hear the matter. We're not panicking before we read what's really happening. We're not spreading fear before we separate what's confirmed from what's still developing on this world stage. Because in moments like this, information moves lightning fast. Every time you turn around, they got a new story. But the truth moves very carefully. The truth moves step by step, diligently. You heard? Walking it on out. You heard? So tonight we ain't reacting. We not assuming. We gonna break it on down to the very lowest compound. All right? Now let's start to break it on down. So everybody, I start to think, all right, I got to find out what's really happening, because you gotta sift through the mess. Come on, Hayazak, sift through the papers and find out, because they just be making up stuff. So what is being reported right now is the Trump administration reportedly planned to send Americans that got exposed to Ebola abroad to a quarantine facility in Kenya instead of them bringing directly back to the United States, which they always did. Now they getting rerouted. No, you ain't coming back here. You going to Kenya. Now, what are the verified facts? Well, what we can actually confirm right now at 9:57 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, May 29th, 2026, what we can actually confirm right now is the outbreak is called the Ebola Bundibugyo, and it's confirmed in the DRC, in the Congo, and in Uganda. So they didn't release the Bundibugyo Ebola strand in the the Republic of Congo, they keep, boy, they be messing with these countries, boy, and Uganda. And the World Health Organization, the WHO, they declared it a public health emergency of international concern on May 17th, 2026, but said it did not meet the criteria for a pandemic emergency. All right. So they say we're going to keep it right there in Africa, and it don't meet the criteria for a pandemic emergency yet. The CDC issued travel notices for the DRC, the Congo, and Uganda, telling everybody, don't go to the Congo, don't go to Uganda, and you probably don't want to go to Kenya because they about to let all the people sick go to Kenya, which is crazy work. And the CDC, Center for Disease Control's May 19th health alert said no suspected, probable, or confirmed outbreak-related Ebola cases have been reported in the United States as of May 18th. So the CDC says as of May 18th, we have no confirmed outbreak, probable, or suspected cases in the United States. And I guess the president and them want to keep it that way. So they said any American, black they black, white they white. Yeah, even if you white and you get caught with it, they send your butt to Africa. Now, I don't know if, well, let me not. I was going to say something, but white people, shout out to my righteous white brothers and sisters, but white people, y'all nosy as crap. Y'all be everywhere anyway. I was about to say, I don't know what y'all be doing over there in Africa. I don't know why y'all would want to go over there. Then I had to think about it. White people, y'all be everywhere. I mean, y'all know y'all do. Shout out to the righteous white brothers and sisters. We keep it real. I talk about the black of the blacks. I talk about the white of the whites. I talk about everybody. But y'all know the nosiest people on the planet Earth is white people. You go anywhere, they over there like, what is it? What is the sea here? They be like this looking at the map. And then they plan vacations and stuff. You know what I mean? We be struggling. Shout out to Charlie Ford in the building over on Facebook. We be struggling to try to make it to the next check. They be planning vacation. So where are we going, honey? Let's go to Kenya. Okay, well, we're going to stop at Kenya. We're going to go by, we're going to go through Europe. We're going to go over here. Then we'll cut around. We'll cut a left around Spain and Portugal. And then we'll hook a right into, we'll stop by the Somalians because, they got a lot of, they got big, so I was about to say, they got big heads. We want to see some of the heads they got. But anyway, we're going to cut a right. We're going to stop by South Africa. Remember, we was there before. Yeah, they got some nice shops in South Africa. Then we're going to go by the Congo, right? We're going to go by the Congo and buy some diamonds and stuff. We get those really cheap. Then we swoop on back to Nigeria. They just be, they got the money for it. I don't know how they be getting all this money for it. But we struggling. I ain't went nowhere. I was, right? I'd be scared to go to Africa. I think, with me, I'm sorry. I'm going to get to the study. I'm a little scared. I was always kind of scared to go to Africa because I think they might not let me back. I swear. Y'all might think I'm stupid, but I swear I'm telling y'all all true facts. Come on, Charlie Ford. I used to always, because back in the days, I'm from the 70s, 80s, New York City, Hempstead, Strong Island, Jamaica, Queens, Brooklyn. I'm from New York City. You heard? And we grew up in the 70s and 80s. We grew up like Africa, the motherland. We from Africa. We want to go to Africa. That was the dream. Go to Africa, the motherland. Go see the motherland. But I used to be kind of scared. Like when I got my money up, I was selling drugs. I went to jail for all the crime I committed back in the 80s and the 90s and stuff, right? But I had got my money up. I was balling in my sin and transgression. And I had the money. I could go to Africa. I could go to Africa in first class and live it up. I got scared when it was time to push that Africa button, I was like, hold up. I remember I looked at my sugar booger, my baby mom. I'm like, she's like, we going to Africa? I'm like, yeah, girl, we're going to Africa. We're going to go for like 2 weeks. We're going to see the safari. I'm thinking I'm going to do the safari. Yo, Sister Kim, when it got time to push that button, to grab the tickets and the travel agent, I was like, hold on. My black, but I'm from the projects. I'm like, I'm kind of scared to go to the next hood. I got the strap. I used to have to strap up. I used to have to strap up guns to go to the next hood. How I'm going to Africa? They might not let me back. That's what I was scared of. I was like, but what if they, because America be playing with black people, boy. We ain't guaranteed. So we got a whole different life from other nations of people. These are some of the struggles most people don't know. America, this stuff we used to fear. I'm like, man, they might, what if they what if they hold me there? Because, I look like them. I don't know. I'm like, they like, yeah, you African. I'm like, no, I'm American. No, you're not. They like, no, you're not. Shit, passport gone. I said, nah, I thought that over again. I was like, yeah, we're not going to Africa. We can buy some, we can buy some kente cloths and we can put it up and we can go to Chicago. We can go we can go to Atlanta. We can go Florida. We can go to Georgia. We can go somewhere that we can put kente cloths and stuff up, and we can right. You can run around, put a wool. You can put the skirt on and do the dance. I'm like, we ain't going to Africa. I'm sorry, we had to change the plans. All right. So let me get back focused. All right, that's a true story though. That ain't a lie. I ain't a joke. That's a doggone true story from Lying and Flying. All right, now, so I'm telling the truth. I ain't going no doggone Africa. I might not come back. I would love to see it. It's beautiful, but I'm scared. That's the only way. If I was, if you're a movie star, then they know who you are. But you nobody. I'm going over there. You just disappear. No. All right, so the CDC issued travel notices for the Congo, the Uganda, and they said that there's no cases probable or suspected confirmed in the United States. But now they have developing details as it go forth. So things are still unfolding. So Kenya had a plan, like the Kenyan government, they was going to let the American government set up their facility and send their Americans with Ebola over there. But they got temporarily suspended by the Kenyan court. All right. So this means that the story is not simply that the facility is in full operation. The legal and political fight in Kenya is still unfolding. So now we got online claims. People are saying that some online that Trump is abandoning Americans overseas, right? Right? It's crazy work. That's why I'm like, let me do this story, right? Because this story's nuts, right? So, you got the people online like Trump is abandoning American citizens overseas. How dare him? Others may frame it as Trump is protecting the country from Ebola. So you got two sides. You got one side, you got your glass half full, glass half empty or something, however you say that thing, what they call it, optimistic and pessimistic. Some are saying Trump is abandoning Americans, right? Get Ebola and he ain't sending it. They sending them somewhere in Africa. Others are saying Trump is protecting America from the Ebola, all right? So the careful framing is officials planned an overseas quarantine pathway for exposed Americans, but the plan is now being legally challenged in Kenya. Now, what holds up versus what doesn't? What holds up in the truth is the U.S. planned a Kenya-based quarantine for Ebola exposed Americans. Reuters reported a 50-bed facility at Laikipia Air Base and U.S. funding for Kenya's preparedness. Now, Americans are already being broadly what's crazy is, when people just grab news, they just make all type of TikToks and stuff. So the news out there is that Americans are already being broadly shipped to Kenya, right? Not pointing out that it didn't happen yet because the Kenyan court suspended it for now, right? While it's go to court. All right. So what does this mean going forward? That's what's important, right? Because I look at stuff and I try to see what they really mean, what's behind it, the bigger context, what it really means. This story and this title that we about to show the first video raises major questions about public health, citizenship, medical evacuation, international sovereignty, outbreak responses, and trust in the government during a health emergency. You know what it says to me? They got a new strain. I'm going to tell you what I think, and now I'm going to get to the first video clip of the night. What I think, they got a new strain of this Ebola, and they releasing it in Africa, as they always do, and it's so bad that they ain't trying to even have no traces of it coming back here. So they're going to, anybody who gets sick, they're going to send them there. Now, they got this thing coming up in a couple of weeks, and it's the, what do you call it? The World FIFA Cup, the soccer world thing, right? Everybody, anybody who go to that FIFA World Cup thing, you are boo-boo the fool. That doggone Ebola buggy-boo, that boogie board Ebola is spreading all through Africa, and you got all these people about to come all over the world and go to the World Cup. Oh, it's going to be a cup, all right. It's going to be a cup of iniquity. It's going to be Cersei. That's going to be the church. It's going to be a cup of bugaboo. I wish Inglewood, you'd be a fool to go over there to some FIFA World Cup. FIFA, you're going to be FIFA'd, all right. And what Trump is saying, you go over there, you go FIFA, and you go over there and catch the bugaboo. You ain't getting back into America. You ain't. They gonna ship your butt somewhere else. They shipping people. Remember the other story? They shipping people from the illegal immigrants that they catch in America, shipping them to Africa, to the Congo. They're shipping everything to Africa. This is crazy. All right. So I think that FIFA thing is a big setup. I just I know we shadow banned, so only 1,000 people gonna see this. But man, I wish it could be 1 million because they need to wake up. All right, so let's get started. All right, so all right, good. Almost 100 on the live stream. All right, so let's go. First video clip of the night, the bugaboo. So where do I want to go first? Because I was going to set up, it's about 100 already. I was going to set up the live first. Y'all want to set up the live first, or y'all want to get straight into the rooted to the tutor? Let's set up the live first, so we can see if we can get a little further closer to 100. All right. And then, so let's do, which one I'm gonna do first? I'm gonna do this one first. First video clip of the night. Yeah. I got some things to show. So do I want to do him? No, let's do this. So let's do this. So let's do a little laughter first, and then we're gonna get into the Ebola clip. Copyright disclaimer. Oh, I gotta come back to y'all, right? I can make this smaller, right? Make that smaller. All right. Shout out to Francine. Shout out to everybody in the building. Let's go. Y'all enjoy yourself tonight. All right, here we go. Stop share, and we're going to learn something. Y'all know I got some teaching to do a little later. Y'all already know how we get down. All right. And then let's go to shares. Come back to y'all. Share screen. All right. And then we're going to go here. So just a little laughter clip so others can know we live. Please give a like to the live stream. We almost 100 on the live stream. When we get over 100, I'm gonna get into the meat and potatoes. Meat and potatoes. The Ebola bugaboo. They got a Bundibugyo virus. Copyright disclaimers in effect. Let's get a little laughter in before we get into the Ebola bugaboo. Let go. This is stupid. This is a story about Prince. All right, here we go.
Prince calls at 3 a.m. and he answers.
Now, this is David Alan Grier. He's from, what do you call that show with Damon Wayans and them? I forgot what it was called, right? That's the Funny Show. That's where Jim Carrey come from. That's where they all come from, the Funny Show. David, look at him. He looking good with his little white beard, looking like a Hebrew should, all right? Aging well. I like to see people aging well. All right. So he telling the story
at 3
about Prince. All right. Here we go. In living color. Thank you, Yalene. In living color. All right. Here we go.
Prince calls at 3 a.m. and he answers the phone. He says, "What's up?" And he says, "That mother voice is coming from the mother wall. You better come to my room." So he goes to Prince's room. Okay. He knocks on the door. Prince opens it up. 3 a.m.
David Alan Grier says Prince sounded paranoid at first.
So David Alan Grier is telling a story about Prince. He said Prince called and said there's somebody talking in the walls, right? And these, Michael and Prince, they kind of got a little weirdo-ville, so people think they tripping out, right?
Prince calls at 3 a.m. and he answers the phone. He says, "What's up?" And he says, "That mother voice is coming from the mother wall. You better come to my room." So he goes to Prince's room. He knocks on the door. Prince opens it up. 3 a.m.
David Alan Grier says Prince sounded paranoid at first until security found what was really going on inside that room.
He has white satin pajamas, white satin full perm, makeup, and white satin high heel boots. Oh. And he says, "Dude, what's going on?" "I told you, man, this mother voice is coming from the mother walls." And so he comes in the room and he says, "Okay, Prince, what is going on?" "Mother, listen." And they hear a female voice. So he calls the hotel security. They call the police. They do a complete sweep.
Now, first of all, Prince got on white satin pajamas, a white satin do-rag with white satin boots in the... Boy, I swear these entertainers is nuts. But anyway, let's continue.
The hotel security, they call the police, they do a complete sweep. They find this woman. So he calls the hotel. "Coming from the mother and high heel boots. And he says, dude, what's going on? I told you, man, this voice is coming from the mother. And so he comes in the room and he says, okay, Prince, what is going on? He said, mother, listen. And they hear a female voice. So he calls the hotel security. They call the police. They do a complete sweep. They find this woman who is in the crawl space behind Prince's bed with a flashlight and a Bible. And she's reading Bible verse to try and convert Prince. As they were dragging this woman screaming, Prince is sitting at the table with his legs crossed. And he says, I told you, mother voice is coming from the walls, but y'all
just saying in your life.
All right. So this crazy Christian, y'all know these Christians could be crazy. I'm sorry. That whole, yeah, they can. This crazy Christian in the wall, in a crawl space, trying to convert Prince, right? Right? So anyway, all right, here we go. Copyright disclaimers. Now, this is the funny clip right here. This one, I had to do this one. This clip made me laugh. All right, here we go. Watch this one, guys. And then after this laugh, then we're going to get straight to the Bundibugyo Ebola virus in Africa. Let's go. I know, a wall evangelist, all right? Crazy work. All right, here we go.
Walls, but y'all
just saying in your life, you're a successful black man that beat all the odds. You came from Section 8. You came from pulling match.
All right. So this is a podcast. So the podcast host, she's talking about this brother's successful, right? So she's interviewing him. All right, here we go.
Voice is coming from the walls, but y'all
just saying in your life, you're a successful black man that beat all the odds. You came from Section 8. You came from pulling mattresses out of the hallway. You came from special classes, not being able to read.
Damn. Run me down there, huh? Take me through there. I thought we was done with them conversations. Trauma, like you went down, you stop and look at me dead in my soul while I'm saying it. Like, you hear me, don't you? You pulling the mattress out. Like, you remember, like, you didn't have to say that one. You could have just.
Yo, first of all, he said, damn. She started joking about you just, hold on, let me put it back again. I listen. Listen, you like, Jay, you ain't have to go there.
Just saying in your life, you're a successful black man that beat all the odds. You came from Section 8. You came from pulling mattresses out of the hallway. You came from special classes, not being able to read.
Damn. Run me down there, huh? Take me through there. I thought we was done with them conversations. Trauma, like you went down, you stop and look at me dead in my soul while I'm saying it. Like, you hear me, don't you? You pulling the mattress out, like you didn't have to say that one. You could have.
You could have said. You can say you just could have said you overcame some things. Yo, but that damn just hit from his soul. He said, you looked me in my eyes right to my soul. He said you could have just said you overcame some things. Oh my goodness, this dude, he said, all right, so hold on, let me go.
Trauma, like you went down, run me down there, huh?
He said you brought me down there, huh? All right, I'm gonna just let it play. Let me put it back again. I'm gonna just let it play. All right, because I don't want to interrupt it. All right.
In your life, you're your life. Just
walls, but y'all
just saying in your life, you're a successful black man that beat all the odds. You came from Section 8. You came from pulling mattresses out of the hallway. You came from special classes, not being able to read.
Damn. Run me down there, huh? Take me through there. I thought we was done with them conversations. Trauma, like you went down, you stop and look at me dead in my soul while I'm saying it. Like, you hear me, don't you? You pulling the mattress out, like you remember, like you didn't have to say that one. You could have just said you overcame some things as hearing your stories. Like, you broke down every one of them and looked me right in my eyes and waited for me to say something.
I wasn't done with my statement.
Yeah, I know it was some more fingers. I had to stop you. I was gonna say some shit I remember. And
he said, I know I had to stop you. You had some more fingers. You about to say something I don't even remember. He like you about to remember some trauma I didn't forgot and put in the past. You know how you put stuff away? He's like, you pulling up old stuff. You had more fingers to go. I had to stop you. All right, let's continue.
You could have just said you overcame some things as hearing your stories. Like you broke down every one of them and looked me right in my eyes and waited for me to say something.
I wasn't done with my statement.
Yeah, I know it was some more fingers. I had to stop you. I'm gonna say some shit I remember. And you're still here and you healthy. Yeah.
Thank you, God.
That's good. And you done being what? You done had everything. You've been bald headed. You had long hair.
Jesus.
You've been chubby. You've been skinny.
My God.
What?
You're right.
What?
Keep going.
I thought I was doing my list too.
I received that.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Well, what I'm trying to say is you've been beautiful through every stage.
Oh, Marco.
And that's the most important thing. Still single. I ain't got no man. And
I wish I could hit you.
Yeah. You done every version of yourself.
Every version.
You are the problem. Because these dudes are like big dudes, little girls, bald head women. Like you done been every version. Rich, you didn't have money, lost it, got it back. Shopped at H&M, Gucci,
Bloomingdale's.
Yeah. You have done everything. So you are the problem.
Cut his mic off.
Yeah, I would agree. Like, yeah.
Hold up. He just reverse Uno that. If I ain't never seen a reverse Uno card, that was the smoothest, hardest reverse Uno I've ever seen in my life. Hold on, I gotta put that back. He did that so smooth and calm. Hold on.
Stories like you broke down every. You could have just said you overcame. Like you remember, like you didn't have to say that one. You could have just said you overcame some things as hearing your stories. Like you broke down every one of them and looked me right in my eyes and waited for me to say something.
I wasn't done with my statement.
Yeah, I know it was some more fingers. I had to stop you. I'm gonna say some shit I remember. And you're still here and you healthy. Yeah.
Thank you, God.
That's good. And you done being what? You done had everything. You've been bald headed. You had long hair.
Jesus.
You've been chubby. You've been skinny.
My God.
What?
You're right.
What?
Keep going.
I thought I was doing my list too.
He said I'm doing my list.
I received that.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Well, what I'm trying to say is
she hurt his soul with that. He was so hurt. He's trying to make her feel what it feel like to not care about another person's feelings. She just sprayed all his information. That is crazy work. You can see it by the way he looking at her. He thinking it through. He like, I'm about to let you feel this cut. The same cut you cut me with, I'm about to cut you back.
Leave that.
Yeah.
Go ahead. I
thought I was doing my list too.
I received that.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Well, what I'm trying to say is you've been beautiful through every stage.
Oh, Marco.
And that's the most important thing. Still single. I ain't got no man. And
I wish I could hit you.
Yeah. You done every version of yourself.
Every version.
You are the problem. Because these dudes are like big dudes, little girls, bald head women. Like you done been every version. Rich, you didn't have money, lost it, got it back. Shopped at H&M, Gucci,
Bloomingdale's.
Yeah. You have done everything. So you are the problem.
Cut his mic off.
You are the problem. Yo, that one right there is the craziest thing in the world. And now we're gonna get to the story. But you know I had to go to the comment section because the comment section never fails. The comment section is always victorious. So after I seen that clip, right, because I was laughing because that was so unexpected. It was funny. The comment section, somebody said in the comment section, they said she went low, but he came back and took it straight to hell. Somebody said in the comment section. So somebody else said, hold on, in a humorous way, he taught her how to consider the person's feelings and consider the information that you expose, right? They said he made her reflect on her own trauma, all right? Somebody said, I appreciate a man who can actually communicate without becoming emotionally dysregulated. All he did was gently take the mirror and point it at her so she could see herself and how she did not consider his feelings. This is a master class. Yeah, he did it masterfully. I mean, he did it calm. He did it respectfully. The crazy one thing is how he gave her a compliment and then he just reeled it on back. He kept like throwing it out. He'll throw the rope. He said, and you were beautiful through every stage. And she said, oh, thank you. He said, and you're still no man. And then he just started going in again. I'm like, this dude is crazy. All right. Another person said, he said she has been every version of herself, but still single. That is just diabolical. Somebody else said, this is the softest spoken and deadliest roast I have ever heard in my life. Somebody said, she said, I received that. And then he said, yeah, while he continues to light her butt up from the floor. Somebody else said, you could have just said you overcame some things, LOL. Somebody said, you looked me dead. He said, you looked me dead in my soul and waited for me to say something. Somebody said, once he said, you've been bald-headed, I knew he was about to roast and cook her. And somebody said, once that said, you've been bald-headed. Somebody else said, this is the calmest roast that I have ever heard. And he even got her laughing at the roast. So somebody else said, he said, you've been beautiful through every stage, but still single. He said, how are you encouraging and discouraging someone at the same exact time? That's masterful. The other person said, he roasted her so eloquently. Another one said, he said, you're going to open up my wounds? Well, we're going to have to open up some of your wounds too. We're going to bleed together today. That's a good comment. I said, we about to bleed together today. All right. Somebody else says she shot bullets, but he came back with missiles. Facts. All right. So I just wanted to get a little laugh in. All right. Somebody else said, the girl said, it was the you've done every version of you that took me out. All right. Somebody else said that get back was priceless. He did it like a silent assassin. Yeah, he did. Somebody said, this is pure comedy gold. She said, cut off his mic. Someone else said, when she threw the phone at him, that's what had me on the floor. All right. And somebody else said, if backhanded compliments was a person. All right, let's get started. Hopefully y'all enjoyed that little laugh because that was funny as all outdoors. All right, now, video clip of the night. Ebola, okay? America, Ebola. Is Trump sending sick white Americans to Kenyan facilities? Ebola patients in America. Copyright disclaimers on effect. We don't own rights to the video. We're reacting to the video. Here we go. The Ebola Bundibugyo Ebola virus is sent. They sending Americans that are sick to Kenya. Let's go.
Did you read this yet? Have you seen this? Are you in total shock? I'm in complete, I don't even know what to say about this. Trump will send Americans exposed to Ebola while abroad to a new facility in Kenya. What?
U.S. citizens exposed to Ebola will not be coming home, apparently. The New York Times, citing 3 people with knowledge of the plans, reports the Trump administration is sending them to Kenya for observation and treatment. It is a break from normal practice. Citizens are usually repatriated, especially when their home country can offer a higher standard of medical care. And by the way, we're equipped to do it. Back in 2014, Dr. Craig Spencer contracted Ebola while treating patients in Guinea. He was in intensive care in Bellevue Hospital right here in New York City for 19 days. Other Americans were evacuated to—
Well, sister, that wasn't the buggy-boo. This is a whole new strand. Somebody done told y'all wrong. Y'all better understand how these systems, these serpents be moving in this world. Shout out to Ryan Anthony. You can't, just because someone had Ebola last year or 2 years ago, and he came and they sent them and he got quarantined and got vaccine or whatever in Bellevue, don't mean the buggy boo. This is the boogie board Ebola version. No. I think we kind of good. Honestly, I think I'm not saying send them to somebody else's country, but I don't know. I don't think we should be bringing them back here, honestly, because I don't know, bro. That's what we don't need nothing popping off no more, especially no Ebola. All right, outbreak. So everybody who going to that FIFA Cup, they need to have FIFA tests, a bugaboo test for I bet you some people. I don't know. We're gonna see what's gonna happen. But anyway, let's continue.
View Hospital right here in New York City for 19 days. Other Americans were evacuated to places like Omaha, Nebraska, and treated in specialized U.S. facilities with advanced ICU care and isolation rooms. Dr. Spencer survived, and he's now telling the Times that the U.S. is abdicating its responsibility to protect American citizens. Right now, roughly 1,000 people have been infected with Ebola in Congo, an outbreak that has killed more than 200 people in just 11 days. It is the third.
Whoa, I didn't know that. 1,000 people infected and killed over 200 people alone in the Congo? Oh, yeah, I think we definitely need some type of diversion. You know how you throw a diversion trying to I don't think you should be coming back here. Not with that. You already got the bugaboo. You already over there. Get yourself together over there. Get yourself all cleaned up and stuff. It's shiffy and shine. Get your shoes shine. Get yourself all spiffy. Come on back, and you could come on back with a clean bill of health and come on back. I would say stop going. Don't go nowhere then. I think we're going to get to a point, especially, boy. So if it's 1,000 people and over 200 unalived already, and that World Cup thing, oh, that's going to be nasty. They might be on it, boy. I'm just saying, they might have some plan with that. That don't look too smart.
Infected with Ebola, abdicating its responsibility to protect American citizens. Right now, roughly 1,000 people have been infected with Ebola in Congo, an outbreak that has killed more than 200 people in just 11 days. It is the third largest outbreak right now so far on record. The Trump administration has sent one American doctor with symptoms to Germany and monitored 6 other Americans in Germany and the Czech Republic. The original plan was to monitor high-risk Americans in Kenya while transferring anyone who developed symptoms to Europe for treatment. But now dozens of U.S. public health...
I like what they doing. They trying to send them to Europe. So, sorry, but I'm kind of digging what they doing. They like, listen, y'all get yourself sick over there and wherever you going, right? You get the Ebola, the buggy boo. You gonna get the boo boo. You gonna take the boo boo. We'll send you to Europe. We'll send you to Africa. We'll send you to Boogistan, right? But you're not coming back here. That's some crazy work. Hello to you, Ghetto Roach. Yeah. Ham de Bonillo. Well, hello to you, your ham and cheese sandwich. we got a ham and cheese troll over here. Said, hello, ghetto people. Hello to you and your mama. Hello, Buggy Boo. Ham de Boogie. So you welcome to the house, right? You came to the right one. All right. Welcome to the Roast Fest. All right. Sorry, not sorry. You can take your little bugaboo self right on there too. Right. Trump, we got a ham and cheese sandwich over here. Send him on over there too. We got a baduga. All right. But anyway, let's continue. To all the trolls, keep on trolling. All right. All right, let's go. All right.
Public Health Service office.
Keep your swine abomination self away from us. All right, here we go. Let's go.
Are reportedly being trained to deploy to Kenya to provide treatment there. Here is how Secretary of State Marco Rubio explained the new policy today during a cabinet.
So they plan on sending them anywhere but here. Okay. All right. They can send them to Ham de Bonilla's house. Send them to this little this little devil's house. Little troll over there. Little Epstein troll. I know you got beat up when you were in school. All right. Well, hold on. Who are you? Hold on. Let's handle this troll, guys. Who are you? Ham de Lula. Ham Booga. Who are you? Where you from? Where you from? Who are you? Hamburger. Where you from, booger? All right. Yeah, talk. You steady just coming here, running your mouth, just talking, right? These little trolls. These little little Epstein trolls. All right? What's the truth? Where you otherwise you will look darker. Boy, ain't nobody care about you and some dark. What do you so are you, let me explain something. Are you a Hamite? Is that what you're saying? You a Hamite and you just you hate Shemites or something? Or you in the caste system? Oh, so you racist against other, you racist against your own. Or you a true ham and cheese sandwich. All right, we ain't got no time for these trolls like this. All right, this is the worst kind of troll. I guess he's in his little feelings and said, we're not. First of all, I ain't your descendant. I don't come from you, clown. All right? I don't come from you. Do you not know linguistics? Do you not know DNA? Do you not know history? Do you not know that there's thousands of countries in Africa? Do you not know there's generations that everybody that's black don't come from the same stock? Do you understand? Just like everybody white don't come from the same white. You got Australians, you got Germans, you got Scandinavians, you got Germans, you got so many different nationalities. And so if you think because I am from America, you clown, so you jealous that we are from American? Oh, these are what we got, a hater in the building, guys. We got someone that's hating in the building. All right. He wish that he can be us. Do you want to look like me? That's your problem. You like my locks or something? What do you like? I'm sorry, but I don't go that way. So you shouldn't be looking at me. I'm a man. All right. You should be looking at sisters and trying to see if you can get right with a sister and find you a wife. Okay. So this ain't the channel here for you to like ghetto talk. Oh, I'm sorry that you don't have any accomplishments of yourself. You understand? You have no type of education. You have no history. Where do you live at? Where you at? You won't even tell me nothing about yourself. Where you writing from? What country you from? Let's see how proud you are. Watch this, guys. We're going to go back to this. Let's see how proud you are. Where are you from, ham and cheese? Where you from? So what if I mix? Who cares? Let me explain something to you. If us in America are mixed, who cares? It's a beautiful mix. Don't be jealous of the mix. Are you jealous of the mixed? That's what it is? Oh, so you're in New York City and you're from where? Here we go. Let's do this. And let's get back to let me handle this one first. Where you from? Ham and cheese, ham de gula, ham babula. Where you from? You're in New York City. No arguments. Tell me where you're from. What country are you from? Since we are mixed, the black and Americans, we're mixed. Where are you from? You can't answer it. Oh, you're scared. You're scared. Just you put your tail between your legs. See, look, he won't answer it, guys. You know why he won't answer it? You already know. Tell me, I'm gonna give you one more time. What country are you from? Hambibula, jealous of black Americans. What country are you from? He won't say it, will you? You know why he won't say it? Because he's in New York. No, he said he's in New York. He's from Ghana. Okay, hamburger, hamdula. If you're from Ghana, why aren't you in your own country? Why aren't you in Ghana? Why are you in New York? Because you fled. Because you're a coward and you're jealous and you fled to the country that we built. This, whatever you want to call us, mixed or whatever. Oh, no, you're not. You're here because you have no advancements there. You need to come here to leech off of the accomplishments of the ones who you're jealous of. Instead of coming here and saying thank you to the African Americans who came over here and slaved and fought and built and died in the streets, and that I can do business over here, I can go to school over here, I can do these things, because you wouldn't, your little self from Ghana wouldn't have been able to allow to even come here if my ancestors didn't build and make it a green light for you to come here. But now you're so jealous of us, right? So you're jealous of the way I look. You're jealous at the way I talk. Oh, you talk ghetto. Oh, you look like you mix. Oh, I don't like your locks. Oh, you this. Oh, you that. You're just jealous. You're jelly belly, okay? And you got nothing to be jelly belly for. You know why? Because we got brothers and sisters in our ministry that are from the African continent that they call Afra. You understand? The Afra region. Do you understand? That your country wasn't even called Ghana already, okay? And it wasn't called Africa, if you really want to get funky. Do you understand? But my ancestors didn't just come from there. They came from Spain and Portugal. They came from the United Kingdom. They came from all different places and sent to the four corners of the planet Earth. So I ain't jealous of nothing. Then you got the Aboriginal indigenous Americans that came over here. Do you understand? So, but again, instead of you being proud of your accomplishments, what you need to do is go worry about the Ebola people that they're sending over there. You need to go handle your presidents in Ghana. Do you understand that? R.I.P. to my sister, Ahabaya. She was from Ghana. She was in our ministry for years. Unfortunately, she returned to the Estons, my sister from Ghana. But you're just a hater because you want to be me. You want to be us. You want to sound like us. You want to look like us. You want to have our intelligence. You want to have all of the different things, but you can if you just be humble yourself and lower yourself and receive people from every nation, kindred, and tongue and their accomplishments and give accolades for people for what they've done. I give accolades to any Ghanaians who might have done some accomplishments and added to the world stage of society and inventions and things, right? We got people from every nation, kindred, tongue here on this live stream. But instead, you come here and you're just jealous, but you're in New York City. I bet you won't go to those little iglets. I bet you won't go to those African American iglets out there and tell them how you feel. Right? No, you run around, your little jelly belly, you're a little scared coward. These are cowardice. You're a yellow belly, okay? I don't care how black you think you are. You're really yellow. You're a chicken. You're a coward. And you need to man up, okay? Man up and stop being so jealous of other men. It's very effeminate. Do you understand? Any man that's jealous and looking at other men instead of you building yourself up, lowering yourself, trying to get yourself mentally, physically, and spiritually into a place where you can add value to the world stage and system. Do you understand? This ministry, we've been pouring out to people from all over the world for years and years, and here you come in here and you all you do is hating. All right? So anyway, we're going to, if he says too much, we're just going to get him out of here, okay? Ain't nobody reading your text, clown. I don't need to read nothing from you. You're what you call those? You're a coward, okay? You haven't built up your country. You fled your country, right? So you're a coward. I ain't flee my country. I'm right here where I was born and adding to and helping people from all around the world. But you come here and hate on people. It's like me imagine I went to Ghana, right? And I'm in Ghana trying to come up, and then I'm hating on the Ghana people, Ghanaian people. Yeah, clown, troll. All right, so let's get back. All right, and we're gonna kick him out, because if he keeps talking all this noisy stuff, we're gonna kick him out. All right, but anyway, I wanted to do that. I entertained the troll. Sorry, guys. I did that for a reason, because I want to we need to share light as well, because you have so many people, right, who hate others from all over the world, and it's because they are they're very emasculated if they are men, and they're very weak. You know what I mean? Men are called to stand. We're called to be providers and builders, right? We're called to build people up, build one another up. The people who come and just try to hate, all right? He has a sad little life, and he's a sad little individual, and it's actually very pathetic, okay? Very pathetic, All right. And so for the younger brothers and sisters from all over the world, from any nation of people, never ascribe to be this and never even entertain these people. I'm just doing it because this thing exists and he needs to be called out. All right. All right. So let's get back to the story. All right. So now they are shipping. They're saying they're going to ship people who catch this new Ebola virus. Okay. Already 1,000 people got it, they said in.
While transferring anyone who Germany and the Czech Republic have been infected with Ebola in Congo, indicating its responsibility to protect American citizens. Right now, roughly 1,000 people have been infected with Ebola in Congo, an outbreak that has killed more than 200 people in just 11 days. It is the third largest outbreak right now so far on record. The Trump administration has sent one American doctor with symptoms to Germany and monitored 6 other Americans in Germany and the Czech Republic. The original plan was to monitor high-risk Americans in Kenya while transferring anyone who developed symptoms to Europe for treatment. But now dozens of U.S. Public Health Service officers are reportedly being trained to deploy to Kenya to provide treatment there. Here is how Secretary of State Marco Rubio explained the new policy today during a cabinet meeting at the White House.
The number one priority of our foreign policy is to protect the American people. We cannot and will not allow any cases of Ebola to enter the United States. So we've surged assistance to make sure that is being contained there. And obviously, multiple agencies involved here are also very involved in tracking people just to make sure that nobody comes into this country that has Ebola and creates a problem for us.
These are American citizens. And again, we have treated them here at home before and done so successfully. MS Now senior medical analyst and critical care physician with the U.S. Air Force Reserves, Dr. Vin Gupta, says Kenya, while better than Congo, is not the U.S. He says it lacks the same level of critical care infrastructure and warned Ebola can turn rapidly and unpredictably. Quote, from a moral standpoint, he told us, we are leaving Americans behind with substandard care. We owe them better. This comes, by the way, as the U.S. has already arguably made it easier for Ebola to spread, cutting U.S. aid and the very systems designed to stop outbreaks before they get out of control, like laboratories, medical supply distribution, and disease surveillance in places like Eastern Congo. Things that could have stopped or at least mitigated this outbreak, which experts worry was spreading undetected for weeks.
Now, there's something nasty that is about to happen here in Kenya, Africa, right? So you will know that there is a certain outbreak of a disease called Ebola. This Ebola disease, they say that it originated on the Congo.
Hey, we about to get this dude out of here. Oh, that's another one? Okay, what? So what we getting? Some African haters in here? Listen, shout out to the brother on the screen. He seems like a cool African brother. Shout out to my righteous African brothers and sisters across the whole continent or whatever. But for you African haters, I'm sorry that you think that us African Americans, well, we're not African Americans, that Jesse Jackson made that crap up. So-called Black Americans, okay, so-called. If you think that we don't descend from you, do you not understand? For those of you who not even in your country, in our country, there were Africans that sold a group of people into slavery, that helped round them up for Europeans, all right? So shout out to the righteous so-called Africans, right? But yeah, this thumbnail's triggered them, okay? Here they come, right? With they little, all right, see, you know what I'm doing, guys? I'm trying my best not to really roast, because if I did that, then I could be offending some of our righteous African brothers and sisters. You see what I mean? So that's why I kind of, if you see me, I'm kind of slow reacting, because I could just light them up. You understand? But it's like it would offend some of, you get it? And this is devices of devils. You understand? These devils, they come in and they're hating, right? So this person, excuse me, Paula, if you live in America or Africa, your ancestors were colonized and we are still oppressed. Paula, my ancestors were enslaved. Okay, let me explain the difference. You can call y'all was colonized or whatever, right? Y'all still colonized, right? Y'all over there, and China's over there, France is over there, United Kingdom's over there. Some of y'all speak French, some of y'all speak, right? That's your countries. It's colonized. My ancestors was enslaved, okay? It's a huge difference, all right? And all right, so what are you saying? What you're doing is you're trying to teach a Africa to America thing. Like, we are grown folks in this building. Okay, we don't need no bridging to say we were colonized or none of that. All right, no. You understand? There is actual historical records and travel and enslavement documents and records of generations of people and where they were. There's books from the 13, 14, 1200. They got historical records to understand the migrations and the slaveries and because there was a bunch of different slaveries. All right. So thank you so much, Latanya. So we good with your info. All right. If you're not the type, for you, Paula, if you're not the type that can't respect our culture, that been over here for almost 500 and something years, generations, that built my blood in this land, in this sand, do you understand? And you want to make us to be from some colonized, like with your people. You got your people, we got our people. And we can respect your people, we can respect your culture, we can enjoy it and everything, but please don't try to make us part of your culture. That is not, just all the people are not the same, okay? I'm not a Khoisan person. I'm not Zulu. Do you understand? I'm not from the Lemba tribe. Do you understand? I'm not a Bantu speaking individual. No disrespect for all the different cultures. Do you understand? I'm not any of these cultures from that land, okay? All right, now let's continue. Now let's listen to the Kenyan brother right here. All right, we got our own land and we got our own cultures that we have gifted to the entire world, who's mocked, who's mimicked and partaken in and participated or benefit off of our culture, but then come and try to disrespect us and demean us and try to act like, no, we're good. We really good. We don't need none of that. All right. Go handle your own country, handle your own colonization, because we handled our slavery. You understand? It's like the Haitians. Shout out to the Haitians. The Haitians, they handled their slavery against the French. You understand? They handled theirs. You understand? So now, and then the world hated them for generations and tried to destroy them and did everything still. You know what I mean? But they handled their own. You understand? So go handle your own. All right? Leave us alone. We good. Shout out to Saquon in the building. Shout out to Say, it's been a long time. Say, I know. Saquon said, you teach in an empty classroom. There's nothing there in their brain. All right. There were black people already here. No, they were killed off. They took our inheritance identity. So you're black American. So again, welcome to the channel, Paula. You're new, so you don't know where you at. So if you, Paula, the last live stream we just did, we talked about the Garamantes. Do you understand? We talked about the Northern Kingdom, the indigenous ones that came over. We talked about, we were reading the books from the 1400s, okay? We also talk about the natives, the Asian, the Mongoloid natives who came. We talk about the ones from Florida when he first got here that Columbus and them saw with the thick calves. Like, go back in the live stream and see where you at. Then you would say, oh man, I didn't even know this is a channel that teaches the actual history with the actual books. All right. So you kind of got to know where you at whenever you go. Shout out to Bilal over on Facebook when you first come in. But yeah, Paula. So again, and we're not all just the same people either here. Shout out to Captain Cold Blooded. All right. Now, we're not all just the same because we have different iterations of people that came. all right, over to the, it wasn't Americas, Amaraka in the Bible, in the book of Esdras, they called it Avarat, all right? You got some called Turtle Island and all that type of stuff. So anyway, let's go. Let's get back. Let's get to Trump sending white Americans to Kenya. Watch this, because it's about to get crazy in a second. Hold on, let me stay focused. I gotta stay focused. I can't, I'm gonna ignore any trolls. So moderators, y'all handle the trolls if they come in, because I need to stay on go. We going somewhere.
Designed to stop this comes, by the way, as the U.S.
Welcome to the channel, Sister Paula. Welcome to the channel. And when you click the live tab and you see the titles, you're gonna be like, whoa, I hit a jackpot. Yeah. And we open the ancient texts and books and everything. Facts.
Substandard care. We owe them better. Critical care infrastructure so successfully. MS Now senior medical analyst and critical care physician with the U.S. Air Force Reserves, Dr. Vin Gupta, says Kenya, while better than Congo, is not the U.S. He says it lacks the same level of critical care infrastructure and warned Ebola can turn rapidly and unpredictably. Quote, from a moral standpoint, he told us, we are leaving Americans behind with substandard care. We owe them better. This comes, by the way, as the U.S. has already arguably made it easier for Ebola to spread, cutting U.S. aid.
These idiots in this office, these little politicians on both sides, they'll open up the gates for let these fools come back over here with some new strand of Ebola and get everybody under court and sick and everything. And it's like, bro, please miss us. All right? Miss us.
And the very systems, things that could have stopped or at least mitigated this outbreak, which experts worry was spreading undetected for weeks.
Now, there's something nasty that is about to happen here in Kenya, Africa, right? So you will know that there is a certain outbreak of a disease called Ebola. This Ebola disease, they say that it originated on the Congo forest, right? Some people say that it also originated in West Africa, countries such as Guinea and Guinea-Bissau, right? That really does not matter right now. So this Ebola is contracted from dead animals. If someone touches a dead animal that is having this specific virus, they get affected by Ebola. And right now in DRC, there is Ebola infection. Some parts of Uganda have also shown cases of these Ebola infections, right? And another thing is that this Ebola is not just confined to African countries only. It is also found in the United States of America, right? And if you look at it, right now the president of America, Mr. Donald J. Trump, is proposing, right? He's proposing that he wants to bring those Ebola patients in America to come and get quarantined here in Kenya, right? Kenya is still not having that disease, but he wants them to come here in Kenya and get quarantined. Many Africans are not happy about this. Kenyans, we are
now, what some of the Africans, a lot of them probably do know, but what some of them might not know, like they think that it happened in Uganda, it happened in New Guinea, it happened in a lab. We see, this is where the so-called Black Americans and the so-called even white Americans, the Americans who were born and bred here, those of us who got a reality check, a dose of the realness, we understand that they manufactured all of these viruses and disorders. We going all the way back to AIDS and AIDS. Boy, they be cooking the way same way they released crack into our neighborhoods in the 80s. Do you understand? In New York, I mean, in America, all right? The same way that they release heroin into the ghettos, that hamburger, ham and cheese hater who came here was hating on Black Americans. The same way they released all of these things into the ghettos is the same way they released this disease, these diseases. They made and manufactured these, right? These are allegedly military diseases they make in the labs, and then they send it off. Bill Snakes and they funding all this crap, but they've been doing it way back when Bill Snakes was a little snake. When Bill Snakes was a garden snake, you understand? Yes, all right? They've been doing this way back, all right? So they manufacture this stuff up and then they release it into your animal population, right? They'll go over there and inject a monkey. They go over there and tell you that they bringing you, they did it in America, right? They did it with smallpox. They did it to the net. That most of them were the Mongoloid natives because they had already kind of wiped out a lot of the indigenous, the black. They're not Indians, but what you would call Indians, the original Americans, right? Even though it wasn't called America, but they came over and brought smallpox, okay, in blankets, all right? It's called biological warfare. They've been doing this forever, ever, okay? So we understand these devices of these serpents, you understand? These serpents don't play. And now they got even more, they doing all type of geopolitical, biological weapons and warfares and stuff that they're instituting. That's why they saying they're going to ship them to Europe and then they're going to ship them to this place and they're going to ship them to, because they're like manufacturing, a travel path of where they want these outbreaks to occur, right? Everything is strategic. These dudes play chess. These serpents over here, you know what I mean? Come on, 2001 Cindy. Don't talk about what they did to our ancestors, the so-called blacks. Oh my God, they did us dirty. All type of Tuskegee, syphilis, all type of, we were the guinea pigs of the whole kit and caboodle. We were the ones that they did all the tests and experiments on, all right, and still do it and still doing it. Now they're just spreading it worldwide, all right. So that's why when people come and hate against the so-called blacks here, it's really so unfounded. If you came here and one of these little iglets got on your nerves, that's an individual thing, right? Because nobody like no iggas of their nation of people. Right? The ignorant ones of the nation. All of us got ignorant people in our nation of people, but we got some nice, regular, so-called black stand-up citizens. We don't do nothing to nobody. You understand? We don't really do nothing. We just congratulate. You understand? Basically. All right? But anyway, so when you come and hate on that, that's some real jelly belly coward stuff. You understand? It's really unfounded. And so, honestly, just to be honest, it hurts. That's something that they know that, so they try to instill that hurt. Yeah, it hurt. It hurt. It hurt me. And I know it hurt others. That's why the chat got a little quiet for a second. Because we don't really harm others. You understand? We don't really go out our way to hurt other people. You understand? And so when someone come and they try to broadly just disrespect your culture and your people, there is a hurt. And I would attack with the tongue, but I got to be careful and slow to speak because I have people that the Most High has allowed me to reach for the four corners of the planet Earth. And I don't want to offend my brothers and sisters in these other countries, you understand? Because from one little devil individual, one little jelly belly clown, you understand? These are losers. You feel me? So I had to kind of bridle my tongue where I would have just went in on them, but then I would have been disrespecting others, and that's not okay. So that's what the serpents do. Serpents come and they try to antagonize you, right? They try to push you to say something that can harm you, But anyway, all right, let's continue. All right.
Here in Kenya, right? Kenya is still not having that disease, but he wants them to come here in Kenya.
Facts, Bilal. We're a righteous people by nature. Facts. We got our outcasts that are unrighteous, right? Like everybody. But in generality, we are righteous and accepting people. We've accepted every nation of people, every immigrant that ever came. We accepted them into the ghettos, into the neighborhoods. We accepted them with open arms. We help them as we can. So it hurts when some turn around and disrespect and just try to pee on us and just disrespect, bro. It's a nasty, devilish spirit. And anybody from any nation of people from around the world, if you do that to the so-called Black Americans, may the Most High will be done. May his wrath and may his will be done over your life. Facts, you'll pay for that. You're going to pay for that. That's a whole fact. You'll pay in the spirit for that. because we are righteous people, just in generality, facts. And all we've done is help others and open the door for everybody around the world to come and come here and go to school and get grants and education and everything when it wasn't open to nobody until we opened that door with blood, sweat, and tears. They come here and hate. Yeah, it hurts. I ain't scared to say it. But you lucky, you know. Oh, you know what I used to do when I was in my sin of transgression when it hurt? I hurt your back with the tongue. My tongue was a M16 weapon. I hurt your whole civilization. I hurt your whole country. I hurt your mama in the grave with the tongue. But now I can't do that because of the righteousness of the Most High. So I have to bridle my tongue. So now I'm confined. I'm like, oh my goodness, I got to stay righteous. I got to, you know what I'm saying? I got to worry about the others so I don't offend the other brothers and sisters who need to hear the righteous word of the children of the Most High. You understand? Who come to pour out righteousness to them. And it's a stifling thing. Yeah, AK-47 in my tongue. Rip them a new one, Bilal. Come on, bro. You tripping. I hurt your mama's ego. You understand? So, but now I can't. I have to be righteous no matter what. You heard? Slow to speak. And I got to look at the bigger picture. You understand? That's why. Yeah, but it's confining. That's the word I'm looking for. It's like a straitjacket on me. I'm like, oh. But praise the Most High. We discern these devils from every nation, kindred, tongue, and people who try to come and agitate. They're instigators, inciters of wickedness. You heard? Yeah. You can't come against the righteous with that wickedness. We see and know who you are. You heard? That part. All right. These devils, fallen, freaking Anunnaki devils. All right, let's continue.
Quarantined here in Kenya, right? Kenya is still not having that disease, but he wants them to come here in Kenya and get quarantined. Many Africans are not happy about this. Kenyans, we are not so happy about this, but it is a mixed reaction that people are having, right? So I want us to listen to how the people are reacting to this Trump's proposal.
Now, this is a shame that this brother, this is a pretty cool brother, right? I react to his videos a lot. He's from Kenya. He's over in Kenya right now. And he's like, it's sad because they're pushing all that there. So if the Kenyan politicians open up those facilities, then this brother and his family, he's going to have an influx of Ebola patients. That's crazy. Flooding in. That's all strategic. May the Most High's will, may the Most High have mercy over the righteous brothers and sisters in Africa for their safety. All right? The safety for what the devices of these serpents are going to ramp up and do. Because, you know, Africa has always been ground zero for the devil's playground. You understand? Always been ground zero. All right? So may the Most High's grace and mercy cover the righteous African brothers and sisters, so-called African, across the whole continent. All right. For these unrighteous trolls and haters, may the Most High will be done over your life as well. All right? If you know what that means, you know what it is. Let's go.
Trump's proposal.
American patients of the Ebola virus to be treated in Kenyan facilities. All of this unbeknownst to the Kenyan people themselves. The Kenyan government went behind our backs and agreed to sacrificing us, to sacrificing our healthcare system that is completely failing as it is. Doctors are always on strike. Facilities are always overwhelmed. The universal healthcare system that was newly established by the government has been proven to be a failure. Nonetheless, we are ready. Nonetheless, the Kenyan government has sacrificed us and has sacrificed all of these things, has offered it up to the world because it wants to become useful, because it wants to be used, because private...
No, the Kenyan government, sister, are doing it for money. They're doing it for the god Mammon, just like any other officials, politicians, and administrations around the world. They're doing it for money. They don't care about the people.
We are ready. Nonetheless, the Kenyan government has sacrificed us and has sacrificed all of these things, has offered it up to the world because it wants to become useful, because it wants to be used, Because privatization has killed our country. Because this is what happens when the country belongs not to the common wananchi, not to us the citizens, but to a select few, to one greedy man and his henchmen. This is what happens when state-owned enterprises have completely been destroyed. We used to make our own things. Now we don't, because private companies, international, multinational companies have come into our country and they have taken everything. It's not just healthcare, guys, and that's why we need to open our eyes. When I come on these apps and I talk about privatization, this is what I mean. It is also things like Digitech, where companies like Microsoft are coming into our country, forcing us to sacrifice our water, to cannibalize our people and their resources to make more profit for them. When companies come into our country and tell us that they're going to use us, our intellectual property, to train AI, our intellectual property and our physical strength, to set up call centers, to optimize.
God, yo, they be doing the Africans dirty. Shout out to Danita Thompson. You're welcome, Danita. They be giving them pennies on the dollar and using them to build all of their AI infrastructure and everything. And then the African leaders sell their citizens out. You understand? That's why I mean, like, you know, shout out to the righteous African brothers and sisters. All right, let's continue.
Their businesses and their economies. This is what it means to be used and abused. This is what it means when Kenya is officially a colonial outpost of the American government. This is what it means, literally being used as a place where they can dump their own citizens. Meanwhile, their country has the capacity to treat them, and we don't. But privatization, everything's up for sale. When we go to the polls in 2027, guys, we need to choose a person who believes in dignity for our people. We need to choose a person who believes that Kenya can stand on her own 2 feet.
Well, well, well. Now, this video is going to be a long one, dear. We're going to talk about 2 subjects here. Yes, the current regime that's at play today, the Ebola crisis, and, well, how the big backbone skirt Biff wants to send people back to Africa and import a few. The caucasity over fucking floweth with this dude. First, let's get into the Ebola crisis, boo, because this headline hit the airwaves today. The Pedo-in-Chief's regime to send Americans exposed to Ebola to a new facility in Kenya. I would be remiss if I did not drop a little bit of really transparent information on this. Normally, if we have Ebola here in the United States, we either quarantine them here or we send them to Europe. But the big backbone spud Biff Diddy B wants to send any Americans that get Ebola to Kenya. There's a new facility there. And I'm not saying you're not going to get good care. Of course you are, dear. Of course you are. But we have to acknowledge the fact that this Ebola outbreak today is spreading across the borders in Africa. It's made its way into Uganda, which borders Kenya. This is on the eastern side of Africa. It is spreading rapidly. This particular strand of Ebola does
y'all
not
know her, so help me with this because I'm a little lost. What is she, right? So I think she's South African, right? But she looks like, I don't know, white, Portuguese maybe? I don't know. All right? So, all right. So anyway, so y'all heard of her before. I never heard of her. My first time seeing her. But I think she's from South Africa. So y'all let me know, is she from South Africa? Because she's about to, she cuss a lot. I wish she stopped cussing. I wish people can get oh, she's from Louisiana? Okay, that's the accent. That makes sense. But they said I think she's South African. She's going to say it. So I think she's South African. So, but anyway, let's see. I think she's going to say it. So, all right. So I wish she stopped cussing, though. I wish people could make their point without cussing. But let's continue.
the eastern side of Africa. It is spreading rapidly. This particular strand of Ebola does not respond to treatment. I don't want you to be scared that you're going to catch Ebola. I really doubt you are, dear. We're pretty good.
She said Ebola. Shout out to the South, Louisiana. You hear the accent, Ebola.
At keeping it out of here. It happens. We're pretty good at keeping it out. I don't want you to be scared that you're going to catch Ebola. I really doubt you are, dear. We're pretty good at keeping it out of here. It happens occasionally. And while this disease is devastating, far be it from
Shout
me
out to Drew Wiz. Now I kept this box. Now look at the dude who made the video. Look how many bugs are flying around him. So for a second, I'm gonna put it back. I did this on purpose because then I'm gonna cut this out and have her big on the screen. But he's so used to it. They all on his face, they all on his shirt, and if you look, they're flying. It's like 1,000 of them flying all around him, and he's just, because I guess he's used to it. Now he's by that water, right? But it's 1,000 bugs flying all around him, and he's just acting like that. At one time, he did like this because I guess they tried to go in his eyes and his ears. But that's crazy work. So I'll put that up there just so you can see. All right. So let's continue.
We're pretty good at does not respond to. This is on the eastern side of Africa. It is spreading rapidly. This particular strand of Ebola does not respond to treatment. I don't want you to be scared that you're going to catch Ebola. I really doubt you are, dear. We're pretty good at keeping it out of here. It happens occasionally. And while this disease is devastating, far be it from me to tell the current regime how to do their job today, but how can you send Americans to Africa while simultaneously you've mustered up your caucasity to raise the U.S. refugee cap, but only for white South Africans and all of that? Firstly, baby, there's a white South African here. Well, there's actually 4, dear, that is affecting the pollution in our water, in our air, and our soil, too. Maybe we should send their fucking ass back to South Africa or Kenya today because they're much like a disease and they're absolutely infecting the United States. But let's get into why the big back bone spurt biff dude
Okay, now I get it. I thought she said she was South African. She said there's like 4 South Africans here. She's probably talking about Elon and what's his name? The one who owned all our privacy, that devil, Peter Thiel and them, right? So she's talking about, all right, so anyway, so I thought she said she was South African. So all right, so she from Louisiana. I still don't know what she is. Right? I don't know what she is, but it is where she seemed pretty cool. All right. But anyway, let's go.
To bring more white Afrikaner refugees here. You remember the first ones he brought, dear? Well, there was that one guy that got here and then immediately bone spurt bit back to South Africa or Kenya today because they're much like a disease and they're absolutely infecting the United States. But let's get into why the big back bone spurt biff dude wants to bring more white Afrikaner refugees here. You remember the first ones he brought, dear? Well, there was that one guy that got here and then immediately murdered his fucking family. And then there's several other families who got here. They were told by Orange Daddy they would get a stipend too and they would have a job and all sorts of shit. Well, they were on the Book of Face begging American people to send them money so they could go back to South Africa, honey. He didn't bring the cream of the crop. No, it was not the cream of the crop.
See, I saw he finally wiped his face and his hat. I mean, those bugs are just all in his face and he just, wow.
Dear, let's take back to the article. In a Tuesday announcement on the Federal Registry, the PIDO-in-Chief said that because of an unforeseen emergency refugee situation, he was raising the refugee cap. He blamed the South African government for recent increases in the incitement of racially motivated violence, but gave no specific information because his theory is based off of misinformation. I hereby determine that the admission to the United States of Afrikaners from South Africa in response to this emergency is justified by the grave humanitarian...
See, that's what I'm talking about. Now, in one instance, they're saying that they want to keep immigration down, right? They don't want to let immigrants in. But now he's saying he want to let white South Africans in. Yeah. That's that forked tongue stuff. That's that, right? Yeah, talking about they being genocided. They ain't being genocided. First of all, whatever is going on over there happens everywhere. Number one. Number two, in South Africa, when we showed the other clip on the other live stream where they were keeping out, what's the name? Keeping out other Africans, Nigerians, and what's the name in South Africa, the black ones. Okay, and they so him talking about we need to let white South Africa. No, we don't. If you don't want to let in immigrants, then close it for all immigrants. But again, when they talk about the immigrants, they really talking about, no disrespect, it just is what it is. They talking about melanated immigrants. You understand? They ain't talking about Australians that still come over as immigrants. I'm talking about white Australians. They're not talking about those coming from Norway or those coming from the United Kingdom or those coming from, no, they talking about those coming from Mexico, those coming from, Caribbean, Haitian, those come, right? Yeah. As wicked is what wicked does, forked tongue. No, we don't want no white South Africans here either. No, they need to stay. They need to go back to where they from too. Everybody should just go back to where you're from. No, let me not. The Bible says that everybody is going to go back to where they from one time. No disrespect. Shout out to all the immigrants and everybody. I don't mean it like that. I mean, these other countries keep flooding in and they bring in more division and more hate. That's what I mean. Anybody who want to assimilate, okay, and respect the other nation which you went into, if you went in for a better life or freedoms or something, and you assimilate into the culture and add something productive to the country that you go into, that should be welcome. But you got others that come in and they come in and steal, kill, and destroy, and they come in and take, and then want to cause division and sow discord. That's devilish. All right. So that's what I meant. Why don't you go back to where you from? All right. All right. So anyway, I just got to keep it balanced because, shout out to the righteous immigrants who come over to try to do the right thing. Okay. But yeah, you want to bring, it's these Afrikaners. I don't even know what that is. What is that? Right? People come in here and take another people's country and call themselves like, I'm sorry, bro. All right. Let me not. Let's continue.
Concerns and is otherwise in the national interest, the pedo said in the announcement. Before I get to the rest of the article, dear, I have to voice some of my opinions right here. So let me get this straight. Some white people in South Africa today were basically told some people, you can't make black South.
For some people that didn't know, in the Bible, in Jeremiah 42:12, it says, and I will show mercies unto you that he may have mercy upon you and cause you to return to your own land. They got Bible scriptures that say in the end times, that the end times, every nation will return to their own land. There's prophecies that got to come to pass. Oh yeah, it's coming. There's stuff that's happening and coming. All right. So with these nation states sending people around and doing all this stuff, that's intentional. It's biblical, whether they want it to happen or not. They can't stop the prophecies. All right, let's continue.
South Africans, your slave and everything that you stole into black. Some white people in South to the rest of the article, dear. In response to this emergency is justified by the grave humanitarian concerns and is otherwise in the national interest, the pedo said in the announcement. Before I get to the rest of the article, dear, I have to voice some of my opinions right here. So let me get this straight. Some white people in South Africa today were basically told, you can't make black South Africans your slave and everything that you stole and took from them, you have to give back today. There's not a war there. There's not people starving there. There's not people being abused by their government, boo. They're just unhappy because they can't have their way and superiority in that country anymore, baby. Meanwhile, Gaza and the West Bank and Lebanon too, thanks to the land that is not real, there are children starving to fucking death there because of war and because of governments oppressing people and so much more. But they're not allowed to become refugees here in our country, are they? No, baby. Now back to the article because I have more to say. The caucasity over fucking floweth with the excuse that was used by
Let your mouth out. I mean, my goodness, you can make your points, but all that cussing, bro, that's wicked is what wicked does. I'm sorry, guys, it's just wicked. But anyway.
Federal government today. Now, the administration indicated last year that there would only be around 7,500 South Africaners here, but they changed that to 17,500. Now, the Deputy Secretary of State and the Deputy Secretary of Homeland Security met with key congressional committees on Thursday.
So they're approving up to 7,500 white South Africans, and then they're going to change it to raise it to 17,000. Well, we ain't got no say-so. American citizens, we ain't got no say-so on what happens. It's like, let me continue.
Thursday as part of the legally required consultation process with lawmakers, according to two people who were granted
They need to stay in South Africa. Why you need to come here? If nobody else is getting approved, why are they getting approved? Why? Because Elon, why? And all them?
To discuss this secret meeting. During the hour-long session, Landau told lawmakers that one of the ways that the Afrikaners had faced persecution at home was the erasure of their history in school textbooks. According to people with knowledge of the meeting, the discussion infuriated Democrats who called the approach and the consultation indefensible. The State Department did not return a request for comment on the interaction. So there it is. They're not being oppressed. They're not being starved. None of that. They're not in a war zone today, but they need to escape to the US of A because their history is facing erasure. You mean how the DOJ is erasing the history of J6? Or do you mean how the current regime is currently erasing Black American history, baby? Or just American history in general, trying to revise how our country began in the first place? You mean like that? You mean like what the current regime here in the US of A is doing to the American people in their history in which they do not fucking agree? You mean like that? Oh, honey, the caucasity. Can I sign up to be a white refugee?
Yo, Ghost Dog, I like that. Peter Reptilian. I need to be saying that. Peter Reptilian, because that's who he is. He's number one. They be thinking everybody else is number. That Peter Reptilian is a nasty reptile.
What the fuck?
Oh, what the? Oh.
Goddamn hypocrisy.
Oh, my goodness.
The goddamn hypocrisy.
What is she? I am confused. I'm confused. All right. Honestly, I'm really confused. Because, I mean, I know that some say I don't see blacker black nothing at all. I'm sorry. Y'all can, I know y'all probably like, you too old school, New York. Yeah, where I come from, I don't see no woolly hair. I don't see no, I'm like, I don't know what this is. It sound blackity black. I know, if you don't gotta be from the nation of people that I come from to be received and accepted, but I would like to know what you are. This world is so, it's crazy now. You can't tell. I'm like, what is this? I don't know if she's Portuguese, if she's Spanish, if she's white. Is she South African? Is she European? Is she, I don't know what, right? It's crazy work. I'm like, what is going on? She talking about all the caucasity and all that type of stuff. I'm like, well, what are you? I just want to know, first of all, right? All right, let's continue.
Goddamn hypocrisy.
What is Cajun? I thought Cajun was food. I'm sorry. I could be a little slow sometime. I don't really know stuff about that. I thought Cajun was the stuff they put on food, right? Spicy food.
The fuck.
Oh, I just went back too far.
The goddamn hypocrisy. The goddamn hypocrisy.
Stop cussing. First of all, clean your mouth out.
You got to be fucking kidding me.
Oh, I can't do this.
Did they really?
All right, enough of you. Cajun lady, whatever. I just can't. All right, let's continue.
I'm sure we'll be safe. I gotta take
From the abundance of the heart, the mouth speaks.
a break and run to the store. I'll be back.
Can you imagine you're an American citizen and you can't go home? You can't seek medical treatment in America? You have to go to Kenya? I don't even, I'm struggling for words here, as you can see. Does anyone think this is okay? Does anyone think this is okay? You may
he's really struggling there. Shout out to O'Shell Love. Shout out to people coming in the live stream. He seemed really troubled. No, I don't think it's okay, brother. But us so-called Black Americans, we done been through so much. You know what's crazy with us? We done been through so much. Things do not really shock us. Like everything is like, you know how people like, he look like he's really having a conniption. You know that word conniption fit? Is it called conniption? I don't even know what that is. I'm having a conniption fit. He like, does anybody see a problem with this? I'm like, it's like everyday news for us. This our regular smuggler. You know, they be crashing out over stuff real easy and fast, right? I'm like, bro, this is small fries to us, right? This really don't affect us at all. It's like, we ain't going over there anyway. You know what I mean? Like, we ain't going to the FIFA Cup. We ain't going to Viva Las Vegas. I mean, Viva. I don't know why I'm thinking FIFA and Viva. We'll go to Las Vegas, but FIFA, Las Vegas. We ain't going to no Fifi Cup or none of that. So we good, all right? But anyway, they crashing out, right? It's crazy work, but they crashing out. All right.
Okay. Does anyone here, as you can see, Kenya? I don't even, I'm struggling for words here, as you can see. Does anyone think this is okay? Does anyone think this is okay? You may have been exposed to Ebola. Okay, we're going to send you to Kenya. You're an American. You got to go to Kenya. I'm speechless. I don't even know. This is so ludicrous. I don't even know what to say. Let me know what you think in the comments, because I think this is absolutely insane. Let me know what you think. As you can see, I'm shocked. I don't know what to say.
The Trump administration is currently planning on sending Americans who have been exposed to Ebola to Kenya for treatment instead of treating them in the United States. This is a major departure from established protocols where Americans are treated in domestic biocontainment units. The current outbreak is recognized as the third largest in history, and the CDC has restricted arrivals from affected areas to 4 specific U.S. airports for screening. We have 13 specialized biocontainment units available in the United States for this exact scenario. Experts are saying this is an ethical failure to care for our citizens on home soil and a departure from standard practice. And let's not forget why we're in this mess to begin with. The U.S. withdrew from the WHO, and the Trump administration banned federal scientists at the NIAID from communicating directly with the WHO regarding the outbreak. And RFK Jr. doesn't seem to care about this whatsoever. When he was asked about the growing Ebola crisis, his public response was, "Yeah, we're working on it." Under the current administration, key health agencies like the CDC and NIAID currently lack permanent leadership positions, leaving these agencies flat-footed as the virus raged for weeks in the Congo before anyone...
Trump says if you get exposed to Ebola overseas, you ain't coming back here. According to reports, the administration wants Americans exposed to Ebola quarantined.
Yo, people on the internet is crazy. People, why do they be so close? Is she just all in the camera looking psychotic and crazy if she want to look? Boy, people do anything for views and money, boy. I swear these people sell their soul.
Says if you get exposed to Ebola overseas, you ain't coming back here. According to reports, the administration wants Americans exposed to Ebola quarantined in Kenya instead of being brought back to the United States, which is like mama yelling at her kids through the screen door. Oh, don't you bring that mess in this house. Right now, there are over 1,000.
That was hilarious. She said, mama yelling at her kids through the screen door. You ain't coming back and bringing that in here. Oh, my goodness.
According to reports, the administration wants Americans exposed to Ebola quarantined in Kenya instead of being brought back to the United States, which is like mama yelling at her kids through the screen door. Oh, don't you bring that mess in this house. Right now, there are over 1,000 suspected cases, 220 deaths, and thousands of contacts currently being monitored. And I don't know about y'all, but that sounds like a lot, because Ebola is not one of those illnesses where people go, honey, grab me the vapor rub. I'm feeling a little peakish. No, Ebola's the kind of sickness where all of your inside...
Yo, I'm sorry. This thing is crash out. This is crash out city, Liddy. I'm hollering too. I think... shout out to S. Renee. I just can't. This stuff here is comedy show. Let's continue.
Suddenly want to come outside where your butt because of screen door. Oh, don't you Ebola quarantined in Kenya instead of being brought back to the United States, which is like mama yelling at her kids through the screen door. Oh, don't you bring that mess in this house. Right now, there are over 1,000 suspected cases, 220 deaths, and thousands of contacts currently being monitored. And I don't know about y'all, but that sounds like a lot, because Ebola is not one of those illnesses where people go, honey, grab me the vapor rub. I'm feeling a little peakish. No. Ebola's the kind of sickness where all of your insides suddenly want to come outside, where your body starts opening exits you didn't know existed, where your immune system sends thoughts and prayers to itself. Basically anything bad your body can do before it explodes. And we've seen how this country handles a pandemic. We ain't ready for Ebola.
It looks like if you're an American...
Yo, TikTok is a psycho place. She said Ebola is when your insides want to come outside. I swear they want to come out and play. Something like that. Ebola, they got a bugaboo virus. They got the Ebola bug, June bug virus. I'm like, we good with the Ebola bug, the June bugs. Y'all keep that right on over there.
Before it explodes. And we've seen how this country handles a pandemic. We ain't ready for Ebola.
It looks like if you're an American and you're exposed to the Ebola virus in Uganda or Congo, baby, you won't be coming home. Oh no, they're sending your ass to Kenya. U.S. government is setting up a quarantine-based facility in Kenya for Americans that catch the Ebola virus in goddamn Uganda or the DRC. Just for Americans, y'all, nobody else. Typically in the past, if you caught a virus of any kind, you were flown to America to one of our facilities here in the States, or you go to Europe for specialized care. But because we are not equipped anymore to handle any fucking thing when it comes to an outbreak.
Stop saying, why they got, oh my goodness, bro. She got way too much going on. She got the booger nose ring, the tongue thing, braces on the... Oh my goodness, boy, this generations is crazy. Everybody, I'm older, I'm an elder, and I can say this stuff. I'm gonna start using a comedian disclaimer. This is for comedic purposes only, right? don't this denote that they switch for the other team, right? Right? Don't you see the one with the big bull, the booger rings? Because that's ugly. For any sisters, that's ugly. All right. So ain't the booger rings and all that? That's like a sign that they switch hitters, right? Yeah. That's what I thought, right? I know the tongue one do now. I know all that, right? That's a clear red flag signs that they with the abomination. That's what it is. I don't care what you say. It's an abomination. That's right. They're booger rings. That's what they is, Akiyama. The booger rings. Don't nobody like that booger ring stuff. It's ugly. But anyway, they ain't for us. That she hitting for the other team. All right, let's continue.
To one of our facilities here in the past, if you caught a virus of any kind, you were flown to America to one of our facilities here in the States, or you go to Europe for specialized care. But because we are not equipped anymore to handle any fucking thing when it comes to an outbreak of the Ebola virus kind, they got to go somewhere else. And I can't believe the Kenyan government approved of this shit. What they got on y'all? The facility will be operated by U.S. service. The facility itself will be ran by U.S. public health officers, okay? And according to the New York Times, goal is to help patients bypass hours of long medical evacuations to the U.S., receive quicker regional care. Why the fuck are we screening folks for the Ebola virus at the goddamn gates in the United States?
I know this cussing, bro. I'm sorry, guys. I don't like all this cussing.
And are their asses going to be shipped over to Kenya as well? I'm just asking, man. FIFA is right around the corner, and there's over 1,000 cases in the DRC and Uganda, and over 200 people have lost their lives. I'm going to try to keep y'all updated as much as possible.
Proving that the United States government really doesn't care about healthcare workers who will go away and sacrifice their lives to help treat Ebola, they are building a hospital in Kenya, with the idea that if any United States citizen gets Ebola while treating these patients, that they will be shuffled off to Kenya. This is a horrible idea. In the United States, we have hospitals perfectly capable of taking care of patients with Ebola. But it's not just Ebola, because when you get Ebola, other systems of your bodies need tending to by other specialists. Like,
I'm sorry, I don't agree with it. We don't want them here. That's that. I don't care about no Republic crap, and I don't care about no demon crap. Okay, I ain't no politician, but I understand how the two sides play, and you'll have these Democrats over there. Let them come in. We don't want you here. You caught the Ebola. You caught the booger bug. You stay right where you caught the booger bug. Okay, you get the booger bug cleared up where you was at. I don't care where you went, Europe, Africa, wherever it is. Get that cleared up, right? It's like your mama tell you don't bring the dirt in the house. Okay, I'm from the old school. She's like, don't be trucking that dirt in here in my house. You take your shoes off and you leave them out there. You clean them out there before you bring it in the house. I'm good. We don't need you here. I'm sorry, you little Democrats, y'all over here. You little foolish politicians, bro. No disrespect. I'm just telling it what it is. If you playing this little left wing, right wing, stupid wing crap when these serpents are playing a whole different game on the chessboard, and you sitting up here doing this whole, we need to let the American people and everything, and then a whole virus breaks out over here, then you'll be blaming something else. It's a bunch of wimps. I'm sorry with this political stuff. We don't need them here. We don't need you here. You should don't go there then. Don't go. Just stay home. Stay in America. They got enough stuff you can do here. What are you over there for anyway? What you doing over there? Right? Don't go over there. They got all type of diseases that's going on now. That should be the thing. It should be a public service announcement all through America. America, listen up. Don't go nowhere. There's boogie bugs going on in these other countries. If you catch the boogie bug in this country, you're staying in the country. That's it. Till you get a clean bill of health, then you come over. That's it. That's it. That solves that problem right there. But you got this demo fools, right? I'm sorry, I'm not a demo fool or a Republic fool, okay? But these demo fools, they the ones that want everybody. You gotta let them all in, and you got shut. That don't even make common sense, bro. You're talking about a freaking virus that your freaking nose will come out your butt. You know what I mean? You're gonna have a lip growing on your forehead. That Ebola ain't playing. And they done made up a new strand. Yeah, they done made it up here. Yeah, it's you know how the little stuff say made in China? Yeah, you get some cheap products made in China. Oh, but you get some real powerful viruses. They got made in America is on those viruses. Sorry, not sorry. I just raw and uncut. They be making that stuff up. If they good at anything, they good at some viruses. You heard? They've been doing that from way back in the days. All right. So anyway, I'm good. We don't want them here. No. We don't want you here. Stay right on there where you was at. Whatever made you go over there, you liked it or something. I don't know what it is. You wanted to go help the people? Well, stay over there. They'll clean you up. They get you all spiffy, and you go right back out there and continue to help them.
You might need a gastroenterologist to help.
Yeah, they want us full of Diddy. That's who the nose in the rings and colorful rainbows and lip rings and tongue rings and this ring and that ring and everything. Ain't nothing but the ring for the devil, like that scary movie, The Ring, coming through the TV. That's all this stuff is. And that's the thing. They were the no genders, binary. Everybody just loved the love crap. Yeah, they're fools, bro. And then the other side is bunch of devils. Man, this thing is a mess. This prophecy. Get righteous with the Most High. Get yourself together with the Most High, and stay righteous and stay alert. Stay watching the channel, because we're gonna keep exposing. Well, I'm about to show something in a minute. Then I got some real important. I got some teaching I'm gonna do before we close out. But what I'm gonna do before, I was gonna get to the teaching right now, but I'm gonna get to the next segment first. And I'll get to the teaching later. I know a lot of people will be going to sleep by then, but it is what it is. I'm going to get to the teaching later. But it's a really good teaching. I don't know. It depends. I don't know. I'll let y'all decide, because this clip is about to end. Y'all tell me which way y'all want me to go.
With the idea of that if any United States citizen gets Ebola while treating...
Yeah, that's what I said. The other one, okay, so that's what I was talking about. The other side is the devils, the Republic devils. And that's what I said. One is the devil's they had both different levels of the devil. One of the devils said, we just want everybody to be super abominations. And then the other ones is, we want everybody to be dead. Oh my goodness. There's two wings of the same bird. Just stupid stuff. Just get out of the politics, bro. Y'all tripping. You think they all serpents. All right, they all work for Mammon. The god of this world is Mammon. Okay, neither side of them got the best interests of the masses of the people at heart at all. Right, and that's what the next clip about to show. Matter of fact, we go into the next clip. I'll do the teaching after. Yeah, thank you, Father. He already told me where to go. We go into the next clip because it's gonna talk about exactly what Stephanie just talked about. I'm gonna show you what they doing. You heard what they doing to all of us. You heard? Let's go.
United States citizen gets Ebola while treating these patients, the people in Kenya, with the idea of he doesn't care about healthcare workers who will go away and sacrifice their lives to help treat Ebola. They are building a hospital in Kenya, with the idea of that if any United States citizen gets Ebola while treating these patients, that they will be shuffled off to Kenya. This is a horrible idea. In the United States, we have hospitals perfectly capable of taking care of patients with Ebola. But it's not just Ebola, because when you get Ebola, other systems of your bodies need tending to by other specialists. Like you might need a gastroenterologist to help take care of your liver or your intestines. You might need a surgeon to help operate on you. You might need a nephrologist to take care of your kidneys, or a hematologist to take care of the many blood dyscrasias that you might have, or a neurologist to help take care of your brain. And we can go on from there. That's what you have at places like Emory, at places like MD Anderson, at places like the University of Chicago, at places like MGH.
I'm sorry, little nice little white man. He sounds like a nice little white man. We don't want an MDM in Anderson, I guess that's South Carolina or something. They don't want them in Chicago. No. They caught the boogie bug. And wherever they was at, they can get treated for the boogie bug right there. That don't make no sense at all. To me, that don't make no common sense. Sorry. You didn't catch it here. You understand? It'd be different if you caught it here. Now, the crazy thing is Trump trying to make a law where even if you catch it here, they're going to send you. That's crazy work. But y'all know, this stuff is crazy. This is prophecy. It's going to get worse before it get better. All right, that's what I'm telling you. You better get your relationship, get your repentance game on. Do you understand? Get your righteousness on. You see me do it tonight. I was a living example of it. That little dude came here and disrespected all Black Americans for no reason, calling us all type of names. And did you see how I handle that? That's my repentance game in full effect. You heard? I ain't like that. I'll punch him in his face. I'll knock his whole head off his shoulder. And I could knock him off with my tongue. I could rip him a new one. But you see what I did? I bridled my tongue. I tried to be as I was struggling. I was having a battle, bro. I'm telling you, bro. I'm talking. You see, I'm still talking about it. I was hurt. I ain't gonna lie. It hurt my feelings. I had to get quiet. I was trying to. I'm started watching. I said, okay, we're gonna kick him out. I started watching the video, and then I could still see him stay talking and disrespecting, because I don't come from a place where you disrespect people and they just let it go. This world now, trolls and stuff, you can just disrespect people's mama and everything, and then you can't do nothing. I don't come from that place. So I'm sitting here, he saying little stuff. I'm trying to watch the video and let it pass. My lip jumping. I'm sitting up here I'm like, boy, I got to, praise the Most High for growth and spiritual development and repentance, right? And not letting things bother you and take you out of your righteousness. You understand? The Most High, the Messiah said, I leave you my peace in the midst of the storm. There's a balance. Do you understand? A shalom, a peace that you have to have even when things agitate you. You don't react. You're not reactionary. That means you start to be in control of your emotions and the outside influence that affect you. You understand? A lot of people, you're reactionary to outside stimuli. When you can control and maintain your inner temperature, your inner core, your spiritual man can control your physical, then you're in control for when things, you could keep calm in the midst of the storm, and you could think logically, right? Those are the good warriors, not the warrior when they rain down and everything comes and they panic and flee and get all emotional and then nah. The ones who is thinking in the midst of the chaos. You understand? That can strategize in the midst of the chaotic stuff. Yeah, it's a spiritual warrior. It's the growth and development of the spirit over the flesh. You understand? Dying to the flesh. You see it play out. Know what I mean? You seen it play out tonight. Most didn't know. I don't come from that. I come from reaction. That's where I came from, the streets, right? We react to anything. You understand? So praise the Most High. So unfortunately for this dude, I don't agree with one bit of that. We shouldn't be bringing them into our country with no Ebola. Anyway, you got it outside of the country. Why would we let them bring it back into the country? That makes no sense at all for me, at all. If I was one of them and caught it out there, I would be like, okay, I would make sense. They don't want me back. And, I need to get here and try to get it together and then get myself together. If I can get free from it and go back home to America, I won't be leaving again. Okay? All right.
You will have all of those facilities, not only that can take care of the infectious disease part of Ebola, but can take care of every other part of the body that's sick. Do you know where you're not going to have that? In the brand new hospital they're building in Kenya. That's just a bunch of bureaucrats who are afraid of a disease coming on the shores of the United States and not supporting the people who are actually going out there and bravely.
A bunch of bureaucrats who are afraid of a disease coming on the shores of the United States. I'm sorry, but this new political sentiment of these individuals is really insanely, what you call that, mental retardation. I don't want to say the word retardation, but it's insane. It's like highly educated, meaning systemic education. They got degrees, right? He probably got a PhD and all that stuff, right? Those are the same people that was telling us to put a mask over our nose and mouth from the dollar store for a virus. You understand? People with PhDs and all of, right? So this is that same mentality. When he's sitting up there talking about it's bureaucrats scared for a virus to come to our door. Hello? What are you talking about? They need to go. They need to go too. I'm like, if we could, oh my God, but it's the prophecy. You can't get worked up. You just got to watch it play out because it's going to get crazier, right? We just got to stay righteous. I just got to stay exposing the news, stay building righteousness, building spiritual grounding in each individual as we go forth, right? And to get more and more dark and more chaotic, that you can be steadfast, right? And stand in truth, in spirit and in truth, as the Bible say. Spiritually circumcise yourself and understand that none of this shall come to pass in my circumference, in my realm. As the world falls apart and these people go psychotic, I'm going to maintain and I'm going to grow in the spirit in the election of becoming one with the Most High Creator of all things. Do you understand? I'm going to continue to walk and be the light in the darkness while these people light get darker and darker. All right? Watch the next clip I show. Y'all going to see some of the darkest stuff in the world. Here we go.
Fighting it. Hopefully, the shores of the United States. Do you know where you're not going to have that? In the brand new hospital they're building in Kenya. That's just a bunch of bureaucrats who are afraid of a disease coming on the shores of the United States and not supporting the people who are actually going out there and bravely fighting it. Hopefully, this nonsense will stop. And what we will be able to do is take back to the United States those people who bravely sacrificed themselves and become sick with Ebola. That's what we should do because
No, we shouldn't. You want to let them in your house. And you know, that's those same people that be saying, let all these people in here, no disrespect, they be saying, let all the Muslims in. And then when you ask them, well, do you want them to live in your neighborhood? Oh, no, not in my neighborhood, right? That's the spirit. These people need to go too, bro.
Americans, and we want to take care of our own. And we want to
No, we don't want to take care of Ebola. No, we don't.
That's what we should do because we're Americans and we want to take care of our own and we want to take care of those who have volunteered to take care of.
That the US has gotten the Kenya government to open up CDC facilities in Nairobi for monitoring and observing Americans coming out of DRC.
Not Africans.
Not Africans, not Kenyans, not anybody else. But why are we offering Americans to fly people suspected to be in an area with Ebola to come to Kenya when they could make a quarantine area in DRC? What is the benefit to Kenya? Because, yes, master, Uncle Sam's children, what America wants will smile in our false teeth and pretend that this is all right with Kenya. If Ruto listened to professional advice and this institutional capacity in this country, both in medical services and in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, we will not be rushing to please America at the risk of importation of Ebola in Kenya.
Well, he's correct. If they caught the boogie bug, the Ebola boogie bug in the Democratic Republic of the Congo, then why are they shipping them to Kenya? That's crazy work. Because the Kenyan president is on the lam. He's taking the old grease your palm. He's taking the old Epstein Diddy up the poom poom, right? He taking right? So that's where it lies. You understand? Because that's why I'm like, yo, why won't you set up a facility right where they caught it at? In the Republic of Congo? Because it's strategic. It's all geopolitical. They're strategically taking over places. It's all a chessboard. You know how you gain in pieces? You know, or you playing, you gaining the pieces as you done took his rook, you done took his pawn, you done took this one, you coming for the queen. You know what I mean? You coming for the king. You heard? All right. So anyway, let's go. I'll teach. I was going to teach something, but let me do this first because this is really current and is very important. This is what they doing right now. This is crazy. So America, we got a lot of problems. The world got problems, right? But how they say that? The world got problems, but Ebola ain't about to be. What's that saying? I know. Let's say I got 99 problems, but an itch ain't one. America got 99 problems, but Ebola ain't about to be one, right? We got way too much going on. We got these fools, these devils. We got our own serpent devils. They on the left They call Democrats, they on the right. They call Republic devils, Republic scams. You understand? And when the two wings come together, they trying to do data centers. They want to put AI and they trying to suck all the natural resources. We got 99 problems, but Ebola ain't going to be one. So if you catch the Ebola boogie bug going around there, running wherever you running at, then you need to stay right where you caught it on that. You understand? That's like, you know how you do in the house, your husband and went out and cheated on you and then caught the what they call the burning wee. You like, no, you take that right back on where you get your wife done cheated on you. She done caught the oozy coochie. She got yellow stuff oozing out the coochie. You like, no, baby girl. You take that right back on where you got it from, right? Don't bring that, no. These Republic devils and Democrats. Watch this. This is what they doing to America. We ain't got Ebola. You need to keep that where it's at. We got this going on right here in our land. Copyright disclaimers on effect. We don't rights to the video. We're reacting to the video. This is what they doing to us right now.
Giant warehouses are popping up across the US, more than 2 every week. They feed AI algorithms, store photos, and answer our questions.
Hey Google.
A data center campus like this can consume as much power and water as an entire city. Many of the biggest server farms are emerging from the desert. But there's no official record of how many of these are being built, where they are, or even who owns them.
To be honest, I've never really run into so much resistance for records than this project.
Big tech companies often go to great lengths to hide the details. So we decided to build a map.
What we designed is a system to see not only the individual location of each data center across the country, but also where they cluster.
And for some,
these data centers looking like roaches on this map. Listen.
Never really.
Look all these dots. So we got 99 problems and we ain't trying to add Ebola to the list. We got these devils building these data centers everywhere, like roaches.
Run into so much resistance.
Come on, that's why the Euphrates dried on up. Let's go.
For records than this project.
Big tech companies often go to great lengths to hide the details. So we decided to build a map.
What we designed.
Look at the map. Look at all these. Oh, look where they congregated over here. Maryland. All of Maryland. What's that? Pennsylvania, Delaware. It's a lot in Virginia and Maryland. Right here too. North Carolina. What's that? No, South Carolina. A lot in Charlotte. A lot in Oklahoma. Well, a couple. But it's a lot up in here.
Is a system to see not only the individual location of each data center across the country, but also where they cluster.
And for some, these clusters are appearing too close to home. We went to meet people who say having data centers next door is affecting their health.
I had a hard time breathing. I couldn't sleep. I thought I was losing my mind.
Summertime is more of a during the winter it's like almost like an engine trying to start.
So how many data centers are there in the US? And is there enough power and water to satisfy a building boom that is only just getting started? Where I am standing now is at the middle of the data center capital of the world. This is Loudoun County, Virginia, otherwise known as Data Center Alley. And it may not look like much from down here, but just take a look from up above. These are Amazon data centers. Zoom out and you can see tech companies tend to build data centers in clusters, where there is a reliable power supply, access to enough water, as well as tax breaks and affordable land. But of course, these tend to also be places where lots of people already live, like Santa Clara County, California, or the most heavily populated part of Arizona, Maricopa County. And of course, here in Northern Virginia, the most densely populated part of the Washington, D.C. metro area, and one of the largest and fastest growing residential areas in the US.
Sister Paulus, you're going to learn everything about it tonight. So we're going to have a full understanding of what's going on. It's the AI, it's the digital infrastructure, it's the marks of the beast. It's the beast. That's what it is. It's the prophecy that is consuming all of the land and all of the resources and all of the water to create a singularity of this fallen angel. It's the Armageddon. It's the buildup of the Armageddon. All right. And it's to consume all of us and make us slaves to a system. All right. It is their God. All right. But anyway, this is how I look at these as pyramids from the ancient Kemet time. Pyramids were landing fields for the fallen angels, opening portals. These are your modern day portals, landing fields, like ley line markers, but they're facilitating energy hotspots of data and information to build the singularity of this artificial creation that they want to replace us with. That's what it is. But they're going to break down what's going on.
Fastest growing residential areas in the US.
Yeah, I mean, I was the fourth homeowner in this neighborhood, fourth to occupy a house in this neighborhood.
Donna Gallant has lived on this street in Prince William.
Shout out to beloved brother. So in Virginia, they got Data Center Alley. That's why on that map, it was a cluster. All right, let's continue.
County, Northern Virginia, for the last 30 years. All very peaceful until 2021, when things started to change. These are Google data centers, and ever since they started rising from the ground, Donna has been looking for answers.
There's no transparency, and
with the data center companies or with local authorities? Or
both.
Yeah.
So anytime you ask a question, it's, oh, we signed an NDA, we can't talk about it. Oh, we're under NDA, we can't talk about it. So there's no transparency at all.
The site isn't complete yet, but she says the noise is already taking its toll.
When I go to my room at night, the tonal noise immediately triggered my anxiety to the point where I couldn't sleep. I ended up having to go down on my first floor and put noise canceling headphones on just so I could sleep.
So that thing is right there, and look at the smoke coming out of it. And their houses is right there? That's crazy. That reminds me of those nuclear facilities they used to put up in the 70s.
But for Donna and her neighbors, this is just the start. Over the next few years, they will find themselves surrounded by a string of new data centers.
That's going to go from this road here all the way and around my neighborhood. That's where the data center is going to go. And that's going to be 75 feet tall, dead smack in the middle of a neighborhood.
Zoom out a little more and you can see this plot of land. It was originally meant for housing, but in 2023 it was rezoned to clear the way for the construction of data centers instead. Prince William County already has over 70 data centers, but if this master plan for a data center opportunity zone is fully realized, together with Loudoun County to the north, they'll have more data centers than Russia. Donna set up a local campaign to challenge the rezoning, but the lawsuit was dismissed.
Yeah, it's heart-wrenching. It's heart-wrenching. Do I have ill feelings towards the data center industry for that? Yes, I do. I think we all need it. It's the
y'all need to move. Shout out to beloved brother. They need to move. That's crazy. All right, so anyway.
Way the world is going, but do I think dropping it next to people's homes is the right answer? No.
There is no definitive public directory of data centers, no official map, no single regulator to ask, or government agency to FOIA.
So, it's been really tricky to kind of get these records because the companies don't want to disclose all of that information.
By tricky, we mean redacted records and requests denied on the grounds of trade secrets. It turns out there is one that most data centers need: backup generators, in case the grid fails. And anyone who wants to install a generator needs to apply for an air quality permit.
So what we set out to do was request all of the permits that are issued to data centers for those backup generators.
That meant filing public record requests for air permits in every state. They list the capacity of the generator, so we can extrapolate the power needs of the data center. They also provide clues about who owns it. Take this hotspot rapidly expanding close to Columbus, Ohio.
There are at least 164 emergency generators permitted here. This is a data center where the air permit was applied for by an LLC called Magellan Enterprises LLC.
Yeah, I agree. Everybody can't move. That was a general way to address, and that's not the proper way to handle that. You're right. Everybody just can't move. It's prophecy, bro, and it's coming. So you're just gonna have to really get righteous, and the Most High can cover you. Because the Most High, everybody listen, the Most High will cover you because y'all know they've been spraying chemtrails, they've been poisoning our food. We all should be dead by now. Honestly, we should all be vegetables. And we're not. Why do you think we're not? A lot of times we don't realize that the Most High is working on our behalf because we're so busy lifing, right? Just lifing, going along, not understanding that the Most High been covering us this whole time. You understand? They've been poisoning us forever. Streaks all in the sky. They've been jabbing us with all type of vaccines. They didn't put fluoride in our toothpaste. They didn't put all type of toxins in the waters. They used to have lead in the paint. They did everything that they can possibly do, and we still ain't dead. You understand? Now some get sick and stuff, but I'm talking about the general. That's the Most High's grace and mercy, because they would have already reduced the population by a sane amount, like they want to reduce it. You know what I mean? By like what they want to reduce it by, like 2/3. 2/3 will perish. Okay. But I'm telling you, you got to understand, most people not giving the credit, understand. I know my father has been taking care of me because I done been on this earth for 5 centuries, 5 centuries, 500 years. I hadn't been here. You understand? I done been here for decades and decades. I done seen it all. I done seen them pump crack and coke and heroin and chemtrails and everything. They just keep doing everything, and they still can't wipe us. It's because the Most High, Georgia Godstone, the Most High is covering this church, and he's going to continue to cover us.
Excuse me. But the company has.
Go ahead.
We have a question when you're ready for it.
Okay. Go ahead. Go ahead. If it's one, go ahead. Just ask it.
It's from Cindy. She asked how much they pay them to make them sick. How do they name their price at the expense of these people?
Oh, she's saying to go over there and try. I think she's speaking on those who be going over there to try to help people. I honestly, it's a mixed bag because a lot of the white people who be trying to help and be going to these countries, a lot of them be really trying to help. They be actually good people that be going into Africa and they be trying to bring in resources. A lot of them be trying to help. Now, the ones like, they got agents that they send over, right? And those usually be the ones, let me explain, running the company that the missionaries or volunteers, right? That it be honestly American whites. There's a lot of American whites that are actually good people, and they actually want to help, and they go into the jungles and they be like, we're going to help the people. But the crazy part is a lot of the times the companies or the ministry, right? Because it be churches and stuff too, that's sending them over, they have the different agenda, right? So they use them. They're like sheep, pawns, right? So the ones who be the like supervisors or the managers of it, right? They'll it's the same thing like they did in Haiti under the Clinton administration, right? When they went in and they sent the volunteers that was going over to help when the Haiti earthquake, right? And the Clintons sent theirs, and they was kidnapping the children into the Epstein stuff, right? So a lot of the lower people, whites who were going over there trying to actually help, they get caught up. So what happens is a lot of them be volunteering and thinking they're helping, trying to go forward. Yeah, I'm about to go and spend 6 months in the Congo, and I'm going to help the little Congolese people and everything. And they go over there and they get caught into some whole Ebola thing, right? And then they get caught into some whole Ebola thing, and now they stuck. Now they sick. You understand? When the ones who was the manager company, and if they get the agenda done, they get money off of it and they sell the people out. That's how it's always been. It's nothing new under the sun. This is how a lot of the how can I say this? A lot of the atrocities that has happened throughout generations for all nations, it happened from some people who thought they were doing a good thing. That's a crazy. One of the greatest devices of the serpent is to make people think they're doing a good thing, and you're really working for the devil and you just don't know it. You know what I'm saying? That's why the Bible tells us to be wise as the serpent, right? So a lot of people, they be sheeps. You understand? They be, right? Just like the nation states be having people. All right, let me explain. They had back in the whatever year that was, they had a bunch of white people that signed up to be $5 Indians, right? They paid money, and they was able to designate themselves Indian to get all type of rights and land and everything. You fast forward 100 years, you got all these people thinking they're Native American. Right? I'm like, it's crazy work. So the people who descend from it, it's kind of they don't even know. They were just thinking they born. It's the same like those people into it's not real land, right? That land over there, you got a lot of those people in that it's not real land. It is not real. They think they think they real, and it is not real. Okay, so now you got you got the how can I say, the puppet masters, the controllers. So they always bank on people's ignorance. The Bible says my people are destroyed for a lack of knowledge. So again, they play on the masses to, just like you have, no disrespect, but you have a lot of people who so busy, they listen clearly, they hate Trump, right? They're like, Trump this, Trump is bad, Trump is the devil, Trump is this, Trump is that, right? But then they think Kamala is better, or Joe Biden. I'm like, or the Clinton. I'm like, bro, they all. So it's crazy work that it's like, bro, you just like Trump. So what? Biden was good. That's how you know the people are dumbed down, the masses, and that's the most dangerous. The most dangerous person is a fool. Because let me explain. The fool is the most dangerous because the fool can be used as a tool. He can be manipulated, okay? And he can think he's doing something for righteous sake. The wise person ain't the most dangerous Because the wise person is doing things strategically. And when you're doing things methodically and strategically, there is what you call a pattern that another wise person can detect the pattern and mount a defense against. But a fool does things just willy-nilly, haphazardly. So you can't really map a defense against a fool because they're liable to do anything. Do you get what I'm saying? That's the whole spiritual warfare fact that you really have to understand spiritual or physical military prowess to understand that the most dangerous thing is a fool. That's the most dangerous thing. And they've dumbed the world down. Do you not understand that they've dumbed the education down so much that a lot of people are just fools? They just ignorant. So if you got a whole generations of fools, then you got a whole generation of easily manipulated tools that can be used for destruction. That is a bomb drop right there from the Most High. It's a whole fact. That's why the wise, we have to sit back, okay? And we have to watch the devices of the serpent, but watch what he's using as tools. Yes, an MK Ultra army of the whole population. So the political system is able to manipulate them. So they got them, pro this and pro that, and don't even understand you're both being used, right? So you got the far right being far crazy, and you got the far left being far crazy, and both of them think they're righteous. Do you get it? And they both doing it in Jesus' name. Oh, somebody told you all right. And they both doing it in the name of Jesus Christ. And if you don't know where this religion come from, if you don't know this made up, that ain't the Hebrew Messiah. That is not from the Safariyah that they call the Bible. That is the Roman, Greco, Diddy, Epstein, devils, Baal worshipers, all of it. So it's it's nothing new under the sun. They've been doing this since ancient times. That's why the Bible says, study to show yourself approved, diligently seek, be wise as a serpent, as you harmless as a dove. Know the devices of the serpent. That's why I do current events. That's why we break down scripture. I'm about to break down something crazy. I should just get into it. You understand? Because there's something called a gray area. Let me get into it. I don't care. I'm gonna get back to this data center. Let me do it. Let me do it. It's still 90 something people here. All right. Let me get into it now before it get too late. All right. Let's drop the teaching. All right. Because y'all know I could do this stuff all day. Here we go. Let me teach y'all something. Have y'all seen this symbol right here? Right. Everybody tell me this. Let's go. Time to teach. Come on. All right. I know y'all come here for the teaching. Time to teach this word. Time to teach some fruit. Right? Y'all seen this symbol right here, right? Hold on, I think I already opened it up. Yeah, there it go. So click it and then come back to y'all. Let's go, Hakiyama. Time to cheats. Start share, right? I can talk that. I'm gonna get back to that other data stuff and get to the breakdown, but let's teach something now, right? Y'all seen this symbol right here before, right? Everybody seen this symbol, right? And that's the yin and the yang, right? That's a Chinese symbol, right? The Asian symbol, right? So the yin and the yang, right? So the yin is the black and the yang is the white, right? All right. Now, I'm going to teach y'all what this is. Now, the symbol is really not called the yin and the yang. It's actually called Taiji, but they call it Tai Chi. The symbol is actually Taiji, all right? But people think it's the yin and the yang. All right, now, let me do this. Let's go. I'm about to break something down. Now, I got something I'm going to show, and I'm going to slow it down because it can get you sick, meaning you'll see when I get there. But I'm going to show y'all something, and this is about the lukewarm and extremes, extreme left, extreme right, and the order of completion. Yeah, Tai Chi. All right, now, this is it's ancient ritualistic culture, but I'm going to explain biblically what this really means. All right. So where I'm going to go with this? So the first thing I'm going to go, right? I'm going to share, let me see. Do I want to share the video first and then break down? Yeah. Let me do that. So I'm going to explain something because the Bible says the Most High created good and evil, right? But there's something called kalalaya, completion, okay? So now, if the Bible says the Most High created good and evil, and we know that sin or evil cannot compass the Most High's presence, so then how did the Most High create good and evil? See, it's a transliteration that they don't understand the original tongue of the manuscript, all right? Now, the confusion comes in transliteration. All right, so there is a word in the original Habariya, ancient pictograph Hebrew tongue, not Canaanite Hebrew, right? And it's called kalalaya, and it means the completion. The Most High created completion, meaning he didn't create a half, he created everything in totality, a whole. So what this means is that everything would have an opposite to manifest what the thing is. So if the Most High created good, right, and all he created was good, then there would be nothing to how can I say, to explain or magnify or represent or acknowledge what good is if it wasn't bad. If there was no bad, we would never know what good is. If there was no down, we would never know what up is. You see, if there was no left, we would never know what right is. In order for a thing to be witnessed in this second world, this universe, some of them call it, there has to be the opposite to be able to manifest the thing. Right? That's how we know evil, because we know good. He created completion. And in that completion, the thing, whatever it is, manifests itself. Meaning, whatever thing that you call on, whatever spirit you come in, whatever energy you bring is going to denote whether what you're going to be able to see what it is, because it's a completion. If I come righteous and good, then you can see it because you know what bad is. Do you understand? You can see what holy is because you know what unholy is. You know what unrighteous is. So if I do righteous acts and righteous things, you can determine that I'm righteous because you know what unrighteous is, because he created the completion of everything. And in that, that's where you have good and evil. So in the statement, when he says, I am the Most High, I created good and evil, right? I'm paraphrasing. That in the original tongue would have been kalala ya. I am the Most High, I created kalala ya, completion. Okay, so the Most High does not create evil because evil can't compass him. He created everything in totality, a completion. Now, man, with your free will, it's what you do with whatever is given. Your free will is what you're going to get back. So if you be righteous, you're going to be identified as righteous. From your works, you know them by their fruit. From the thing that you do or what you call on is what you get. That's where the Hindus, that's where the Eastern traditions got karma. That's what got the word karma. Now, There is something in the American language that we call 360 degrees, all right? We call this thing in degrees. 360 is what we call it. It's a complete circle. It's completion. So 360 degrees equal one cycle. I'm about to show y'all something. I'm going somewhere, Delarisha. Let's go. I'm about to show y'all something. 360 degrees in the English transliterated tongue would be the Kalalaya. So the Bible says, I am the Most High, I created 360. I created completion. Okay? Now, not 180. 180 is a half of 360. Now, this is where they get the philosophy of karma and the yin and yang. It is the great equilibrium. It is the stillness. Everybody, the complete totality of the what they call 360 degrees is the stillness. I'm going to show you a representation with your eyes, and you're going to see that when everything spins and rotates, all right, I'm going to show y'all something. Everything is energy and everything is movement. All right? Your molecules, the atoms, everything spins. Now, there is a cycle and there is a degree, okay? And when a thing spins and completes 360 degrees, it completes one full revolution or cycle. And once it hits that 360, each time it hits it, it stops and reverses. I'm going to show you. It's a stillness. It's like the eye of the storm of the hurricane. In the center is stillness in the midst of the chaos. Everybody listen. It is a constant revolution, but there is stillness in the oneness. The 360 is a completed cycle, and it is a one totality. This, what you're seeing on the screen, the Eastern philosophers, right? This is a representation of the oneness. I'm going to show you though, all right? I'm getting ahead. I'm trying to walk it on in. I'm about to show you. Now, I'm going to let's do the image, because I'm going to do the image, then I'm going to come back and I put a whole slideshow together for y'all, all right? Now, I'm going to do it here. I want to do it in my program because I might not be able to slow it up enough. I'm going to try to do it with this first. And if I can't slow it up enough, then I'll use it in my Premiere Pro program because I can slow the revolutions down. Now, I can't play it because it can give some people, what they call that thing. It can make people epileptic. People into an epileptic shock, all right? But so I'm going to stop it and slow it down. And it makes me a little sick when I try to watch it a little bit, right? So this is I'm not going to show it in its fullness, so I don't have to really do the epileptic disclosure. Yeah, vertigo, all right? So here we go. I'm going to, where is it? It's this one, come back. All right, watch this. We're going somewhere. This is going to be very, very key and important, all right, to our life and what they're doing. Here we go. All right, and our Bible. Stop share. I'm going to go share screen, right here. Now this right here is a presentation, and this is the image of the yin and yang. Now it's going to rotate, but as you see, I'm going to play it. It's going to start off slow. So it's going to go from 0.0 frames, and it's going to go to 360 degrees. And we are to understand what happens when it goes from 0, when it gets to 180, and then when it gets to 360. So when we started off, it starts off slow. Let's watch. See? And then it starts to go faster and faster and faster and faster and faster, right? Don't, let me stop because I don't want to get people nauseous. I don't want to get you, all right? So right here it's at 33.7 degrees a frame, right? So as it starts from 0, it goes slow, and the closer it gets, everybody, to 180 degrees, it goes faster and faster and faster. All right? So I'm not gonna play it because I don't like what they I don't know. I don't know. Stuff be witchcraft and stuff give you vertigo, make you nauseous, made me a little nauseous, right? So, but what I can tell you, as much as I can tolerate, and I look at a point when it goes really fast, these 2 dots become, I think they become 4, then they become 6, then they become 8, right? And then they spread, right? But anyway, let me show you. So you're starting it off, right? See, it's slow as it's revoluting, right? It's going faster, 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 right? Right? Yeah, it makes a swastika. Yeah, it does. Now, I'm going to go forward because I don't want to play it, right? They got sounds playing. Then I'm going to play a little. It's going really fast here. Right? Right? 54. Right? Then we're going to speed it up to 69. Right? Right? Some people can sit there and watch it the whole time. It'll make me really dizzy. Yeah, really fast. It makes a swastika too. Right? Now I'm going to go up to 90. Right? That's going to be going really fast. Now, the revolutions go faster and faster as it gets to the 180, the halfway mark. Now I'm going to go to 120. Look how fast it's going. Right? Now, you can see it's forming, right? Now we at 133.4 frames, right? Faster and faster. Now we're at 150, right? And then I want y'all to see what starts to happen as it gets near the 180. It's going fast. All right, now y'all see that right there? As it got to the 160, the closer it's getting to 180, it starts to merge. Let me explain. It's starting to merge. Look. See? So now about 166, it's starting to merge. All right? Now let's continue. Shout out to Dirty Clean in the building. And E-Qualls. Now did y'all see that? The closer it's getting to 180, it starts to turn gray. Everybody listen. The white and the black starts to merge and become gray. All right? I'm gonna put it back a little bit. And as the faster you see, it's starting to turn gray. Oh, dang it, that hurt my, it kind of hurts me a little bit, right? I can only take a little at a time. Now, we at 177, okay? So we're getting closer to the 180, the halfway mark. It started to merge and become one, and it turns gray. Now right there, I'm gonna go back a little further. What you can't really see, that's why I say I'm gonna show my program. When it gets to the 180, what it does is it reverses. All right, let me show you. So the closer it gets to 180, it starts to merge and they become one, and it goes into the gray area. I'm going somewhere. And once it hit 180 degrees, it reverses and it goes in the opposite direction. Now let me explain. Watch, let me show you. Hold on, go a little further. There we go, there we go. And now it's gonna reverse. Did y'all see it? Now look, it's going the opposite direction. So as it speeds to go into the 180, the two merge, they become one. They turn gray. Once it hits the 180, it reverses in the opposite direction as the gray, and then they merge out of the gray back in to the two separate forces going in the opposite direction to 360. All right, I know I'm going somewhere. Y'all hang in there with me. I'm going somewhere. All right? So I'm gonna show it a little bit again. See it? Yep, and then we're in the other direction. Now it's going this way. All right, so now they separate going in the other direction. Now it goes from 200, right? So now it goes from this direction. So in this direction, it started off slow, right? See? And it went all the way, and the fastest point, everybody listen, the fastest point was the halfway mark, 180 degrees. That was the fastest rotation of speed. And it merged and turned gray. And then once it hit the 180, it reversed in the opposite direction. And it's at its highest speed, and then it starts to slow down. So on the way to 180, it's gaining speed. On the way from 180, it's reducing speed. Now, I'm gonna go from 190 200, right? Now I'm gonna go further because I don't want nobody to feel lethargic. Now I'm gonna go up to 300. That's that swastika thing, if y'all seen it, right? Let me continue. See how it's slowing down? 290, 300, 310, 316, 320, 330. See, 340. 360. All right. So I stopped and made a still frame at that to the 360. Now let me explain. As it went from the 180, it reversed into the opposite direction. And as it continued to the completion, it went back still again. Right here. So the 360 is the stillness, the completion. Now, the 180 was the chaos. All right? Now I'm gonna show you, I'm gonna break this down. This 180 was the chaos. Now, at 360, it's spinning, at the 180, at 360, it is spinning so fast in the right direction that it appears to stand still. Let me explain. Everybody, this is when it's not spinning. Everybody listen clearly. 0, It's not spinning. Now watch this. Now it starts to spin. Here, it is spinning so fast. Look. Hold on. It is spinning faster and faster that it's appearing to slow down. And when it gets to 360, it's spinning so fast that it appears to stand still. Now this presentation is a physical, or what do they call that when you have those type of physical presentation? I'm sorry, I can't think of the name. But at 360, it is actually spinning so fast that it appears to us as standing still. So what is concluded from the experiment, that's what it is, an experiment, is that stillness is the highest and fastest frequency. Everything is in motion. The completion of the 360, which is the Kalalaya, is the highest frequency. So stillness is the peace. As it left from standing still at 0, and until it sped up so fast that to our senses, it went to 180 and it reversed. There is something at the 180 mark that a change happened, and it actually looked like it started to reverse and slow down, but it actually was speeding up. And when it got to the 360, it went back to appearing totally still. They call this frequency or speed rotation the frequency, the highest frequency. The Most High exists in that frequency. He said, I exist where? In the stillness. It is the completion, everybody. He says, I am the Most High. I created good and evil. Completion. The Most High would not, evil can't compass the Most High. It didn't say evil. In Habariyah, that's the word Kalalaya. In the completion, in the stillness, I exist. So that stillness, that completed state, is where the Most High exists. At 180 degrees of rotation, the things became a unified shade of gray. Oh, everybody, come on, y'all listen to me. Now, that's called the gray area. In the Bible, it is called not being lukewarm, not being half. The Most High caused us to be complete because he created completion. We're not to be gray area, lukewarm. It's the danger zone. So when it got to that 180 mark, it was spinning so fast that something happened at the lukewarm, at the 180, it merged and it became gray area. The Messiah said, I will spit you out my mouth. Do you understand? Be hot. Oh, come on, Hayazak. Listen, the hot is 360. It's spinning so fast that it's still. And the cold is the beginning part where it was actually not rotating at all. But if we don't rotate, we cease to exist. Let me explain. We are atoms spinning in molecules at high rotations, so everything is constantly moving. If it doesn't move, then it won't exist. It is cold, it is still, meaning dead still. But at the completion of the frequency of the Most High, it's spinning so fast that it is in peace. It is total, it's in its totality. At the 180-degree rotation, everything became a unified shade of gray. All right. Now, everything is in constant motion, but it is a peaceful, ordered motion. That is called Mayam. Everybody, Mayam is the Habariya ancient Hebrew letter, well, it's an Adiyat letter for water. Okay. They call it Mem in the Canaanite Hebrew. It's Mayam. It's movement. So everything is in constant, perpetual movement as Mayam. And Mayam can be chaos. Do you understand? That's one of the attributive descriptors of the Adiyat letter of the Habariya Mayam. Okay? That's where they get the letter M in the Greek, in our alphabet. Okay? Now, Mayam is chaos, but Mayam is ever moving, okay? It's a constant motion, okay? And it is a portal, all right? So technically, all that is happening is every frame, the image is being, what we just saw, the image was being rotated by a number of degrees. So if we rotate the frame by frame at the 180 degree mark, the image is rotating halfway around. So we see, with our visual eyes, that it flipped back and forth between the frames. That's why it looked like it reversed to us. So when we cram enough of these frames in each second of a video, and we go over the limit that our eyes can see, our brain tells us that we're essentially viewing two frames at the same time. So it combines the two colors and we get a gray image. This is what's happening at the 180 mark. This is they do this in gematria, they do this in alchemy, they do this in sorcery, they do this in, okay? This is understanding the rotations, the revolutions, the vibrations of matter and energy, right? And all things, you understand? So we're what we're explaining now, and I'm gonna get back to this yin yang thing, right? This is a rotation of energy. A Jedi mind trick. That's what it was. All right. So when we go over the limit that our eye can see, the brain tells us that we're viewing two frames at the same time. So it combines and merges at the 180 mark, a gray image. Now, in this video that I just showed, they're constantly changing the number of degrees per frame. So we won't get to see the perfect invert for a long time. But if they held at the 180 degree mark for a longer period of time than just a few frames, it would have been able to be completely gray. Now, if what I'm explaining is because what we see here, because we can only see a limited amount, right? So we see a hint of the merging. See right there, gray. But you still see the dots, and you still see, right? But if we had, if how can I say? Because they're constantly changing the number of degrees, we won't see the full inversion because it is happening so fast. But if we was able to hold it at the 180 degree mark for a longer period of time than just a few frames, it will be completely gray with no indication of the dots or intersecting lines. It will be a complete gray circle. The dots would disappear, the lines would disappear. It would be complete union of the two, gray area. All right. At 180 degrees of rotation, things become a complete unified shade of gray. All right. Now, we got to understand that everything rotates. Everything is in constant motion, but it's a peaceful Mayam movement motion. And that's where the serpent seed in the world wants us to live today. They want us, everybody, to stay in a 180-degree cycle. Listen, let me explain. These serpent seeds that manipulate, we're talking about data centers, we're talking about viruses, we're talking about chemtrails, we're talking about vaccines, we're talking about fluoride, we're talking about trick knowledge, we're talking about religion, we're talking about drugs, we're talking about pharmakeia, we're talking about sin. The serpent seed understands what I'm explaining to you, this experiment. So they keep us at a 180-degree cycle, right? Because with keeping us at that cycle is keeping us in chaos. All right, now listen clearly. Fake education, everything. Because if they can keep us spinning at a 180-degree cycle, and we think, because remember I said if you can stop the frames and see, you would see that everything disappears and everything is in one lukewarm gray area pot. But they have us living at the 180-degree cycle, not the 360-degree. Now listen, the 360-degree is actually peace. It's actually the completion. We will be living our life at a rotation that is one with the Most High. It'll be complete stillness. He created Kalalaya, the completion. He says, I exist in the stillness. The Most High is at the 360-degree mark, but they stop us at the 180 to have us live in the gray area. Chaos, the cycle of chaos. Okay. It's the area when we're not at peace, not at Shalayam. The 180-degree cycle is the realm of maybe. It's the realm of what if. The realm of I hope so. All right? It's in the space of if only I could. Or please let this work. You see, it's the space of uncertainty, chaos, not confidence, not belief, but doubt. It's the halfway there mark. Doubt is chaos. So they keep us, everybody. The Safariyah that they call the Bible tells us to believe and it will come to pass. 360, they keep us at 180. They keep us having just not enough. You get it? They doing it with the economy. They keep raising the prices of things, but not raising our wages. So they having us in 180 that we can't get peace. We can't get shalom because we got to work like somebody just said earlier, like, we can't sell the house. See, remember when I said, well, if they build in the data centers, sell your house. And what did everybody say? Well, what if we can't sell the house because the market, 180, dangling the carrot stick. If they can keep us all in a 180-degree cycle, then we will never have peace in Shalayam. Do you understand? Because we're supposed to be in the 360. It is a 180 megahertz. That's what it is, because each rotation equal a hertz. That's actually correct. It equal a hertz. So the 180-degree cycle is not the completion. It's the gray area. All right. And they keep us constantly in the 180. That's where the serpent seed wants us, in an incomplete state, the gray area. They give us enough, then they pull it away to keep us in a limbo state. The 180 incomplete state, a state of manufactured chaos that looks like stillness. Shalom, Victorious Sharon. So the 180 state, it looks like stillness. That's why if I could slow the frames down. When it got to the 180, it turned totally gray, and it was a gray circle with no dots and no lines. It looked like it was at peace. If we could stop it and slow it down. But it wasn't. It was at chaos. It wasn't until it got to the 360 where it appeared to be still and we can see it. You can see it looked like it just stopped and it's at still, but it's actually spinning faster than it was at that chaos 360. That Mayam, everybody, that Mayam is chaos because in the Kalalaya of Mayam is chaos, chaotic like the waters, like the tides, right? But Mayam is necessary to bring forth life, the completion. We come through the womb, the water. We come through the water, the Mayam of the water, to come from the spirit realm to manifest into the physical realm. You understand? So the water, the Mayam, is needed. You understand? So this is the constant motion. All right? Now, they keep us in the 180, an incomplete state. It's called the gray area, lukewarm. The Messiah, the Bible says, I'll spit you out my mouth. That 180 is a manufactured chaos. You know how, what they do? The devil is not a creator. He's a manipulator, right? He manufactures. He steals what the Most High have. The 180 is a stealing of the 360. The Most High exists in the true stillness. The true stillness is the 360. You understand? The completion, the manufactured. Let me explain. The true stillness come after the hurricane is gone. Now let me explain. When the hurricane comes, you get the first wind, right? You get the first chaos. But in the middle is what? Stillness. That is the 180. The eye, the center, they call it the eye. And everything goes back to sign. The sun comes out, the shine. But those who have the wisdom understands it ain't over. That's the manufactured stillness. It ain't still. It ain't still until the other half come and it's over and it goes past. That's the completion, the 360, the storm is over. So this 180 that happens is the eye. They keep us in the eye of the storm so that they can emit the chaos at any time they want. Do you understand? Now, the 180 is incomplete state of manufactured chaos that looks like the stillness. It's like the Antichrist. It's what they're going to say when the Bible says, don't follow it, don't listen to it. It is not the Messiah. It is the fake Messiah. That's not the 360. That's not the Kalalaya, the completion. That's the 180. That's the gray area. It's manufactured chaos that looks like stillness, but it's not stillness. Stillness is being calm. Stillness is being unbothered. Stillness is being at peace in your inner self, the inner state of being calm, serene, unbothered. Like if you're in a blessed state and you go on a vacation and everything is peaceful and bliss, right? That stillness that you have is if you can have that same state while you're in a crisis. If you can be in a crisis state and have the same repose or the same energy that you had when everything was going good. That's what I showed tonight when that troll, the Most High sent him on purpose because it bothered my spirit. Do you understand? It wanted me to disrupt my spirit when that troll came earlier and he was calling us ghetto and this and we're, hating on the so-called black, right? It bothered my spirit, but it wanted me to like mock him and ridicule, and thus I can offend my brother. So I would be coming outside of my peaceful 360 righteous state and it wanted to pull me into the gray area. You understand? But what did I do? In the midst of that storm, I maintained my inner spirit, my inner self. I maintained my state, my peace in the midst of that storm. Do you get it? Now, that's real stillness is when you have the ability to sustain your peace, your state in the midst of a crisis, in the midst of a storm. Now, it's very hard to do in this dark second world. It's very hard to achieve because when Adam and Eve transgress, we are now born in sin and iniquity, and the sin is lodged in our heart. So we are to die to the flesh daily, and we have to expel this stony heart and receive the spiritual heart, the circumcised heart of the Most High. Okay, so because of the physical state that we're born into in the second world, it's really hard to achieve an unbothered state of shalom while you're in the midst of a crisis, because our nervous system has been programmed through thousands of years to get agitated and to go into flight or fight mode. Our nervous system has been programmed, okay, to go into fight or flight mode on the least provocation or threat. So when that troll came in here, my nervous system was agitating me to go into fight mode and want me to disrespect and want me to annihilate him as he was trying to insult me and ridicule me. It wanted me to one up in the ridicules, insulting of him. And in doing that, I could have offended someone else who might watch the channel from the African content. And by me talking about him and disrespecting him, I could have been disrespecting them and actually made them go away from the channel, when the Most High might have me to bring out some truth to bring them to the Father. So it takes me off my purpose. Do you understand? Because my nervous system has been programmed for thousands of years to fight or flight. Do you understand? Now, the difference between having control over the fight or flight response is that just because of a provocation or threat, the Bible says the devil is a provoker. He provocates. Okay. Now, the Messiah said, in the midst of the storm, I leave you my peace. Shalom. Now, shalom. So now, instead of flight or fight, when the provocation or threat happens, the first thing I'm supposed to do is be thinking clearly to make a strategic plan, whether to how I'm going to flight, if I'm going to move, or how I'm going to fight, if I have to fight. Okay? The wise person is the one who thinks in the midst of the war. Okay? Come on. It's the one who's able to calculate, the one who, as a provider and a protector, I can't be all emotional and triggered if someone provoke or agitate as a threat, because then I'm thinking out of emotion, I'm reacting. Okay, I can't be in reactionary mode, because then I'm being used as someone as a pawn that someone can use me to move me. Okay, so that means I need to, now listen clearly, that state is the 180 state. That's the rotation. 360 means I'm spinning at a higher speed. Listen, my rotation is on a higher, what they call that? What y'all call that, guys? They call it in the conscious community, I'm vibrating on a higher vibration. See what I mean? These are where these terminologies come from. All through the Eastern. That's why we're doing this yin yang stuff. I'm gonna get there in a second. Y'all, this gonna be dope, right? This goes through all cultures, right? It's mankind trying to learn the dynamics of the spiritual in relation to the physical, right? Yeah, they say you vibrating on a higher frequency, right? So if I allow people to provoke me and threats and everything to get me to react, then I'm on a lower frequency. But if I vibrate on a higher frequency, the 3, that's the 180. It's a gray area, a limbo. I'm easily reacted. It's a chaotic state. Okay, it can be manipulated. It can be controlled. It's a false sense of stillness. You know how some people think that they are in control, but they're really not in control? Shout out to Moody Naps. They're really not in control. They're actually, that's why I said, when I said to when we was breaking down when the question when she said, well, why are they going over there trying to fight the Ebola? And so what money are they paying? I said some of them think they're doing something good, right? They think they're doing something righteous, but they're actually being manipulated because they don't have the full of awareness. So they're vibrating on a frequency that they can't understand the serpent's frequency. That's why the Bible says, be wise as the serpent. The serpents ain't dumb. So they're vibrating on a high, dark frequency. Just because it's a frequency doesn't mean it's righteous, because it's kalalaya, it's completion. Do you understand? All right. So they reverberate on a high, dark frequency. So you have to reverberate on a high righteous frequency, light frequency. Do you understand? And the light controls the dark. So in the righteousness of the completion, if we're both vibrating on the same frequency and I'm light and you're dark, I'm going to be victorious. Now, our nervous system has been programmed to go into fight or flight mode at the least provocation or threat. The point that we have to do is to train reprogram our hardware, our nervous system, retrain again to make us relearn or, listen, remember the calmness. We have to remember the stillness. We have to understand that the stillness is within us. The Most High created us into this 360 degrees. He exists in the stillness. So what do we have to do? We have to retrain our nervous system, our hardware, our thoughts to remember the Most High. Shout out to Saudi Tate. That's why they had fringes on their clothing and stuff, right? Remember the Most High when you're about to sin and transgress, when you're about to react on a 180-degree level, okay? When you're about to remember the Most High. All right, now we have to retrain ourselves to remember the Most High, because that's where the completion is, not the false completion of Hasatan. The 180 that you think is the real, it's not. It's false. It's a fake illusion. That's why Hayazak said when we got to the 360 and it looked like it was merging, it was just an illusion. That's the illusion that Hasatan has people in religion and all that. Everybody's running around in a 180. So we need to retrain our hardware to relearn and remember the stillness, the calmness, the 360. Now, ego, beloved brother, the ego is the trap. Ego is an illusion, and all fear stems from the ego. Everybody, fear is not real. Fear is not of the Most High. The ego, that's an illusion. The ego exists in the 180. It's the false illusion of yourself. That's why people, their ego controls them. Their ego is their self because they don't have control of their self. Their spirit is a slave to the flesh, and the flesh feeds the ego because the flesh is in the 180, in the chaos. That's the sin from Adam, and it's lodged in the heart. So in the 180 is the ego. It's the false sense of self. Okay, and ego, everybody, ego is where the fear stems from. Fear is not real. So that the only thing that really can disturb us from our complete stillness is fear. That's why the Bible says, do not fear. The Bible says, fear not. Now, it looked like a contradiction, because it tells us in the original tongue to have Yara. Yara is a Habariya original pictograph word that they transliterated as fear, but that's not what it means. So when the Bible tells us to have fear, and say fear the Most High, etc., it's telling us to have yara, that's respect, that's reverence of the Most High's authority, that's ahabaya, love. That's what yara means. It doesn't mean scared, anxious, timid. It doesn't mean, right? That's why the Bible says fear not. And then all through the Bible, it says have fear. And you're like, hold up, that's a contradiction because it doesn't say that. It says yara. When it says fear not, it's talking in the English language. Don't have stress and anxiety and all that. That's not of the Most High. That is of the ego. That disturbs you from the completion, the 360. In the 180, you have the fake illusion, the ego lodges there. And that, with that chaos, is where fear is lodged. Okay? So the Bible tells us when it says to have fear, it says fear the Most High. It looks like a contradiction, but it's a lack of understanding of the tongue that it was originally written in. It's a translation and transliteration issue. It's an error. Okay? Now, we are not to have fear. We are to have reverence and respect. We train our nervous system. Now we have to retrain our nervous system, retrain our hardware that fear is not real and we do not have to react to fear. Okay, once we can retrain our thoughts and our processes from the 180 to understand that this is an illusion and that fear and this ego, the fear is not real and we don't have to react to it. We don't have to be reactionary. Our core state of stillness is achieved. That's in the Bible when the Messiah says, in the midst of the storm, I leave you my peace, my shalom. But we don't know how to attain it. These are the spiritual warfare tools that I'm teaching you how to attain that peace in the midst of the storm. So when the fear comes, you don't react to it. You tap into your 360 core and you understand that I need to think and react in the midst of this storm. I need to think before I react in the midst of this storm. And the only way I can do that clear-headed is if I have clearness and stillness of mind. Okay. Now, the thing is, we don't need to learn stillness. It's not something that we have to learn because we are stillness. When I said earlier, we have to remember the Most High in us, the stillness, and we need to remember Him. He exists in the stillness. Stillness is a state of being. It's a place. Everybody, stillness is a place, a spiritual place, and we have to go there intentionally. I'm trying to teach you how to get that in the midst of the storm, how to get out of the 180 and to live and exist in the completion, the 360, the Kalala Yah. And in that, when it showed in the presentation, when it got to 360, it looked like it was still, like it stopped. But it was still rotating faster than ever. That's that stillness. The way that you get there is you have to see it as a destination. That's why the Most High said, I exist in that stillness. So it's a place, a spiritual place that we have to intentionally get ourselves to. We got to intentionally get out of the limbo, the gray area of the 180, and make it to the stillness of the 360. We have to remove the layers of dirt from the ego that's built up and conditioning, the dirt and build up and conditioning of sin that surrounds the stillness. So around the stillness is the trappings of the world. Okay, the conditioning, the sin, the dirt, the lies, the cheating, the stealing, the flesh. All right, they surround like crows around the stillness. And how do we get to the stillness? We get there by awareness. We get there by remembrance, and we get there by repentance. The way that we get to the stillness is chipping away at it layer by layer, until we attain that stillness again. We've been removed from it. It's like we're chipping away at something to get to the center, the stillness. We want to get to the core. All right. Now, we remove the layers, and we do this by remembrance, repentance, and awareness. Awareness to know what it is. Remembrance to keep it in the forefront, that when you're going through something, you got to remember, be still and know that I'm Yah. Don't panic. Don't fight or flight. Stay conscious. You're in the 180. Keep calm so that you can maintain the 360. Do y'all hear me? You want to come out of the 180 and say, okay, I got to gather myself, right? This too shall pass. Let me function. Let me get back in my 360, in my completion of self. The Most High in the stillness, he exists in the stillness. I need to go to the small, still space. That's why the Bible says, go into your still space, your closet, your spiritual closet. The stillness is a space, everybody. And we got to be aware of what's happening, aware of the stillness, remember the stillness, and repentance. This is how we chip away layer by layer until we can attain the stillness again, until we reach that shalom, that peace, the oneness with the Most High. The stillness is the oneness. So the 360 is the reason why it looks like it stops when it gets to that rotation, is because it becomes one. It's a completed state. The Most High said, I created Kalalaya, completion, good and evil, both sides. That's why you see this yin and yang thing, right? That's what the East Asian, they're saying the both sides are in the one. And if you spin them enough, they become one to 360 when you get them to completion. I'm going to show you in a second because I got a presentation I'm going to show you. Now, after 180 degrees, it goes through each stage again, but it looked like it went in the opposite direction. Now, it goes back to what appears to be a zero movement at 360 degrees, a total stillness, the total stillness that Yah said I exist in. All right? Now, when it got to the 180, it started to look like it was slowing down, but then spinning in reverse at the same time till it reached 360, ending backwards instead of forwards. So it was like, everybody, let me say that again. When this started to rotate, right? And it hit the 180, right? Here it go. Sorry, guys, I don't want y'all to get blurry. Right there. You seen it? It looked like it reversed, right? And then it does that, and it goes all the way till it goes back to the 360. See? And then it goes to stillness. Now let me explain. What happened when that happened? When it got to 180, it started to look like it was slowing down, but then spinning in reverse at the same time. Till it reached all the way to the 360. And when it got to the 360, it ended backwards instead of forwards. That is called chaos in reverse. Everybody. That is called returning to its natural form when the Most High created us. The Adam and Eve brought sin, and they brought a second world of chaos, of sin and iniquity and transgression outside of our natural form. It's the healing. Y'all you got it. Y'all getting it. You getting it. Y'all getting it. It's the 360 complete level of healing. It's chaos in reverse. The 180 is the chaos. When it goes to the 360, that's why it looked like it reversed and slowed down all the way. It's the chaos literally in reverse. 360 and then backwards instead of forwards. You understand? You reverse the cycle. You reverse Hasatan's devices back on him. You return back to whence you've come. Everybody, the Bible took us from Genesis, Barashiat 1, right? In Genesis 3 and 6, we transgress, right? All the rest of the Bible, all the way from there, all of our ancestors, the Israelites and everybody else, all they did was go further and further away from the Most High. And the Bible is a book of instructions how to get back to the Most High. 360 degrees. Listen clearly. We spin and spin away from the Most High. And most people get stuck in 180. You know what 180 is? Christianity. You know what 180 is? Israelite. We the people of the book. My flesh, my melanin. 80, it's the flesh, the self, the grandizing of self, not the lowering. The 360 is when you go all the way to Revelation 22 and it says you come back to the tree of life. You come back to the garden from day 1 to day 7 what the Most High created you for. Not the sins of the law of sin and death, not the compromising laws of transgressions that the Most High compromised for the remnant who's going to come back to 360. They're going to come completely back. You know what 360 is? Coming back from which you've come. Everybody pay attention, please. Listen clearly. This is so important. The 360 degrees is coming back from that which you've come, going back to Eden, Ayadan, his presence. Come back to day 1 to day 7, which was very good. The Creator, he told us what we ought to live and what we ought to do. There will be a remnant, 2/3 won't come back. They'll stay in the group lukewarm 180 degrees. You have to come back. The Bible is warning us and telling us all the way to come back to the Father. The Messiah came to lead us back to the Father. His name means Yah is salvation. He is the path to salvation. He is the leaders to salvation. He is the leaders to the Father. His name means Yah saves. He who delivers to salvation to the Father. He who delivers to Yah. His name has a meaning and a purpose. This is the 360 is what we are to call to do so that we can come back to our Father. Come back home. That's why it looks like it reversed. You know why? When it got to the 180, everybody listen. When it got to the 180, that total chaotic state of Hasatan, it reversed in our image. It reversed and it went back to the stillness. See, in that presentation is everything. Now, they call this, yes, the 180 is the chaos of the Mayam. Facts, right? The Kalalaya, the other side of the Mayam, the one that brings life and brings stillness, all right? But in the birth of the womb of the water, there's a chaos before the birth is coming. Now, this symbol on the screen is called the yin and yang. They call it that, but it's actually Taiji, all right? They call it in the East, and I'm tying this up, the Eastern philosophy, the Asians, they called it the great power or the supreme ultimate source that contains these opposing forces. So now they make us think that this image is called yin and yang. This is not the yin and yang. This is the Taiji. Now, I'm going to do a lot of comparative analysis, all right? Now, I'm not saying we don't serve Eastern philosophy, but I'm bringing y'all some understanding. We have to understand all the things that we experience in this earth, because your children, right? If you don't understand these devices, one of your children might be serving this stuff. Now, people think the white is the yin, and let me go to, I'm about to show y'all something, right? So the white and the black, right? And the black is supposed to be the yin and the white is supposed to be the yang, right? Now, what people don't understand is that yin, this is not the symbol of yin and yang. Let me do it this way. All right, let me do it this way. Come back here. Now I'm about to get funky. All right, about to show y'all something. Stop share. Share screen. I'm glad I did this. I'm glad I stopped it to get this done. I would have been upset. Thank you, Father. So this image is not the yin and yang. This image is Taiji. This image, they call it the Supreme Being. This yin, and yang exists within the Taiji. All right. So let me explain. So the symbol of Taiji, they call it the great power or the supreme ultimate source, right? And it contains the opposing forces. So the yin and the yang are equal opposite. This is the kalalaya, the completion. Equal opposite, right? Good, bad, up, down, left, right, righteous, unrighteous, holy, unholy, right? The Most High created kalalaya. So the circle on the rim, for us, that would be a symbolic of the Most High. And the kalalaya is inside of the Most High, comes from him, the completion. He created completion. All right. Now, let me do this. I'm gonna do the I got some breakdown. I did a slideshow, and plus I did a Google sheet, right? So the name of the symbol is Tai Chi, right? The yin and the yang describe the natures of the two halves. So what the yin and yang means is, this is not a yin yang, it's describing the nature of both halves. So the two halves, what nature does this side have? What nature does that side have? That's what the yin and yang describes. Now, the Tai Chi is transliterated as the superlative extreme, just like the concept of Shangdi and the ancient Buddha. All right, it's a picture of pantheism as the nature of reality, right? Of completion is the nature of reality. All right, that's true. All right, everything is a whole. All right, there's a complete opposite reaction. Now, the Tai Chi and the yin yang describes the natures of the two halves. Now, the kalalaya is the completion the Most High created, the positive and the negative, the male and the female, the movement and stability, the push and pull, life and death. It's the wisdom that everything balances out. So the kalalaya, the completion that the Most High created, when he said, I created good and evil, that is the wisdom that everything balances out. Everything is in its completion, so there's a balance to it. Hot and cold, wet and dry. Inhale, exhale. It denotes the most basic, the most basic of the ways of life, the most basic of the functions of the ways of life. But it is the most deeply spiritual feelings that humans can share and receive from one another. It's the give and take relationship. One gives, one receives. As a person receives, his purpose is to continue to give, pay it forward. Do you understand? Servants and serve. I come to serve, not be served. In my servitude, I will serve you, and in like, it would have you want to serve me. Okay, this is the kalalaya, the completion. It's the cyclical and reciprocating. Now, if someone is ever taking more than they are giving, then that relationship is out of balance and it will not last. It's the equilibrium. Come on, guys. The Most High created everything. I know this little symbol is on the screen, but it's okay. I'm going somewhere. I'm teaching you through the Eastern philosophy of the symbolic nature of it. Okay? We're not serving it, but I'm going to show you and get you to understand the kalalaya, the completion. Okay? Other cultures call it something else, but their formula or their strategy or where they're going with it, if you understand the Most High, then you can see him in everything. That's why the Most High is omnipotent, omniscient, right? And omnipresent. He exists in everything. You got to find him and see him in it. So I can take and find in anything, I can find my Father out of this culture's belief system. I can find, do you understand? That's the great power of the celestial realm, of the physical and the celestial. Okay? Now, the kalalaya is the completion, the totality. The Most High, I create good and evil, negative and positive, male and female, movement, stability, push and pull. Okay? Life and death, hot and cold, wet and dry, inhale, exhale. It is the most deeply spiritual of feelings that humans can share and receive from one another, the give and the take. It is cyclical and reciprocating. What goes around comes around. It is the kalalaya is the circle of life, the completion. Okay, now, the interesting thing is that the element of gold and the order of completion have some symbolism to it. So if the Asians were with this, what they call Taiji, with this kalalaya, this completion, it would be better to have it with a rim of gold if they wanted to do symbolism. Because gold is very important. When I was delving into this understanding, that I'm like, it's crazy how the so-called blacks, love the gold. All through antiquity, all kingdoms, ancient Kush, ancient Kemet, all the Hebrew kingdoms, all the Garamantes, the Axumites. I mean, you can go through all the kingdoms. It was always about gold. They was gold, man. Everybody's gold, gold. The gold is, how can I say this? Gold is an element that never corrodes. It's a symbol of everlasting, they call it eternity. That's what the kalalaya is, the completion. Within itself, the circle. The Most High creates the completion. Gold has a symbol of one of the elements of the earth, that it's an element that never corrodes. It never stains. It never rusts. Gold maintains its own temperature to match that of the wearer's body. So when a wearer puts gold on your wrist, on your finger, on your body, the gold matches your body's temperature. I know most people didn't know that. Yes, it's eternal. It acclimates to the temperature, the revolution, because remember, temperature is the speed that your atoms and molecules are revolving. The gold acclimates to the wearers, the individual who handles it, it automatically matches their revolution, their temperature. It matches the wearer's body temperature. You can take gold and you can melt it over and over and over. You can reshape it 1,000 times over, and it never loses any of its particles. It's one of Yah's jewels on earth. You can reshape it, remake it, melt it to a liquefied state as trillion times, reshape it into another thing, and it will never lose a particle. It never, it's such a powerful element that it's also edible and it won't hurt you. They actually, I'm laughing at what he wrote. They actually put it in foods. Now, I'm going to show y'all and break down this symbol from Eastern philosophy and Kalalaya. All right. So when it spins to 180, it becomes a false illusion, shout out to Sedona, of oneness, but it's not in the oneness state. The dark and the light cease to exist, and it becomes one, gray. But that's a false illusion. That's the 180. That's the lukewarm. All right? The oneness, everybody, of the 360, when it stops, it is one, but it doesn't lose its properties. Let me explain. The way the gold doesn't lose its particles. In the 360, when it stopped spinning on the presentation, it was still, but you still saw the Kalala Yah. In the 180, when it turned gray, if we was able to slow it down to slower frames, it would have just been gray, and you lost the Kalala Yah. You lost everything, just turned to one gray slab. Now, here we go. Now, I'm a share. Let me do the slide really quick, and then I'm gonna get to, because I made this slide. I just want to show y'all. All right. So the do I need to really do it? I'll break it down. Let me do my presentation, because I made this. I don't want it to get too late. All right, here we go. So I'm gonna do which one? I'm gonna do this one first. Go ahead, Akiyama.
We have a question whenever you're ready.
Okay. All right. What was it about? First of all, if it's about this, I'll answer it.
It's about the stillness.
Okay, go ahead. Ask it.
It's from Laria. She says, "Is the riot there?" And she gives a scripture. It's Psalms 46:10, and it says, "Be still and know that I am Yah. I will be exalted among the heathen. I will be exalted in the earth."
Yeah. Well, I'm a little lost to the question. The Most High is in the stillness? He's speaking of his completion, him, the Aliyah. All right. He's not speaking of Mashiach, Ya'ai Sabayah, the Holy Spirit, the Rayak Hayakadash. He's speaking of himself. He exists in the stillness. It's he's having us to seek him. That's where he's saying he exists. So when we need our Father, we know where to find him. The Aliyah, the singularity of the Father, not the heavenly council, right? Not the Alayam or the Elohim or the Eloah, the Aliyah. The Eloah is the singularity of the Father. He exists in the stillness. Praise Yah. All right, now, let me come to y'all. Let me share screen, right? And get that off the screen. I made this. Share screen, right? Go to window, bang, share. All right, So I made this. I'm going to make it full screen. Hakiyama, let me know if it's full screen, right? When I do it. Give me a second. Is it full screen?
Yes.
All right. So the Taiji and Yin Yang. So they call it the supreme ultimate balance. This is the Kalalaya. It's a representation, right? So this is the rim. And if you put like here, there we go. So this is the yang and yin and yang, right? And this, it's inside of a rim here. And they call this the supreme ultimate balance, right? This is what we would see as the completion. And the Most High said he exists in here, the stillness, all right? In the completion. That's why in the revolution, it stopped and became still. All right. So, the architecture of duality. The Most High created completion, duality, two, positive, negative. The universe operates through two mechanisms, duality. They call it yin and yang. And its singular unified source, they call it Taiji or Tai Chi. All right. So people mistakenly think this is the yin and yang. It's not. This is the Taiji. The yin and yang is properties of it, the forces. All right. The alternating forces, the duality, right? But its singular unified source is supposed to be that Taiji. So to us, that would be the Most High. And this would be the Kalalaya, the completion that the Most High said, I created good and evil. Completion. That's the yin yang. See? When he said, I created good and evil. The Most High is not evil, and it doesn't exist. That's transliterated. In the Bible, that would have said, I created Kalalaya, completion. This yin yang describes the dualistic nature of the universe, while the Taiji represents the source from which this duality arises. That's their philosophy. I'm going somewhere. They are intrinsically linked. One is the mechanical engine of reality. The other is the supreme origin. To decode reality, both must be mastered. All right. So what this is implying is that the Kalalaya and the Most High is intrinsically linked. All right. He exists within the stillness. Okay. And he created the Kalalaya, the completion. Right. So this says where this yin yang stuff came, or Taiji come from, in the 11th through the 14th century, it has started in the Shang dynasty. This is the earliest known data set records for these forces. The yin is supposed to be the shady side of the mountain. All right, that's funny. Shady, right? And comprised of a distinct hill and cloud and linguistic components. The yang is supposed to be the sunny side of the mountain, comprised of hill and solar rays, the linguistic components. So the reason why the yin is dark is because it's supposed to be the shade. And the yang is white or bright is because it's supposed to be the side that's exposed to sun. Let me explain. So when you have a mountain, if the sun is shining, the sun can't have its full rays on both sides of the mountain at the same time. Because the sun travels, this is the Shamayash. The sun in Habarayah is Shamayash. The Shamayash moves by degrees. Listen clearly. It rotates in its Kalalaya, 360 degrees. All right? It rises in the east and sets in the west. and it repeats every day. It's cycle. So at one part of the day, the yang, which the sunny side, the sun will be shining on this side of the mountain, but on the second half of the day, it will be shining, the yang will be on this side of the mountain. That is the rotation. Let me clear. So at one point, this will be the yang, depending on the degrees of the sun. And at another point, this would be the yang, because this would be the side that's sunny. So the side that's shaded is the yin, and the side that's exposed to the sun or the light or brightness is the yang. All right, now from shadow to system, literal topographies evolved into a sophisticated philosophical system governing all universal phenomena. Now, it formalized in the first Qing. Oh, I can't see it. My thing is blocking hide. There we go. It formalized in one Qing, the Book of Changes, the first Qing during the Zhou Dynasty, 1046 to 256 BCE. The implication was that reality is not static. Reality is continuous, calculated interaction of opposing complementary forces. The Most High created Kalalaya, completion, opposing complementary forces. So they don't disappear. They never disappear. That's why in the 180, it got the illusion that they merged and disappeared. That's a false illusion. In the 360, when it looked like it stayed still, they were both still there, because the opposing complementary forces have to be there, because that's how a reality is revealed. In order for things in this second world to be revealed, we have equal opposites to manifest itself. In order for there to be death, there has to be life. You understand? So everything has a opposing complementary forces. So when I say opposing, it could sound like a juxtaposition or what they call that. What's that word? I can't think of it now. Sorry, I got a little brain freeze. What's that word? Oxymoron, right? Because if it's opposing, we think whenever we hear opponent or opposing, we think an adversary. Sorry, I can't see the chat because I got it full screen. We think when we see opposing, we think an adversary. But the Most High created Kalalaya, and the opposing forces are not adversary, they are complementary. Each are needed to reveal the Most High's will. He created it. So he's not up there individually saying, okay, this is going to happen, this is going to happen, this. He made it. It's a self-perpetuating engine. The Kalalaya is created into this world, okay? And these forces that, remember, that's why it's the tree of knowledge, the tree of life, right? I'm on the right, and the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. It was what? Opposing but complementary forces. Each is needed, but he gave us free will what we are to choose. Choose ye this day who you will serve. So he gave us a law and instructions, but he's not in the way. Kalalaya is going to handle everything, the completion. If we choose with our free will to the knowledge of the tree of good and evil, like Adam and Eve did, sin, then we get what? The results from our action. If we choose like the Most High wanted, the tree of life, then we are in his presence and we get what we gave, the Kalalaya, the completion. So the Most High, he don't even have to sit. Everything is self-generating. It's in the opposing but complementary forces. And reality is not static. It's continuous revolving, revolution. All right, now, this is the diagram that they created of the supreme ultimate. So they created, in the Eastern philosophy traditions, they created this Taiji, right? And they created a circle, and it's supposed to be the absolute wholeness that encompasses both forces. So the yin yang are the opposite but complementary forces, and the circle is the wholeness that encompasses. So all I see is, as I relate this to our manuscript, is the Most High is the absolute wholeness, completeness, oneness that encompass the Kalalaya, the both opposing complementary forces. Now, in their Taiji or yin yang, they have an S curve. I know y'all seen it. Like, what is this S curve? The S curve represents fluidity. Fluidity, the constant frictionless transformation of one force into the other. This is the mayam, everybody, the water. This, in the Bible, Habariyah, represents the mayam, the constant, remember, it's constant change, the movement is constant, frictionless transformation of one force, energy, spiritual force into another. When we're created, okay, in the womb, a spirit comes from the Shamayam and it is transformed from one force to another, from the spirit to the physical through the fluidity, through the waters, the Mayam, and that's chaos. But it's constant. So now the Kalalaya of Mayam, one of it is chaos, but it's also Shalayam, it brings life. So water has stillness, right? And then water takes form and shape of anything that it encompasses. But water is constantly moving even when it looks still. Then water has the strength, okay, of things bounce, hit the water, depending on how high. That water is like concrete. That's the Mayam. So the S curve between the two opposite but complementary forces represents the Mayam, the fluidity. Okay, now the two dots in their symbol represents, they call these seeds. And this is called the absolute relativity. It means the yin always contains the exact seed of the yang and vice versa. Meaning nothing is, what they mean by absolute, mean nothing is without one another. So these are the opposing but complementary. So it is the two within one. It's the will within the will. It is the relativity of both forces are actually one, but at the same time separate, but come together to create Kalalaya, completion. Yah used Kalalaya to manifest life on earth so that we can be seen, things can be manifested, okay, things can be observed. They had to have an opposite thing to be able to know, to see the thing. That's why when he created the earth, he prayed the darkness over the earth first. For people who didn't see our lessons and our breakdowns, but we did some bunch of Bible studies on YouTube and stuff. In the beginning, the Most High created darkness first. For those who didn't understand, the reason why he created darkness over the earth first, because he is the light. So when he was making this world, that first world was called heaven on earth, Shamayam on Arayat, Shamayam ha-Arayat. Now, that was the first world before Adam and Eve sinned. The second world was created after Genesis 3:6, the mark of the beast, sin, was brought into that world. Now, wages of sin is death. and they shall surely die. Okay, that was the proclamation of him breaking the law. Right now, that first world, that first estate where he praised Adayam and Hayavah in his presence, okay, Adayan, Eden, right, the garden. Now, that that first state was called heaven on earth. Then you see right there, you had two opposing relative forces: tree of life, tree of knowledge of good and evil. Everybody. When he created the beginning, when he created the earth from the beginning, he created darkness over the face of the earth because the Most High is light. So the first thing was darkness. That's the marine kingdom, because that's the total, complete opposite of the Most High. So in order for us, his creation, to have some type of idea or some type of visualization or comprehension of the Most High, there would have to be manifest something that's a complete opposite. That's why the darkness was created over the face of the earth. Then, once the earth was manifest, the darkness was over the face, then he spoke, right? The Bariyah, the word, and he started to create the things. And the first thing he did was separate light from that darkness. All right, now that is the Messiah, just so y'all know. That right there. So because now he created an existence, he is light, he manifests darkness. That encompassed the whole thing. Now he created something's manifest, is created, a universe. Now the first thing is separate light from that darkness, from itself. All right? Now this is creation. Okay? So a light is created from that darkness because everything, the whole thing is one. It's the Most High is Kalaliyah, completion. Okay, so once that light came from that darkness, now you have a created light and a created darkness in this existence. And then he started to speak the things into existence. All right, for those who want to understand that biblical precept of in the beginning, the Most High created the heavens and earth, and then darkness was over the face of the earth and everything. Because someone like, well, why would he create darkness first? Why would he create, right? Chaos, because that darkness is the marine kingdom. That's the deep. That's why he separated the light from it. And we're not to go with places of the deep. That comes back at the end of the book of Revelation with this judgment. All right. So anyway, so the seeds are what these two dots are, the absolute relativity. Okay? And it's denoting that the yin is always in the yang, right? It's like okay, let me explain. You can't have good without bad. You can't have love without hate. You can't have, right? They exist simultaneously. Now, whichever one is manifest that you see depends on what you bring to it. Let me explain. In me is what you call calmness, love, joy, happiness. But also in me is wrath, anger. You see? It's also, because it's the opposite. They cannot exist without the other. Now, if someone comes at me, it depends on what they get, on what they're coming with. Now, what I was bringing out in this teaching is how we are to master this water, this mayam, this 180. Come on, guys. This 180 is where it gets the lukewarm gray area. You need to stay in the completion because look, this is the absolute wholeness that compasses both forces. This is the Most High. He exists here. If you get caught up in this 180, right, that's chaos. That's in your feelings. That's when somebody comes at you and antagonize you, where you would be loving, kind. Now you get anger and disrespect. So when that troll came, he tried to disrupt my Kalalaya. You see, guys, my completion. And he tried to get me in this gray area, and I was fighting because I wanted to I was traveling right on in, and I was battling I wanted to say a couple of things, and I just knew I was battling in the spirit. And I'm like, no, I don't care what this serpent, because he's used by a devil, and he's not going to be able to inflict me to change my righteousness, because I can offend somebody innocent from the continent of Africa because of this troll or this sellout, all right? And there's many different nations of people over there. You understand? There's a righteous remnant of every nation, kid, your tongue, and people. So instead of allowing him to manipulate and have me in this space, I stayed in the Kalalaya. And I talked calmly, and I did as respectfully as I can, and I tried to teach against his adversarial. That's why Latanya said, Unc, I admire your repose. That was built up, Latanya. I didn't have that always. That's why I'm teaching the spiritual warfare. What I'm teaching you is so powerful right now. I got more, all right? So this S-curve, this is the Mayam, the water. And the Mayam is one of the most dangerous letters, adiyats, in the Habariya language, in the letters, right? The Aleph Bayat. If you understood because of the Kalalaya, it's the same thing as the waters. In the daytime, the waters are beautiful, shiny. It's just so, especially if you get white, clear waters, and it's no really, if the ebbs and flows of the tides is calm, beautiful. But that same water at night, spirits arise. We enter not to be in that Mayam at night. It changes, right? It flips. So in the daytime, in the sun, all right, you got the yin. But at night, when it flips to that yang, the Most High said, get out of that water. It's dark. Its portals open. You see? So the Mayam is beautiful. It's constant motion. Our body is made 3/4 of water, Mayam. We can live without food. You understand? But we cannot for a long time. But we cannot live without that Mayam. We die fast without that water. Okay? The Mayam. And we come in through the womb, the Mayam, through the water. There we go. So now the seeds is relative absolution, that one exists always within the other. They are two separate, but one. They are will within the will. The parameters of opposition. The yin is symbolic to Adam, and the yang is symbolic to the Messiah. Adam, the first one who came with a purpose, he failed his purpose. So we had a second Adam come. The yin, they denote as passive, receptive, yielding, symbolic to water or earth, moon, the night, cold, downward, inward, feminine. The yang, I relate to symbolic as the Messiah, active, creative, obedient. So as the yin is passive, the yang is active. The Hebrew is concrete. It's a language, a culture of actions, of doing things, activity. It's concrete, not abstract. The yin is receptive. It's receiving. It's a reactionary. The yang, creative. Okay? One receiving, one creating. The yin is yielding, pausing, giving in to something. The yang obedient, doing. Adam, the yin, water, earth, the mayam, the arayats, the yang, fire, sky, the mashaya, the shamayam. Let me explain. Adam, instead of being a yang, he was a yin. Let me explain that. Instead of him actively fulfilling his purpose and doing the dominion, Radayah, he was passively watching Eve and hearkening. Instead of him being creative, he was receptive. He hearkened to her, received her transgression. Instead of him being the creative nature of the Yah gene, Wa gene in Adam, he was receptive. Instead of him being obedient to the Most High's law, he yielded. He was yielding. The Messiah, he was more water and Ariyat's earth instead of being Ashaya, fire of the Shamayam. The baptism first and the earth was destroyed by water from Adam, sin. The Messiah came and said, I will baptize with fire from the Shamayam. The Most High said, I won't destroy the earth no more by Mayam, but by Ashaya. This is the physical, this is the spiritual. The physical water and earth, this is like the laws of Moses. And Mashiach is the spiritual circumcision. Adam was symbolic of the moon and the night. Mashiach is symbolic of the Son of Man, the Son of the Most High, and the light, the day. Adam, symbolic of cold. Cold is slow, stagnant. Mashiach, symbolic of heat, hot, active, not passive. The yin Adam, symbolic of downward, inward, down and in. The Messiah, upward, leading us to the Father, and outward, giving, not receiving. Receptive is yin Adam. Creative, giving, outward, outpouring. I come and I outpour what the Most High pours into me. I actively, obediently speak that Oshaya, fire from the Shamayam, as hot as the sun's days, for upward elevation of your spirit, and I pour it outward. Adam was feminine. The first Ahab, he hearkened to the woman, the water, the earth, the moon. Mashayat, the Mashayat, our Messiah, y'all recalling Jesus? Masculine, patriarchal. This is where they have the matriarchal society. The serpent seed is this. Adam and the Messiah. The systematic mechanics, laws 1 and 2. The implication is a singular force cannot exist in isolation within the structural bounds of this universe. So a single force cannot exist in isolation within the structural bound. So the Most High created contrast, opposites but complementary, kalalaya. That's why they have those two seeds, those two dots, the two forces, light versus dark, the law of opposition. Forces exist as direct contrasts. Do you understand? Light, dark, good, bad, righteous, unrighteous, evil, right? Okay? Righteous, unrighteous. Now, the law 2 is interdependence on one another. Existence, our existence, requires this duality, this pairing. Height cannot be computed if you don't have depth. You see? You need to compute good, you need bad. Okay? This is because the singular force, the singularity that exists in the duality, okay? That's the will within the will. The singular force cannot exist in an isolation. They both have to exist. They coexist within the structural bounds that the Most High created this world in. That's why in that beginning, there was a tree of life and a tree of knowledge of good and evil. They both exist. You understand? Forces exist as direct contrasts, pairing of existence, the interdependence of the opposing forces, the dynamic laws of the Most High 1 and 2. Laws 3 and 4. Laws 3 is consuming and supporting, meaning constant flux. As one metric increases, the opposing metric proportionately decreases. So as one rises, the other proportionately will decrease. It's a consuming, supporting, constant fluctuation motion as it rotates. As one manifests, the other does the equal opposite. Law 4 is intertransformation. The peak extremes trigger immediate reversal. Now, what I'm breaking down right here is when I showed the revolution of that Tai Chi thing spinning, when it got to the peak extreme of 180 degrees, right here, the peak extreme, it reversed. That's why y'all seen it look like it flipped in the other direction and started going. Law 4 is intertransformation. So that's the transforming when it got to the 180. So it is a chaotic reversal back to the original. The Most High created these dynamic laws when he created us, his existence. It's innate in the creation of itself. Every molecule from hydrogen to oxygen to all of it, to carbons and the atoms and the universal laws, even in the ground and the molecules in the earth and the trees and the plants, all of these are laws of the Shamayam on this earth. This earth is called Shamayam on earth. These laws do not exist in the heaven Shamayam. These are laws in this creation of this world that the Most High created that we exist in. Peak extremes trigger immediate reversal. An example, the summer solstice is the absolute peak of the yang, yet it marks the exact biological genesis, Barashayat, beginning of the yin. So let me give you an example. In March, April, when we have the actual new year, it ends at the spring equinox. So when the beginning of the absolute new year is when the spring equinox happens, and it at that same time that the absolute peak of the winter solstice, right? The dead of winter, when that peaks to its height, that same mark starts the exact biological genesis beginning of the spring equinox. And the birds, the trees, the groundhogs, the bears, it ain't in the dead of winter. It happens at the height of the winter solstice, and it starts the peak of the new year. All right? These are the mechanical laws that the Most High wrote into this world that we exist in. His creatures, his children, his created beings. Law 5 is the law of infinite divisibility. There is no singular base particle, meaning in this agent of their yin and yang, I'm just relating this because that's what I do. Meaning the Most High will bring me a topic and everything is intentional, and he'll have me go study to show myself approved, and then he gives me revelations of what he wants me to teach. He exists, omnipotent, omnipresent, omniscient. I can do this through every culture and history throughout. If you cannot find and relate relative of any culture and find the Most High's blueprint in it, then you don't have that election. Then you are not really, then you're biased. You understand? Now, I don't serve none of these Tai Ching or Yin Yang or none of that stuff, right? That ain't mean they serving the Most High. But I'm showing you, and remember, a lot of the ancient cultures, they had a lot more understanding of the relative mechanics of the Most High's universe than us later that got dumbed down. It's like ancient Kemet, just because they don't mean they're using it for good. Like ancient Kemet, right? And these other cultures, they was building pyramids and they had dynamics. They understood the portals and open it up for the fallen, right? All of that. So if you can understand their cultures and their dynamics and the spiritual, then you will become wise as them, wise as these serpents. So I have to teach the Most High's children. Sorry, I can't see the chat at all. I won't see it for a minute. I wish I could interact with y'all, but I want this to be full screen, right? Because if not, it's going to be half, right? I'm called to teach so that his children can learn all the devices of this dark world. My people are destroyed for a lack of knowledge. We have to be able to rightly divide and discern, and you can run into situations where you don't have an understanding of this culture, or this dynamic, or what this thing is, and you can be destroyed for a lack of knowledge. Now, the law 5 of infinite divisibility. Now, these are laws the Most High created. Now, he ain't say no yin yang. That's their language coming up with that stuff, right? But there is the law of infinite divisibility. Now, that means any element, no matter how small, down to the smallest molecule, atom, or whatever, can be mathematically subdivided into further components of itself infinitely. Now, they say first subdivided into further yin and yang, right? The two are kalalaya, opposing but complementing forces. Now, the law of infinite divisibility, that's how we came created from molecules and atoms. They break, they split, right? Electrons, protons, neutrons, right? Okay, so it's the law of infinite divisibility is that any element, no matter how microscopic, can be mathematically subdivided into further components of itself infinitely. This is how species came to manifest. and things evolve. There is a thing called an evolution, but it ain't what they try to say with some big bang and stuff. No, the Most High created, and he created all of these laws, just like we got laws in our temple, the laws of voluntary and involuntary actions in our temple, right? Our digestive system, our circulatory system, our nervous system. Do you understand? Things are just involuntary happen, that our blood is pumping and reacting and firing, and neurons is firing and this and react. There's so many millions of mechanics going on from the laws of the Most High. You heard me talking about some big bang. Y'all are stupio folio. That's why those who really lower themselves and the Most High pour into them, they have a high election of understanding. And I can do this with any culture and language. I'm not boasting myself or anything. I have been lowered myself for years, 20 years of being poured into and remade and understand, so that I can what? Teach you guys. Teach and serve the children of the Most High. Teach and serve. This is the infinite divisibility law. These are laws that govern us on this dark second world. So they Taiji, which is their outer circle, it's not the yin yang, it's not the duality. It's supposed to be the ultimate reality and essential generator from which yin and yang are born. So we would see that as the Most High. It's that kalali, that circle, and it's not the duality itself, but what created the duality. All right? All right. So it says implication. It is the universal anchor, what they call it, the Great Paul. This is what we would call the Most High. All right? They call it some Taiji, right? Chi. That's why they say your inner chi and all that. We know that's their culture, the Most High. All right? This Taiji, the Supreme Maxis, it was formalized by Neo-Confucian scholar Zhu Danyi. So a Neo-Confucian scholar named Zhu Danyi in 1017 to 1073 in the Taiji Tushuo, explanation of the diagram of the Supreme Ultimate. This is where the Asians came up with this, all right? Now, it went from Taiji, the Tai Chi, which is the philosophy, to Taiji Quan, which is the martial art form. All right. For those who like fighting and everything, this should interest you. It went from philosophy to kinetics. Philosophy is spiritual, kinetic energy, physical. The origin traced back to Chen Wangting, 1597 to 1664 in Qingayu, despite myths attributed it to a Taoist immortal named Zhang Sanfeng in the 12th century. The origin really traces to Chen Wangting. Go study, show yourself approved. Even though the myths attributed to a Taoist, Zhang Sanfeng. Now, the implication is that there is a supreme ultimate fist. This is why when they fight, they try to summon their inner chi. That's the Taiji. And they try to take the power of the chi and put it into their fist. They strike. Okay? Bruce Lee was highly into this. That's that inner self-reflection, and they call it your inner chi. All right? Now, they call it the supreme ultimate fist, right? Like the iron fist or the golden fist, they also called it, right? And the movements that they do in this Taiji Quan, Tai Chi, martial art, the movements are mathematically engineered to embody the universal laws. The universal laws of the yielding versus attacking, soft versus the hard, and the circularity of the movements. So they're implementing the yin yang. That's why you see that image so much in martial arts. Now you're understanding where this comes from. But that's the Kalalaya. So they implemented the universal laws. And if you do that and you train yourself and you, especially in righteousness, you'll be a powerful fighting machine, because you'll get powers from the laws that you are tapping into, that, and you'll be revoluting on frequencies. And that's why a lot of their movements are complete and still, right? And they're strong and still in their completeness, and there's power, and not chaos and not emotion. All right? And this martial art integrates traditional Chinese medicine, Qigong, and Taoist internal alchemy, right? That's that witchcraft. That's what I say. We don't mess with this stuff, but they're doing internal alchemy. The supreme ultimate balance. The doctrine is the harmony is never achieved through the victory of one force over another. So you don't get the harmony through defeating one of the forces, because they're equal opposite needed. The ecology is the ecosystem requires the dynamic equilibrium of consumption and generation. So you have to use the kalalaya, your two forces. You have to master and make them equal. That's in the equilibrium is the stillness. That's the 360. The victory or fight and trying to conquer, that's the chaos of the 180. The ecosystem, the completion, requires the dynamic equilibrium of consumption and generation. So if you consume one, it makes another one. That's why the Mossad created Kalalaya is self-completing. The psychology of it is the human mind requires the precise integration of passive acceptance and active creation to achieve its wholeness. So the mind requires precise integration of passively accepting what the Most High pours and leads and guides, and actively doing a work. 6 days Ayada worked, 7-day Rabbiah rested. Active creation, and you achieve Kalalaya, completion. The 7th day is Kalalaya. Everybody listen, the completion. Day 1, day 6, he completed all his Ayada work. Day 7, he reflected and what it did, restart, reverse. See? The chaotic reversal, the 360, and it started right back again at 1. That's achieving the completion. The conclusion is the ultimate code of reality is the stillness, the equilibrium in the center. All right. I got one more piece, and then I at least completed this. Let me come back to y'all. Stop share. Share screen. Sorry, guys. I'm tired, but let me get through it. All right. I still can't see the chat for a second. I'm making full screen. I made 2 of these. All right. Full screen. There we go. The architecture of stillness. Kalalaya, Taji, and the cybernetics of the soul, initiating the 360-degree system of calibration by Uncle Ya'ayasha. The doctrine, the transliteration of the ancient texts manufactured a paradox. They suggested that the Most High Creator authored sin. In the book of Isaiah 45 and 7, the Bible says, the Most High says, I form the light and create darkness. See, those are the what? That's the Kalalaya, what they would call the yin yang. See, those are the 2 C's, the 2 opposing but complementary forces. I make peace and create evil. Shalayam. And so I, the Most High, do all these things. I am the Most High. I create good and evil. Now, this is a transliteration, And because of their error, it manufactured a paradox. So this is suggesting the Most High, the Creator, authored sin. No, he didn't. He created Kalalaya, the completion. What you get, whatever you call on, that's where they get karma from. Whatever spirit you come in, you can be light or you can get darkness. You can get peace or you can get evil. They are the two opposites of the same creation. They are what they were saying, the yin yang. Those are the polar opposites. He created completion. Implication: evil cannot compass the Most High's presence. The Creator does not author evil. He didn't create it. The Creator authors completion. I am the Most High. I create Kalalaya. Now y'all have the principle understanding. It's so important to have that understanding because of the power. The absolute, the Kalalaya is the state of absolute completion, the 360 degrees. The 180 goes to here. It's in everything. It's in our yearly cycle. It's in our daily revolving of the sun from day to night. It's in everything that we do. We are to complete ourselves. They try to keep us in the 180, incomplete. 360 degrees equals one cycle, a completion. The 360 degree state is the great equilibrium. It is the absolute stillness from which ancient philosophies of balance ultimately stem. He exists in the Kalalaya, in the completion. The fragmentation. At 180 degrees of rotation, reality is incomplete. It becomes a unified shade of gray. The Safariyah, what they call a Bible, commands belief. But the serpent seed traps humanity in a 180-degree state, a state of manufactured chaos masquerading as stillness. The Most High calls us that through him. It's self-perpetuating. It's complete. That's why when we transgress and sin, we leave his presence. He calls us to repent and get back to him. You see? And he exists here. That's the stillness. The 180 degree is the realm of maybe. What if? It's the gray area. It's the realm of I hope so. It's an endless feedback loop of doubt, preventing true shalayam, peace. So the world keep us stuck here. They keep us in chaos, in movement, in activity, no stillness. Everything is busy, 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 this, and you constantly wanting and needing. You're in chaos, no stillness. You understand? This is an endless feedback loop preventing true shalayam. They keep us in want and need and doubt and ignorance and chaos. The doctrine of these Eastern philosophies. This is the hill, the mountains. On this side, the sun is shining on the mountain. The universe we experience is driven by opposing complementary forces. The yin is the shady side of the mountain, represented by the clouds. The yang is the sunny side of a mountain, represented by the sun's rays. Now everybody, let me listen. Listen clearly. You know how they get us always in our feelings, and they'll be like, of course, the black side is the side of weakness. It's the side of, this. It's the side of, it's the less. Let me explain. That's not how the Most High views. That's sin and transgression of people. How the Most High views, you have a mountain, right? Remember the Bible, move a mountain. Now, the shady side of the mountain, can anybody tell me when that could be beneficial? If you're out in the day, there will come a time that you will want to be in the shade, to be in the comfort. You see, there'll become a time where you'll want to be saved from the constant barrage heat of the sun. You'll want salvation. So in our trauma, they'll make us think, of course, the yang is black, and of course, it ain't the light and it ain't the sun. Oh, when you get too much sun, you're looking for a reprieve, a covering, salvation. The shade, when it get hot, ain't nothing like that shade. And come on, somebody talk to me. I wish I could see the chat. Ain't nothing like that shade. Right, Akiyama? I can't see nobody, so I'm so alone. Yo, guys, y'all all together. I don't know how many on the live. I ain't seen not one chat. I just feel so alone. I'm here looking at my big screen, teaching just the screen. Somebody talk to me, Akiyama. I'm so alone.
We're here with you.
Praise the Most High. I feel so alone. I'm almost over with this slides. I can't wait to get back to y'all. I don't like to be alone. The Most High says not good for man to be alone. I don't like to be alone, honestly. Now, I like my space. I get my space, but I'm talking about, I go too long. I need some assembling. You know what I mean? I've been teaching this word for so long. I'm like, it's all quiet. I don't hear nothing. I don't see nothing. See, usually when it's quiet, when I'm teaching, I can see the chat. Right? I don't see nothing. I'm just by myself, just teaching. So I'm like, somebody talk to me. Praise the Most High. All right? So I know y'all probably talking in the chat. I know, especially this part. Like, I know somebody probably saying, say it with your chest, all right? The shady side. Now, it's crazy work, right? Because, like shady, right? You like, of course, they had the black side of the yang. They get us all the time with that. I'm like, because when I first looking up, I said, I hope the yang is the white, is the black side, right? I'm like, watch it be. And sure enough, I was like, of course, the yin is the black side and the yang is the white side. But again, that's mankind has traumatized and use the English language to put curses and spells. You understand? But this is way more ancient than that. You understand? And understanding that if you are in the sun and you're going to need a salvation, a reprieve, that shade, we all look for a good shade tree. Now, if you out in the dead, you out in this mountain and that sun beaming on you, you definitely want to be on the shaded side of the mountain to get your relaxation and your rest and your comfort, right? But you also would need the sun, right? You can't spend eternity in the shade because you need the rays. So what happens is the sun goes on this revolution, like everything continually moves, and it lights both sides. So then this side will become the yang, and this side will become the yin, right? Okay, just speaking the language, we learn about that philosophy, right? We don't follow no oracles, bones in the 14th of Lemon. But what's interesting in our Hebrew Habariyah tongue is the shady side, the yang, is the side of the clouds, right? And the clouds is Ananayam. And the sunny side is the side of the sun. That's the Shamayash. The Ananayam are vehicles. Mashiach left on a cloud to go to the heavens, and he coming back on a cloud. Y'all better know who Ananayam is. So I'm like the shady sides in the Ananayam, and then the sunny side and the Shamayash. But you need the Kalalayah, the completion. You heard? These literal shadow and light descriptors evolved into a complete systemic map of the 180 cycle, right? One side is 180. So if you only had one side, you would burn up. If you only had one side, you would be deficient. You wouldn't have the sun's rays, life. So each side alone, 180, equals death. It's the chaos. See? So you need the two opposing complementary. That's why they have the two dots. And the Mayam is the S curve. That's the split in between the 360. So this would be the mountain would be the 360, and the split, the sides, is the, all right? The binary construct, the nature of the yin, passive, receptive, the yang, active, I already did that, downward, inward. Key insight, this binary system governs the mechanics of the 360-degree existence, all right? The 5 principles of cosmic balance. 1, opposition, light versus dark. 2, interdependence, no height without depth. 3, consuming, supporting, meaning constant flux. One rises, the other one falls. 4, intertransformation, extremes turn into their opposites. Once it gets to an extreme, it reverses the complete. And then 5, the infinite divisibility, the fractal nature of reality. The deconstruction of the Tajitu. So I broke that down. The S curve represents the fluid, right? The seeds. Yin always can say is the seed of yang. The Taji, the ultimate boundary of the wholeness that binds the chaos together. The Most High. Taji is the ultimate reality that generates the scripture, the code, Neo-Confucius, implication. I already did that. Oh, this one I like. Oh, I did this with the movement. This one I like. The Mayam. The peaceful movement. The waters. This represents the Mayam. The S. The fluid. The fluidity. Is constant, represents fluid, constant movement, and intertransformation forces. We come in through the womb. We come from the spiritual into the physical, intertransformation of two forces. Our spirit becomes flesh. The Mayam, the peaceful movement, everything rotates, everything is in constant motion. Mayam translates to movement. True stillness is not frozen paralysis. True stillness is a peaceful Mayam, yielding, soft, circular. Okay? I ain't doing no eternal Taiguan. Forget that. We're going to do alchemy. But the stillness of the Mayam, the movement, true stillness is not frozen paralysis. That's why in that spinning thing I did, when it got to 360, it looked like it was stopped, but it was spinning faster than the whole movement. But now it appeared to us as still, because true stillness is not frozen paralysis. It's a peaceful movement, Mayam. Everything is constant. The great equilibrium. The 180 degrees is a dualistic flux. It's the mechanics of maybe in the middle. The 360 degrees is the completion. The Kalalaya is 360-degree completion, all right? The 180 fluctuations of that yin and yang exist within the spring to escape. I rebuke all this yin yang crap, all right? But I'm just teaching a lesson so you can understand. That's why we teach in the scripture I can teach the scripture out of anything, the word of the Most High. To escape the gray area of the 180, the manufactured chaos, we must ascend from the dualistic swirl to the perfect outer rim of the Kalalaya. So you don't want to be caught in the chaos of the 180. You want to be in the Kalalaya, the 360. The Firewall, the fight or flight protocol, the threat response. The stillness is being calm and unbothered in a crisis, but our biological hardware resists it, all right? Our nervous system has been programmed through thousands of years to agitate upon the least provoking. We must reprogram our hardware, the fix, to bypass the 180 halfway mark, threat, response, and remember the 360 calmness. So once it went from here, it was spinning, and it got to 180, then it started to get to the shalayam, the stillness. So when someone provokes us and reacts us, we're in this state. Flight or fight response, threat response. We need to have peace in the midst of the storm. The stillness, the shalayam. Fear and Yahweh. Ego is an illusion, and since all fear stems from ego, fear is not real. It's manufactured in this 180. Fear not, verse fear the Most High. The transliteration of Yahweh created a false contradiction. All right? The Most High never tells us that fear. The Bible says fear is not of him. Yahweh, reverence or respect of the Father. And that's the Habayah, the love. Yahweh does not mean biological terror. That's that fear. When we train our nervous system that fear is an illusion, the core state of stillness is unlocked unto us. The Yahweh, love and reverence of the Most High. Fear is an illusion, children of the Most High. The protocol of remembering. The stillness is the core. Outside of the stillness is sin. Once you commit sin, you start to be conditioned, the conditioning, and that builds your ego further away from the Most High. Step 1, recognize the 180 manufactured chaos, awareness. Step 2, remembrance. Remember the Most High exists in here, the stillness. Step 3, repentance. Chip away at the layers of dirt and ego. This is the layers of dirt, sin, conditioning, and ego. Step 4, come on back to the stillness. Achieve oneness with the Father. Shalayam, Ahayad, oneness, peace. The doctrine, we do not need to learn stillness because we are stillness. By stripping away the illusion of fear, the chaos of the 180, we remember the Most High within us. Inside, the Kalalaya is not a destination, it is our origin. All right? The Most High created us. We have to remember to go to the stillness. And then we become one with it. But we've been outside of it, so it is a destination. All right, I'll change that. It is a place, but we have to become one with it. Then we are one within it, the Father. All right, praise the Most High. Whew. All right, now I can come back. I don't know how long. Still about 90 of us here, 5 hours. Whew. That was a lot.
We have a few questions.
Let's go. Do the questions because I am.
Okay. This one you already answered. Oh, you already answered this one. Next one is from Dolores. Yeah, she says, "So the water like a cleansing for the earth, or no?"
The water cleanses. The water does a lot. So, she probably got a little confused. So Mayam, okay, so water, we need it. Well, our body is made up 3/4 of water. Mayam, like I need to drink some right now. Thank you. Thank you, y'all. Thank you, Dolores, y'all. If I keep teaching this lesson, which I've done plenty of times, right now I'm 5 hours in, talking the whole time. That's some serious ayada work. And I don't replenish my yam, then I could get lightheaded, right? It'll affect my temple. We need my yam. It's water. It's a life giver. We came in through the water. Yeah, come on, Paula. Water is the blood of the earth. That's a good word. That's a good word. We need the mayam. The earth is covered 3/4 of water. Okay? So the Ariats, the earth, mother, she needs water. Just like the womb, we come in through the womb of the mother of the woman through the water. We're encased in mayam. Okay? So the mayam cleanses the earth, furnishes the earth. Remember, the plants, the earth has to be watered. That's why we have rain. Rain is the most high water in his garden. The earth, Ariats, well, it's supposed to be his garden of Eden, but we transgressed it. But it's still his garden, still, right? Because his children are still here. All right? So when it rains, he waters the earth, right? We have to water the plants. We have to water ourselves. Okay? Isaiah 44:3, Zayana wrote, I will pour water upon him that is thirsty and floods upon the dry ground. I will pour my spirit upon thy seed. Hold on. Upon thy seed and my blessing upon thy offspring. All right? So water is everything. Okay? Praise the Most High for Mayam. But it is also now the completion. The Kalalaya water is a judgmentor. That's why he cleansed it. Remember, he destroyed it with Mayam, the great deluge flood. Okay? And fire, Ashaya, which is the what? Kalalaya, complete opposite of water is what? Fire, Ashaya. And what? Fire is a judgmentor as well. So what is he going to do? He's going to, if he ever destroy it, he's going to destroy it by what? Fire, the Kalalaya. Now, that's symbolic to the water baptism of the flesh and the baptism by fire. He who comes back, the Holy Spirit, he will baptize with the Rayakayaka Dash, Holy Spirit, and Ashaya, fire. Do you understand? We are spiritually circumcised now by fire. These are the spiritual children of Yah. All right? So those who still stuck in the flesh, they are the law of Moses, right? They stuck in that's why Paul was talking about the physical circumcision versus the spiritual circumcision. The Messiah came to fulfill the laws of the flesh, sin, and death. You understand? Now we are to be circumcised by fire. The fire purification, right? I'm a living fire. Don't let your lamp go out. Keep your light lit. Do you understand? Fire. All right? Now the Mayam still got its place. It's a judgment tour. The Mayam waters everybody. The Mayam dictates the seasons. Do you understand? The times, the jubilees, the temperaments, the what do they call that? The ebbs and flows, the moon. The woman is symbolic to the Mayam, to the water. The man is symbolic to the Ashaya, the fire. The man, that's why in the yin yang thing, the yang is symbolic to the sun, and it is what? The creator. It is the masculine. It is the sun. It is the fire, and then the yang. That's the yin, and then the yang is symbolic. That was that Adam is symbolic to the earth, to the moon, to the water. It's feminine. Okay. The same way you have to have the male. It's not good for man to be alone. We need one another. You can't have the masculine without the feminine. It's incomplete. The Most High created Kalalaya. So the world, the serpent seed, want to keep us divided. But we're equal, but we're opposites. Sorry, we're not equal, but we're opposites. You understand? Opposites, but what is it called? Opposites, but opposites, but what's the name? Complementing opposites. We are called to come together and complement, but the Most High got order. Now we disrupted that order when Adam and Eve disrupted it. Okay, so that's why the men had to be raised over and had to cover the woman, and she was called to submit. Now you're not going to submit to no unrighteous man, because now the serpent seed is still victorious, and he's lowered the men to not be the covering over the women and children. So you can't really come under some of these men because they women now, men. You know what I mean? So, but that's because the order is disrupted. Okay, but in the structure of the order of the Most High, you can come and be covered under this ministry because we are actually in our rightful state. All right, as an elder and as the elders in the ministry, and we're building the young men up to be the covering. That's what's been missing. That's why they broke up the homes, right? That's why they took the men out of the homes and they put us against each other, the two forces that's supposed to be complementing forces. You understand? Opposite complementing, right? Yes, Paula, attracting. That it's not good for us to be alone. They know that, so they keep us separated, right? Now, and that's the chaos. That's the 180, the gray area, the lukewarm, manufactured chaos. Ain't nothing but the Hegelian dialectic. You understand? This lesson is really, really freaking powerful, bro. I can't wait to watch this one back when I get some time. Because this, I know when the Most High had me putting it together, I'm like, man, they're going to learn a lot with this one, Father. Because it's everyday life. It's the things, it's the forces that the serpents know is what they're doing. You're learning spiritual warfare from the Father, okay? It's the actual genetics of the earth itself, which you've been given dominion over, and the resonating frequencies, do you understand? That you vibrate on. You understand? The 180 and the 360. You understand? It's like with understanding this, you be able to master the flesh. You be able to sustain yourself and understand the dynamics and equilibriums of other people's rotation and these serpents and energies that they're putting forth and how to maintain your peace, your inner stillness, the stillness of the Most High in the midst of the storm. You heard? So that water, that mayam, yes, a cleanser, a purifier, a judger, you understand? A nurturer, a portal. Water is a portal. That's why the darkness, they use water. That's why water at night, dark water. Don't be going in no water at night. You, those spirits, the marine kingdom, you got Leviathan. You got so much powers. The darkest powers on earth is in the Mayam, the marine kingdom, the waters. Hasatan ain't got no powers over those waters. You understand? They don't want to have nothing to do with Charlotte to Yeshalayah and Rohan. The Hasatan don't have nothing to do with that marine kingdom waters. Nah. He like, nah, I'm good with that. I ain't messing around down there. The Most High says places down there you don't need to even go or see. You heard? But that's our life bringer, our life giver. It's the portal that we came through. The Mayam, the Messiah came through the womb, through the waters. You heard? But he baptized with fire, second Adam. You heard? This part, this is a spiritual baptism with fire that I'm teaching through the Father. This part. Go ahead, Akiyama. What's the next one? Praise the Most High. Sorry, guys. I had a whole thing with the data centers. I'm probably going to close out with a little bit of it, and then we'll continue it maybe on Monday or something else. I got so much to teach. I don't got enough time, and I got so much to teach, bro. It's like I got lessons upon lessons upon lessons. They keep growing, right? So anyway, go ahead, Akim. What was the next one?
This next one is from Rohan. He says, so the dark waters in Psalms are clouds, and I think he's referring to, I think he wrote it.
And the clouds, the waters come from the clouds. Clouds sustain Mayam. Clouds hold Mayam, right? That's why the sun is symbolic to the yang, and then what's the name? The clouds is the shade thing, right? Just like when it gets, let me explain. When the rain comes, it gets cloudy. You see what I mean? It gets gray. It gets shady, right? So that's where they get that symbolic of the yin yang, of the shady. But the rains bring life. You understand? A lot of times we don't like it to rain, but if you're in a place like where I live in Florida, we in a drought now. You need some rain. Everything gets dry and dies. The animals, the earth, the grasses. So when the rains come, the Ananayam stores the waters. All right? Those are the chariots. Ananayam, the clouds. Praise the Most High. Rain is beautiful. And when after the rain, you hear all the animals, the whole earth, they just, one day I'm going to take a video and let y'all hear it. This Florida is like really tropical. And after it rains, all you hear, everything just, you hear so much activity. It's like every little insect all the way up to the big gators or whatever, everything is talking and they just happy. Like they just, it's just so loud and noisy. I'm like, y'all are all happy. They like praise y'all. They be praising when the rain come. Praise the Most High. All right, go ahead, Akiam. What's the next one?
That's all.
All right, praise y'all too. Ebola plus, whew, I'm tired. At 3 o'clock, still 86 of us on the live. Let me close out with a little of the because that other one is way too long. I still got a little of the what you call it, those data centers. I had another
So we have one more. Someone just asked.
Go ahead.
It's from Paula. She says, question, is water above and below us is in the firmament a glass cover over us?
It's not glass. It's the firmament is a spiritual barrier. So it's not glass, it's not physical. It's spiritual. So it's the spiritual that has power over the physical realm, right? So in the Tower of Babel, when they tried to bust through the firmament, they couldn't because they were doing a spiritual thing, okay? And they would speak. That's why the Most High took the Habariyah tongue at Tower of Babel, because they were on one accord. And when you become one, you got a power. So they would have accomplished busting through the firmament. Now they thought they was going to destroy the Most High. They folios. They would have got destroyed, right? But they would have made it. The Most High said they would have accomplished what they wanted. They would have bust through the firmament. They wouldn't have killed him, right? So he confounded it. He threw him down. He turned some of the monkeys like Tamayabi in the park roll. He turned some Most High did them dirty. Then confound the tongue and spread them forth. Okay, now until the end time when he will release his righteous tongue back again to the remnant. Now, yes, so there's a firmament and they can't get through it. Now, they say, and it's crazy, when you see some of the rockets, they got some crazy stuff. It looks like you see it hit something and come back down. That's crazy work. They got so much stuff going on, right? But it looks like those rockets be hitting the firmament sometimes. They be hitting stuff and bouncing off and stuff, right? They be going nowhere. Now, yes, there's water above and waters below, okay? And that's what happened in the flood. The windows of the heaven and the waters below. So there's waters trapped below that if the Most High open those portals, they can flood up. So that's why the deluge froze the dinosaurs and stuff in their tracks, right? And all the Nephilim and all that stuff, it froze them in their tracks because the deluge came from under at a spout. It's like a spout. You know how when they hit oil and the oil spout and it go up hundreds of miles, like miles in the air, the oil spout, that's what the water down there, same thing. It's like a volcano coming from under. So it went up miles high and all that water came down and the waters came from the heavens. And so it froze dinosaurs in their tracks. So they got locked in sediment because as it came up from the earth, all that rock and ash and dirt was in the waters as it just. So when it came back down, it's coming back down with all that sediment and rock and earth. So it just froze everything, the dinosaurs. That's why you got mammoths and stuff like, you got dinosaurs got froze like this. Things got froze with food in their mouth. You catch somebody taking a picture. Dinosaurs was like, I was just eating me a chicken McNugget sandwich. Froze things, all right? So, praise the Most High. All right. So yeah, that's waters below, and that's gonna there's still waters below and waters above. Our last lesson when we talked about the what was their name? The the Garamantes, in the Sahara Desert, they tapped into waters below the earth, in the underground, and so they had an oasis in the desert. These and guess, boy, I got some. I don't want to spill the beans. I was gonna do it tonight, but I had some little setbacks, attacks, so I did this tonight. But I got a part 2 to the Garamantes. Y'all gonna be head blown emoji. I'm like, you, of course, Father. I'm like, let's go, y'all, of course. All right, praise y'all. Whew. All right, so now let me see if I want to get into this. I'll probably close out. I'm getting really tired. All right, sorry, 3 o'clock. Praise y'all. All right, so because I wanted them to explain the data centers, but they was taking too long in this video. They was starting to bore me. I'm like, bro, get to the, you're like, come on, get to it, snap to it, right? Because I got my other one that goes into really what the data centers is, because I want to get y'all some understanding. These data centers is the beast. I'm gonna come back to it. Oh, thank you so much, Yadasa. Thank you so much. The lesson you did on this was beautiful. You talking about this lesson right here? Thank you. If you're talking about this one or you're talking about the Garamanti, let me know which one you're talking about. But I thank you either way. So praise y'all. All right. That makes me feel good, because sometimes I don't know. I put in so much work, I don't know until I watch it back. If it was, I know it's always of the Most High. It's just I'm hard on myself sometimes. Sometimes I don't know if y'all praise y'all, if y'all received, if it was good food for y'all. I know it's good food, but praise. All right, sorry. Anyway, let me continue.
Tiny compared to the largest ones in the US.
All right, I'm gonna go to this. Hold on, let me see. She had another question. What was the question, Hakiyama? Is there only one Earth or many? What is the black hole, a spinning planet or hole to another gateway? All right, so there's many planets. There's one Earth, our yachts, but there's other planets, right? Other universe, other galaxies and stuff, right? So the black hole is a portal, all right? And it's a portal that, just like black matter, antimatter, that's what CERN is. So remember, they call it windows to the Shamayam, and you got portals, right? This is where the fallen angels and stuff come through, stuff we ain't supposed to play with. Right? There's things that the Most High said that are not for us. But the fallen angels, the watchers, they came and taught them metal, allergy, chemicals, sorcery, beautifying makeup, warfare, right? They taught them the constellation, the stars, things that the Most High never wanted his children to receive. So yes, those are portals, and the fallen angels taught those who served them how to open the portals and summon more fallen and dark spirits and forces. You understand? So yeah, there's only one Ariat, one Earth, but there's plenty planets and stuff, all right? And plenty dimensions, yes. And the black hole is with the antimatter and the darkness. It's just a big portal. That's one of the biggest portals that stuff will open up at the Armageddon. When the crap hits the real fan, the day of Yah, they call it, 1,000 years of woe, when people's hearts are failing for what they'll see. So yeah, yep, they taught science too. Yep, you can see spirits come off the sun. That's dope. I've seen so much stuff in that night sky when I was doing Uber at night. I done seen everything. I done seen the great stuff you can't even explain. But once you understand the spiritual realm, none of that stuff. That's why they talking all these aliens and stuff. That's because so one part of them doing it's like a smoke screen, but it's really not, right? They going hard with the alien stuff because stuff is here and stuff is releasing, and they're trying to prepare the people for things we're going to see, right? Because they don't want people, they still need control, right? Not with humans. No, there's not another Earth with any humans. Only humans are us, the Most High's children. Now, there are fallen angels. There are spirits, what they would call aliens, but those are fallen angels. Those are that's what aliens are. So there's not another planet. There's other planets. Maybe there's some type of they say that, I don't know, but they says there's life on some of them, like water and stuff, because that's life, right? Rocks and stuff. But there's no humans. The humans, the children of Yah, were created on this Ariats. And we're born into the second world, this Ariats, after the sin. And we don't exist on those other realms. And they're not going to be able to transport. They're trying to transport humans to Mars and all that, but really they're trying to go down in the marine kingdom, right? But they ain't going to be able to transport. It's going to fail to their devices because they're trying to escape the judgment what's coming, but they can't escape. They're going to flee to the mountains. They're going to crush the mountains. They're going to flee down to the marine kingdom, trying to do Atlantis, all that, and Leviathan. They're going to go to the place, right? You can't run from the prophecy. But yeah, but so the other beings are coming through portals, right? So they're not coming from planets, they're coming from dimension. So the other beings are coming from dimensions through a portal, but not from this dimension. So they're not coming from like Mars, Saturn, right? These other planetary bodies. They're coming through a portal, another dimension. All right? Praise Mosiah. All right.
Those can stretch to well over.
Do I want to do this one? I'm probably going to close out with questions. All right, let me do this, dude. Let's do this one really quick. Share this tab. It's still the data centers. Copyright disclaimers in effect. We don't own rights to the video. We're reacting to the video. The data centers.
Some of the stuff that's happening that doesn't add up. So here's a big one here. So Coweta County, Georgia. Okay, they're implementing eminent domain, and they're trying to take over 330 private properties to expand the power out there. And all that power is going to be basically funneled straight into a $17 billion data center project.
Now, do y'all hear that? This is what's coming. All right. So what I got, everybody listen. Oh, so I don't know where the portals are everywhere. They kind of know. So Paula, the portals are where the ley lines are. Also with the pyramids, right? So you know all the pyramids. So the pyramids are beacons for the portals, right? Portals are in the sky. Portals are right. So they put temples and ley lines where they're making the portals. So CERN is a place that's shooting. So they know where the portals because they're tapping into the fallen angel knowledge. We don't know where the portals because the Most High don't want us to know that stuff. It's above our pay grade. We should have nothing. That's witchcraft, sorcery. The Most High, he got all of that. He gonna handle that. We shouldn't be calling on none of that stuff, knowing no portals. They finding out where the portals are because they're trying to release their gods who they serve, the fallen angels. Praise the Most High. Now, this video right here is very important. Did you hear what he just said? Eminent domain is the law where they can take your houses. Remember, what is that? What is they said? They said we will own nothing and be happy. Right? Everything's going digital. So they're gonna take everything. AI and the data centers are to run the AI and run the constant infrastructure, and they need all of our land. So they implement an eminent domain and taking people's houses. Meaning you can't stop them from taking it. Okay, they wrote that into their laws. Listen.
Some of the stuff that's happening that doesn't add up. So here's a big one here. So Coweta County, Georgia. Okay, they're implementing eminent domain, and they're trying to take over 330 private properties to expand the power out there. And all that power is going to be basically funneled straight into a $17 billion data center project. It's called Project Sale. It's going to take up 830 acres. So the people that basically have eminent domain forced upon them, some of them are actually filing lawsuits against the county and against the state for trying to take their property. Because to those people in Georgia, this doesn't really make any sense. They're putting this AI infrastructure above the people. They're willing to take their land, and they're willing to put their power and their energy grids at risk to power this data center.
All of this is for the AI. Shout out to A. Sandoval. So she said they did that when they came over here. They going to do it everywhere. And they building these data centers bigger and bigger, and they consume all energy and power. Now remember, robots is coming, driverless cars, everything to take your jobs, all right? They're firing, downsizing. We have created a product. All right, let me show you this really quick, right? And I just want to give y'all a glimpse of what's here and what's here for y'all, all right? Now, excuse me, I'm gonna give y'all a little glimpse of the product, right? And then later I'm gonna show y'all the whole thing. So stop share screen, right? Share, all right? So right here, this is a little glimpse, right? And this is like a little glimpse of the website, right? Scan alive, 287 markets, refreshed every hour. Stop watching the charts, start getting tapped. You've got a thesis and a life, all right? Our product does the staring and only interrupts you when a coin's longer term leaning actually flips bullish or bearish. I know y'all know what that means, but this is just an introduction. So this is just an introduction of what our product will do for you. Last 7 days on the 1 hour, these already ran and they flipped back. Coins we flagged as turning bullish, meaning they're going up in the past week, that have since run up and turned back to go back down. The move's finished, so we can show the whole thing. So this is our actual product. So this coin, you would have got an alert, right, on May 24th on your phone to your WhatsApp, and it would have said, buy DEX, this, right? And in our app, you'll be able to just go right in and press a button, and it'll buy once your account is open, right? And at the peak, it went all the way up 31%. It was, and you could have been in the trade for 2 days, so they're long trades. It's on the hour chart, so you don't have to rush, right? You can buy it and look at it, check it out later, right? And you could have sold it anywhere up. It went up 30% at the highest point after you bought it. You could have sold it when it went up 5%, 10%, 20%, right? Now, if you held it from the time that we gave you an alert until it started to go reverse and go back down and cross through our alert system, you would have made 20%, 19%. Now, if you don't know anything about trading, the stock market, I'm telling you this because they come in to take your jobs. That's why I'm telling you this, right? So the Most High is preparing things, and you won't have to learn everything I'm telling you, how to trade and go in the market and look at the chart. Okay, my indicator went through this. This went through my RSI hits and my QQE and it went through the 8, the 9, 10, the 9, 20, and it went through, so I need to go in and buy, and then I got to watch. No, we have an alert system that will alert you every hour. You can go in, you go in on your phone, you go on your computer, and you look, and you be like, okay, let me see what just crossed, what flipped, what crossed, what, it'll tell me which coin just crossed, flag me to buy, right? Now, if you had, I'm just giving a round number just so you can understand. If you had $1,000, right, which is easy because they have something called leverage. They have something called leverage where you could put $100 and you could put 10x leverage. That's $1,000, right? That's trading. Y'all don't know what that is, but this is what all of the systems, the governments, the stock exchange, JP Chase, Bank of America, all of them, BlackRock, Trump, China, Russia, Putin, everybody. This is the world's trade and financial currency that's going digital. So of course the Most High is going to prepare us, right? So these are bull signals. Bull means when it's going up, it's bullish. When it goes down, it's bearish. That's stock exchange talk, financial markets talk, all right? Now, this would have told you when you went in your phone, you decide, all right, let me check my app. Let me see where I can make some money. You click it, and if you hit it at this time, it told you this was one that you could buy. So you go in, you buy it. Now, during your day, you can look at it every couple hours. You look at the phone, you be like, okay, it's going up a little. Then, right? So this one's like a 2-day hold. So probably like a day, that was probably 2 days and 20 hours. So probably like the 2 days and some change, it was up 30%, right? But you can get out of it. You could take your profit anytime. So let's say if you had $1,000 on this, right? And it went up 20%, that's $200, right? Now, with leverage, you can have more than that, right? So if you had $10,000, right, that's $2,000 you just made off this trade, right? Now, $10,000, that sounds like a lot, but it's not because leverage. So if you put $1,000 and put 10x leverage, that's 10 G's, right? That's simple, easy to do. You will know what that means because you got training like the product. So everything, in order for you to be able to sustain yourself with what they're coming to do, to take all our jobs, right? What they're coming to do, you're going to have to learn the skill set, the devices of the serpent, okay? And what they're using to make their monies, okay? And this is what they're using, all right? So now, let's say if you had $100, that's it, and you bought this, and you did it on the 20%, right? Not the 30. 20% of your $100, you just made $20, right? Now, when you get your alerts, it's about 2 or 3 at a time, right? So again, once for those who don't have anything, right? You're like, well, I only got $100 or something, right? You only got, well, then I could show you how to use the leverage until you make some of these, make you more money so you can put more money, right? Money makes money, right? But they don't spend their own money, right? They spend other people's money. It's called leverage, right? They call it market futures. They call it long and shorts and stuff, right? Now, it's very dangerous if you don't have a system and you don't know what you're doing. But because our proprietary system is telling you when to get the coins, that's already, our system is telling you they're going up. So this one over here went up 37% at the peak, and it was only 8 hours. See? So it held for 8 hours. So within that 8 hours, it went up on almost 40%. Okay? So now, so if you had $1,000, that's $400. You know what I mean? In 8 hours. You see? If you was able to trade this and get out, you know what I mean, $400, right? Now these happen. Now, if you wanted to, you can do this. If you set it, because I'm gonna be training you. We got courses, y'all see. Once I show you the product, though, this is just the web page I'm showing you, right? But I'm gonna show you the product. Probably I might probably do it Monday if I'm ready to do it Monday, right? So it says these are a small hand-picked sample of standout completed legs, not typical results in just a few of the hundreds of signals across many coins. Each rand has already flipped, got bearish. Gains measured on real verified metrics, right? So let me show you this. So this right here, this is another page on our website. The flip came first, the move came after. Each one shows the price when we flagged the coin. Flagged the coin meaning when we told you that it was going up to buy. Turning bullish, going up, green. And how far it moved before the trend reversed and turned back down. Real prices, real dates. So this was the number one this week. This, you would have got this alert on May 27th, right? And you would have been in it for about 1 day, 19 hours. But it went up almost 300%. This is the biggest one. Now, if you had $1,000, that's $3,000, basically, 2,800. So you could have $100 with 10x leverage, borrowing, because they give it to you to borrow, and you put it. And now, let's say if you did this, right? And all you got to do is ride it until it reverses. And even out the peak, that's still 200%. All right? Now, but I would probably told you to get out because you got to go to sleep. You don't want to leave it open. I'm trying to think if we're going to, we're going to build something. I know my partner don't really want to do it, but I think we need to do it. That's going to make it even easier. And we can do it. All right. So anyway, I'll save that. So I've got something that's coming even easier. All right. But let's say if you was in this coin and now you're ready to go to sleep, then I would tell you just sell. Right. And you would probably been about 50, 80%, unless it's going up so much. You're like, man, I'm gonna have somebody watch it for me because I want all of this 200%. But anyway, this is just one of them. All right. So this was the number one this week. It went up almost 300%. That's 3 times the money. Now, let me explain something to y'all. The stock exchange, if you get 19% for your investment for the whole year, you did insane in the stock market, right? If you own Amazon or Walmart stocks or something, right? The average is about 14% a year for stocks for the whole year, not in a day. That's the difference, all right? That's slow money. You got to have millions to make money like that. And the reason why they make money in stock exchange, because they leverage. So they might put $10,000 down and put 10x leverage. You see, so they trading $100,000. So when that moves, if it moves 10% at $100,000, you know what I mean? That's $10,000 that you could make, right? But the stocks don't really move that slow. So they really only move 1%, right? Over a day. So if you put $100,000 and they move 1%, you made $1,000. And you could make that in a couple of hours. That's how they trade the stock exchange. But that's a lot, because if you put $1,000, you got to have that's 100, right? You got to put 10,000, right? So you got to put 100x leverage on $1,000, and that means your liquidation gonna be really close. I know y'all know what that means. Y'all ain't got to worry about that. That'll come as you get when you get the tool. As you start to learn and start to do the trade, you'll start to learn the lingo because you're learning the skill. Everybody listen. The people who are going to survive what's coming, the Bible says, woe to those who don't prepare, are the people who learn to adapt. Do you understand? Everything consistently moves and changes. They are pricing people out, and they're going to squash people down till you have nothing but to receive the beast, right? Universal basic income. You will have nothing left but to say, okay, I can't make no money. You can't get a job because the AI got all your jobs, the robots. You can't do nothing, right? This is how they make their money. So if you're not learning how to open a product or AI or make something that could sustain you up until the collapse, the total collapse, then you're going to be the early ones that are consumed into needing their handout, and they're going to govern you, right? They're going to make you take the biometric IDs. They're going to govern you. They're going to push you in the social caste system and all of that type of stuff. But the Most High prepares for his children, all right? So we've created this product, and I'm going to show you it in action. It's really, really dope. And it's going to be simplified and easy. You're going to be able to get it to your phone. And with the training, I'm going to teach you, show you. Then you're going to be able to say, all right, ooh, look at that. Click. You can click this one, this one, this one. You bought them. Now you in. Then you can go forward with your day. Throughout the day, you look at your phone. How much did it go up? You be like, ooh, this one went up 10%. And you be like, you know what? I'm taking my money. So you can get out whenever you want. If you see the profit there, you'd be like, well, I'm taking my money. Bang. Thank you very much. And then you could do another one. Because every hour you get the alerts come through. Now you can do it a little sooner. You can do it every 15 minutes. That's a little more chaotic, right? Now, once you get more used to the process, because you're actually trading, and as you do it, you'll start to learn, then you can switch it to the 15-minute chart where they're coming in, and then you can like hustle. Now you're like, all right, I'm in this, that one went up, bang, sell out, let me get in this one. Click the thing, it buys it, because everything is in our app. It's automated. So all you got to do is go click. So once we're going to get you set up your account, you do everything. And then I'm going to train you how to use the app, how to use the system, and then you just buy when it tells you, and you sell, right? Signals you get in, understanding keeps you there. Every member gets the full course library and a video archive. We'd rather teach you why a flip, meaning why the coin goes up and switches, matters. We'd rather teach you, so every member gets the full course library and video archive. We'd rather teach you why a flip matters than spoon feed you trades that you can't repeat. Teach a man how to fish and he feeds himself. Teach a man how to plant, all right? Fruit trees, lettuce, broccoli, cabbage, and he can feed himself for a life, all right? These will be the courses on it, right? And you'll have the app, so all right. So I only took these little 3 screenshots, but it's crazy. Y'all wait till y'all see it. This app it's so dope, bro. So anyway, it's going to be very simplified and very easy, all right? That you will all be able to, and then you'll learn, you train yourself, and then you'll come back after a while. You'll be like, Dag, Unc, remember when, and what is this, May or something? Well, it'll be June now when we release. In June, when I first, now I'm like, I know, like I can trade. I'll be trading all the time. And I'm like, yes, because you've learned a skill. You've learned a skill set. And the skill sets is everything. All right. So this is it's digital traders, cryptocurrency trading. So these are digital currency coins. This is where the market is going. So the stock exchange just went digital. This is what they're doing. So all the AI. So the reason why I'm bringing this up, because the data centers that they build in is for this, and AI. It's because everything is digital and they need energy because all of their infrastructures is built on this, right? And so they make, so if you see how much money these people make every day, they make millions and billions every day. And now the whole stock exchange, the quadrillion, I did that on one of the last live streams for those who've seen it. All right. Let me see. Can you trade to make it? Oh, of course. People, well, I'll show you, Stephanie, keep coming back when I'm showing you the project. These people make $10,000 a day, $100,000 a month. You can make, right, like right here. So this coin right here, let's say if you just happen to already have it or you already been trading and you have $1,000, right? And you put 10x leverage on this aloe and you bought it when our system told you to buy right here. It went up almost 300%, okay? So if you put 10x, that's $10,000, okay? Off and three times, so you made 30,000. Everybody listen. Well, 20,000, because I'm gonna just say, let's say you didn't catch the peak, because that's 283%, almost three times, 3x, right? So if you're trading 10 times because you put your 1,000 and put 10x leverage, that's 10,000. You made $20,000 in that one day, and that, right? And then you another coin. Now, this is the biggest one this week. They don't all do 300%, but I can guarantee you today there's one that did 100% or more, or 80%. There's always, right? Now, the difference is, will you catch this one? Because it's the timing. So let's say if you happen to say, all right, I want to trade now, and it's, you came home from going to the gym, everything, you fed the kids or whatever, you did everything, took your shower, you're like, all right, now I want to see what the app, you go into the app and it'll be, let's say this one came across. Now you don't know, no one knows that this was going to do 200% when you got in. That's the market. So, but you got in, and as you got in, it just kept going up. Now, if you've seen it going up so much, you might, we're going to figure out a way. I got to do that because it'll be, and I know, see, I got me and my partner, he's a software developer, we build this. I know it could be done, all right? That I don't want to tell y'all what it is yet until if we're going to do it. If we're going to do it, it'll be, that's a sweet spot, right? But anyway, this right here, if anything, even if you, let's say you got into it for a day, because this is basically a 2-day trade, and you had to go to sleep, and you don't want to leave it open when you go to sleep because it can reverse, and you don't want that to happen. But you could put a stop loss. So what I'm going to teach y'all, that's probably what I would have to do. What I would teach, but, well, you can do that for each trade. So, yeah, I'm going to get them to make that. See, now I'm talking, okay, let me explain. So as we build in the system, we're going to be adding things, and now I'm thinking, all I got to do is add a trail and stop loss, right? Y'all don't know what that is yet, right? So what the trail and stop loss mean is, once I buy this, I don't know how it's going to go, right? So if I need to go to bed because I bought it at, I don't know, 5 p.m., and now it's like 10 at night, and it then went up 30, 40%, but I don't know if it could keep going up, right? It could do this. So the only way, because I got to go to sleep, you don't want to go to sleep in an open trade. Never do that, right? Unless you put a stop loss, right? To stop you from, if you go to sleep and it goes back down, it'll get you out and sell. But now I'm thinking you could just do a trailing stop loss. And so what a trailing stop loss, I'll teach y'all that later. You'll set a level that's going to trail the price as it go up by 5%. So if, or 10%. So if it reverses past the 10%, it'll sell it. But if it keeps going, it'll get you most of this, right? You got to put a big trail and stop loss, maybe 10, 15%, because sometimes they reverse and they dip. So this, when these go up, I'll show y'all on the chart another time. It's not a straight up line. It goes up and down and up, like it goes like a staircase. It goes up and down. And some of those dips and some of the more volatile coins, the dip could be about 10, 15%. So you'll put your trail and stop loss a good 20% to absorb the dip, 15%, and then you can go to sleep. Then you'll wake up and you'll probably still be in this trade. You've been woke up and be like, yo, this thing is up 170%. You'd be like, if you was in it for 10 G's, you'd be like, yo, I just made $10,000. That's great. And these people make this money all day long. I'm going to show y'all an account because we show receipts here. I'm going to show y'all. I can show you these people making $30 and $40 and $50, $80,000 every month. Kids and everything, young dudes. That's why they be doing all this stuff, right? So this thing here is everything. And that's why honestly, it's a gift from the Most High, because they're taking everything where we won't have nothing to sustain ourselves. We won't be able to sustain ourselves. And this, from the lowest, if you can make the goal really for most people, make $100 a day. I don't know what your job is, $200 a day. All you got to do is start small. You be like, okay, my goal is I want to replace my job income, right? That's how I'm gonna train you to work the app, right? The first goal, because I like to set goals for myself, the first goal is to get to a point where I can replace my income from my job. If I make $200 a day at my job, that's my goal, $300. Once you complete that, by the time you complete that, you're starting to get comfortable with the app and learning, then you can make it what you want, 300. You understand? I got a goal that I got to make, and it's a lot because I got to build a homestead. We got to come out of a grid for the ministry. So I need millions. I'm just telling you what it is. And that ain't nothing. Well, it is something, but that ain't far-fetched. I was a multimillionaire. For those who know my story, go to Uncle Yashua 25 to Life Testimony TV, my testimony channel. You'll see my houses, my cars, my Benzes, my BMs, I own 15 houses, construction company, development company, barbershops, my nightclub, all this when I was in sin and transgression. I was a multimillionaire in my 30s. You understand? And I had the bag all growing up. You know what I mean? I was one of the rich. I was a drug dealer. I repent for all that sin that I did, and I went to jail. I got life. They gave me 25 to life and a 15 to life sentence. The Most High gave me a second chance at my life. All right, I beat the 15 to life, superstar, but the 25 to life, I didn't beat that. The Most High gave me a second chance at my life. All right, and so now I serve Him. All right, so I'm not saying that money ain't nothing. I'm saying I've seen that before. So me saying I need this amount of millions to build our homestead, that's just what I know I need, and I can do it. I've done it before. Believe, that's the Bible, right? What we just said, the 180 is where that doubt, I hope, I do. No. I live in the 360. What I attain to do, it shall come to pass. Believe, and it shall come to pass. I live that life, all right? And I'm always here to instill in you, all right? Real time, he said somebody has to be a troll. Who, us? Or he's talking, who are you talking about? I know he's new here.
He just came in with that.
Okay, so real time. First of all, I know you on the shorts. You in the troll space. When you go to the channel, you look at the body of work. We've been doing this for years and years. Okay, ain't nothing troll about this. Ain't nothing but the truth. And if you want some real truth, go to my testimony TV channel. And go see the raw and cut. Sit down, get you some grapes and fruit, and you'll be like, Dag, You'll come back like, I rocks with you, Finally, some real, right? We've been doing this forever, right? Ain't no troll about this. You just happen to see us through the noisy troll space. You understand? Ain't nothing troll about here. I'm quite sure the people welcomed you nice and respectfully when you came in and all that. This is a ministry of children of the Most High. You heard? Ain't nothing. We've been doing this for a long time. Gonna keep doing it when you go on back to where you came from, whether you receive us or not. You understand? There ain't nothing trolling about this. You just happen to see us because of the title. You understand? That's all. All right. So anyway, back to the children of the Most High. Yes, there is. With anything else, you get what you put into it, right? There are going to be some who will just use it as a tool just to make basic money to supplement their income, whatever. There's going to be those who kind of like me, who's like, I'm going in. You know what I mean? If I got a means to make, income, all right, and trading, you can do it. You can also use the thing to trade stocks, but stocks are much slower unless you go into to digital stocks. I mean, not digital stocks, but stocks and AI stocks and new digital companies, AI companies and digital currency companies that went stock, like Circle and Bullish and stuff when it first dropped, right? Because right now, matter of fact, I got to talk. Everybody here, this another tip. Oh, remember I told y'all, here you go. He said a troll. Watch this. I'm going to show you a troll. I told y'all to buy hype. Remember? I just said it. The last time I talked crypto to y'all, I told y'all to buy hype coin. And after I told y'all that, it went up about 50% since I told y'all that. Right? All right. Now, yeah, it's definitely that troll witching out. We about to close out anyway. I just see it's only 70 of us on the live. Now, anyway, so this is the stuff that I'm talking about. So we got receipts for everything we say here. You know what I mean? But yeah, I told y'all to buy hype coin, and it went up since I told y'all that over 50, 60%. So if anybody bought it, you're very welcome. That means you made some money. All right. And that's a coin to hold to later for the bull run. All right. So anyway, I just wanted to talk a little bit about, because what they're doing with this video right here, right? Let's close out now. This video right here that this brother is talking about. Share screen. From the they ask you if you're trading, if you need help from the government. I don't know what Stephanie, what you talking about? Who asked you if you need help from the government? You must be talking about trading stocks. It depends on what brokerage you're using to trade the stocks. All right. So we closing now, guys.
We have some other questions when you're ready for them.
Okay. So this right here, reason why I showed y'all that, and I'll be showing you more once we release this, because this is what he's talking about. They're doing eminent domain to take houses, to build data centers so they can build more crypto mining facilities. You understand? Data centers for AI. This needs water, it needs energy. You understand? And that's what the wars and stuff with Iran and all this stuff, that's what they're doing in China and stuff. They building crypto farms and data mining and Bitcoin mining. Everything is about mining. And remember, I showed y'all they're tokenizing all of the forests and the world's assets. They're going to be tokenizing us too. Everything is going digital, right? So we're at the new stage of the new, it's replacing the fiat currency system with the digital system, right? So we're at the place like when they did the Federal Reserve system with the fiat dollar. You understand? At this time in history. So if you position yourself, or if you have the tool to know how to access this new store of wealth that's generating, which our tool will do for you, okay? So first thing you do is you sign up at the Patreon. It's for free. You don't have to pay anything. You sign up because you need the basic account to get started. And then that's where the know-how, the course is. Now, when the product is, when we release the product, that's for those who want to take a part in it. Now, you can do the basic and you can just keep, the Patreon and everything and learn, and you can just do everything because you'll learn how to do it manually yourself and everything. But the product is a resource. It's your cheat sheet. It's your help. It's your guide. It's from the Most High. It's been worked on for us for years. You understand? You'll see. So now let me explain. There's two. There's one for you, and then there's one for the general public. For that dude who came in and said he think this could got to be a troll. Oh no, there's a whole public that want to sustain their income, and there's a whole digital space, and the product is going to be it's going to be expensive for them, because what we created, people charge way too much for me. Honestly, I can't see, but people pay it. But what you guys are going to get is because the Most High, this is ministry for the Most High. You'll get a separate product, a QR code, right? And you have a special position because you didn't come through the ads and us putting out to the general public, because we have to look out for those who are not even, don't even really know the Most High yet. You understand? So for those, the poor, the widows, the hungry, right, of every nation, kindred, tongue, that the Most High will provide for. Woe to those who don't prepare. So that's the general public. But for those who come through the ministry, y'all have a different product, a special QR code. It's like a special, like art, if so you will. That's what I see when we was discussing it. I'm like, it's a special place. Most High always have a special place for his children. And if you happen to be able to find us through the shadow band, and you stick and continue to watch and study and show yourself approved, and then you start to grow and serve the Most High, it's a gift. He always prepares his children. All right. Praise the Most High. So this brother, I'm closing now, and I'm going to do the question and close. So this brother said they're taking the people's houses in Georgia to open more data centers.
It just doesn't add up for these people. It doesn't add up for a lot of people from what I'm finding. And there's another project that's happening. It's called, I don't know what this one's called, but it's happening at Lake Tahoe. And basically what's happening here is that NV Energy is now telling the residents of Lake Tahoe, there's about 49,000 of them, that they're going to have to find their own source of power. Because come, May 2027, they're going to stop providing 75% of all electricity, and they're going to basically redirect that to data center projects. Kind of sounds very similar to the thing happening in Coweta County, Georgia. And this one's kind of crazy because the energy prices for these people out there around Lake Tahoe has already risen 77% since 2022.
So do you see what they're doing with the data center? They're telling these people, taking their houses, telling them, you got to supply your own electricity because we're taking all the electricity to fund the data centers. This is a beast. That's a serpent on the earth. I don't want to give that away. They're draining the waters, the lakes, the rivers, because it takes so much water to cool the mining centers, the data centers. All this for their money, okay? So they're telling the people, you got to find your own way because all this, we taking all your power, we taking the water, we taking everything to fund our mammon devil data centers to make our currencies, like Stephanie said, that the chaos that even a retired person from the government retirement include 401k was a training account to the government. Yes. So the 401k, all that has already went digital, right? Your sovereign wealth funds, your 401k, your what's the name packages, the ones that you work and you get that, I forgot what it's called with an S. All of that's went digital. So yes, a spiritual arc. It's an arc. So this, I'm showing this and we're about to close. I'm going to answer the other question. We're going to close. This is why I showed some of the product. And then we're going to come back and walk this because this is crazy. Between this and the other video with the data centers, what they're doing, bro, y'all going to be tripping. People are done for. And they are literally taking all the land in North Carolina, South Carolina, Texas. They was trying to come to Florida. They're trying to stop them. They're taking all the land in Georgia, and they're going to be taking eminent domain, taking people's houses, and they want to unalive. The reason why they're doing the cows, right, with the Lyme disease, with the fake ticks, is because they want to unalive. The reason why, now they don't care, everybody, that you eat flesh and blood and it can get you sick. They are unaliving the cows because the cows got to drink so much water. And they don't want the cows to drink water. Listen clearly. They want the water to cool off their mining data centers, right? So they unaliving the cows, giving them the ticks and stuff, right? And making people allergic to the cows so you can't eat it. And they want to give you fake meat, bioengineered fake meat with Bill snakes in them, all right? So this is why they got all the fake engineered meat that they made in a lab that's not even from, right? Because they want to unalive all of the livestock that drinks the water, that needs water, because they want to use the water, all the lakes, everything, drain them to cool their data centers. And they want them everywhere. It's the singularity, the AI. They want to run the AI 24/7, 365, because it generates them power and income and to enslave us all. I'll show you the video. They're unaliving the cows because the cows need water. That's the agenda. So the fake meat stuff that they've been passed and going through, it's all of these are pieces on their wicked, dark chessboard. You understand? That's why the Bible says, woe to those who don't prepare. All right? So with our product, with our guidance, mental, physical, and spiritual leadership and guidance, he's always going to take care of his children. So you make sure if you just found us, you subscribe. If you do, they probably gonna unsubscribe you. We live every Monday and every Wednesday. Every Friday. Every Monday, every Friday about 9:30 p.m. Yeah, Y'all, wait till you see the video of the farmers and them taking the farmers' land, unaliving the cows by the thousands. So the people build snakes. So there's a rise of ticks, all right? All through these countries in the Midwest where all the farmland build snakes and them manufactured ticks. They hybridize Nephilim ticks, right? And they flooded the ticks. So now the ticks go into the cows. So when the people eat the cow meat from the supermarket or the store, you get a tick disease. It's a new, like Lyme disease. So it makes people allergic to the cows. So they don't want the people to eat the cows because they want to unalive all the cows, and they're gonna have the people eat their manufactured meat that they made in a lab. All right, that's so they can have all of the lakes and the rivers and it drains. It says, y'all can see, it drains like a lake in about, you can have a full lake, it'll drain in probably like 3 years, that lake will be dry. That's why someone said that's why the Euphrates is going. Absolutely, it'll be dry. It's the leech of the earth, the serpent seed, that consume till the serpent eat its tail, consume itself, because they don't care about us. You know what I mean? All I want to say is that they don't really care about us. Yeah, they don't. All right. So go ahead, Akiyama. We're going to close now. I'm going to answer the last question or two, and then we're going to close.
Okay. Stephanie, regarding to when she said earlier, they asked if you're trading, if you need help from the government. She was meaning.
So once you, Stephanie, once you keep coming back and then you go to the Patreon, that's the first thing you should do is just go sign up for theirs. It's free, right? So Hakiyama, y'all, I found out. So I made the new page and I think it shows up now. Once they go to it, it says free, right? Without having to bypass the little button. I think it says it now. So you go there, sign up for free, and then I don't know how new you are. If you're new, you'll be able to set up your basic account, and that's it. And they don't ask you nothing. It's not, you don't have to speak, no government, no nothing. And you can set up your basic account, and then that's where you'll fund your account with your own. And then once you're ready with the product to trade, then you'll be able to, the training from the course will show you exactly what to do. And I'm gonna walk y'all through. I'll be able to show y'all here as we go through. And it's simple. I made it as simple as possible. The other meeting we had the other day, my partner, Yana, he had a bunch of stuff. And I was like, nope, remove all of that. And then we was laughing because he's like, that's exactly what I wanted you to do. Because, he's a software developer. So, and we're very well knowledgeable in digital currency and financial instruments, right? So we got all type of stuff. But to us, to y'all, it looked like overwhelming, right? I'm like, remove all of that. All I want is this. It needs to be this, this, this. When they go to the page, it needs to be the only 3 that they got the alert for. If it's 3 in that hour, the 3 that pop up on their thing is the 3 that's there. So they only see those 3. If they want to buy all 3 of them, they can do it. If not, they can pick one of the 3. And we got the basics with which in the fundamentals and the technical analysis, which one with which the pattern-wise, systemically should be able to go up the most. And then they can pick that, buy, go to it, bang, do simple stuff and simplicity in everything. So I'm making it as simple, bare bones as humanly possible. And then as you start to get comfortable and using like any other tool, then you can start adding more features and start learning, okay, because now you can get your hustle on. Once you start getting comfortable, you're like, all right, let me do this and I'm going to do this. Right? And you can start using leverage and stuff like that, right? So the first thing you would do when you first get it, you probably do a small little trade, right? Put $20 or something, right? Just to make sure it worked, right? It'll come back. You might make, I don't know, $1, something like that, right? Just results are everything, okay? Results are everything, guaranteed, all right? So, right. All right. So, absolutely. So, praise the Most High. Sorry, I was just reading that comment. All right. So, go ahead, Akiyama. What's the next question?
She was saying, to her previous question, she says, no, I'm talking about the government needs to ask you if you're trading, if you need government helps their country, and they're trading before you get help for food stamps or cash assistance.
Well, yeah, that's the whole point. So the point, sis, is the whole purpose of you trading is so that you don't need food stamps or cash assistance. You see what I mean? So the whole point of the trading is to replace. So if I'm trading and I make $200-300 a day, I don't need no food stamps or no public assistance. The reason why they want to price you out and take your jobs with AI and stuff is so you can need their universal basic income, because that's what it's really going to, right? So the public systems and food stamps, when they do implement, because they got this whole 2030 agenda, and it's coming in the 2028 election year. All this stuff, that's the new start of the bull run, right? So everything you're doing now is preparing for the next phase, right? As they're preparing for their agenda that's coming, right? We only got, honestly, you got the next 2 years, 2-3 years to position yourself to be in a position where you can sustain yourself versus you said even it, Evelyn, what's coupons? So Evelyn, I'm a little lost. You don't got an apartment? Do you got a car? Do you got a mortgage? Don't you pay? How much you make at your job? I'm a little lost by that statement. Try to explain, Evelyn. Because if you make $300 at your job, it's fake. Do you buy food? What do you live off? I'm a little lost. Are you saying digital money is fake? You're saying crypto is fake? You got to explain yourself, because if you think crypto money is fake, then that just shows you really have no idea. And that's okay. People don't, people that are ignorant to something, they speak out of ignorance. I have everything I need, but it's all fake because all it. Okay, that's all right. So you're doing the whole, I don't need nothing but God, but I guarantee you get food. I guarantee you got a job. Who pay your bills? All right? All right. So anyway, all right. So that's the part that this we're not doing the whole illusion of Jesus pays all my bills when you go to work every day. Yes, I live and breathe righteousness of the Father, right? Woe to those who don't prepare. Did you hear that part? All right. That's called a parable of talents as well. There are things we have to do. Okay. 6 days he worked, 7th day he rested. Okay. So some of us, we work for a living. Okay. And we pay our bills. You understand? So $300 a day, excuse me, Evelyn, can help some people. Tell that to someone who doesn't have enough food or medicine, who's trying to work out there and going out there and using public assistance and doing everything, who do love the Most High, who do try to live righteously. Okay? There's things that we have to do. Okay? All right. All right. So she's on some witchcraft. All right, because she's talking about money was created by demons. So money was created by demons? Show me. Have you ever heard of bartering and trading? What was the parable of talents in the scripture? Was that a demon? So the Messiah was a demon? See, this is when you get these religious maniacs, right? They come and they spew religious doctrine, and it looks foolish to anybody with any wisdom. All right. So this ain't the church. All right. So you're gonna miss us with the church talking that crap. All right, because the Bible says, woe to those who don't prepare. All right. I'm telling the truth, and that's why you acknowledge in Evelyn. Oh, she's a devil. Oh, okay. Well, all right, it's all good. We at the witching hour, so the devils definitely will come. But anyway, sometimes I gotta address some of the people when they come, right? I know, like, we don't know who they is until they speak, right? She didn't call herself in the third person. Boy, we at the witching hour. It's time to close out. Yeah, I know you're a devil. I know you and your father, right? And be gone, devil. That part. All right, Hakiyama, what's the next question?
The next one is from, this is from Paula. She asks, what is this product?
Oh, it's a trading signal. It's a signal, right? So it's an app that will be sent to you. It's an app that it'll send you a signal when a digital coin trades and goes past indicators. So the intricacies of it, once I send you to the website, you don't have to, you'll see it's for free. Once you just go to the Patreon. Once the product is, I'm giving you a preview of the product. So when I was speaking of it, once you see it, then you will understand from the site what it entails. It's a marker that tells you, let's say, let me explain it in simplest form that I can, like stocks, right? See, there you go. She says she a witch. I knew that was some witchcraft. All right. So let me explain it in stocks. So you're not stock exchange. So you got Walmart. I'm gonna speak of products and companies that we all have relationships with, right? Walmart. You might have a Bank of America. You might have your car. I don't know. I can't say Tesla because people don't like what cars? Toyota cars, right? You got your everyday things on the stock exchange, right? Now in economy and trading, all right? All right. So I'm about to get out of here because if she say the next disgusting thing, you gotta go. All right. I don't care if you doing your little witchcraft, you and your little Baphomet devil, right? But you can't be saying disrespectful things. We're just gonna kick her out of here. But anyway, let me finish this. So let's say, yeah, Netflix. That's good, Latanya Singh. Netflix, anything. So if I was in the old fiat currency system and I was trying to teach you the financial markets, right? To trade, right? Stock exchange, right? They could got something called day traders. Then you got a portfolio where you trade a portfolio. I would tell you to trade in companies that you use and believe in. You see what I mean? Do some research to find out up and coming companies that might have, and companies everyday companies that you use, right? So if you use, I don't know, if you got acne or bad skin or oily skin and you might use Clearasil, then you might want to invest in Clearasil. I don't know, companies that have been out for a long time, like Johnson & Johnson. Now, a good one would be oil stocks, right? Because that's good. When the Iran war started, right? And all that with Maduro, when we kidnapped that fool in the oil, right then I would tell them, it would be instructed to get into oil stocks. Now this would have been back in about, when was that? January of this year, right? Remember when we went and kidnapped Maduro and America started that thing about the oil with China? Right there, if you was into the financial markets, then it would have been the best time to start buying some of the oil stocks on the stock exchange. That's called fundamental analysis. That means taking the news and the information of what's going on and positioning yourselves to get into the companies, right? Or even once they go into war, you can go into those for defense stocks, those who make, metals and stuff, things that, right? So it's positioning yourself according to the analysis, the fundamentals of what's going on in the news, right? So if you would have, my advice back then would have been to go into oil stocks, you would be up about 100%. You would have doubled your money. See what I mean? But if you was just in a regular stock, like a Walmart stock ain't do nothing, right? You probably would only went up 1% if it went up, period. So again, it's being wise in what you invest yourself in. So what our product is it'll alert you at a right stock that's going up according to what's happening in the news. That's called fundamental analysis. Technical analysis is reading the charts, right? Fundamental analysis is the news. So depending on the social sentiment in the news, it'll alert you that the oil energy stocks should be going up, and it'll tell you which ones start to go up and cross a threshold, a technical indicator. And then you can go and purchase the stock. So it's an alert system that alerts you to where the position to buy positions that are going up, moving up, bullish, right? And there's these people out there got these products, but they cost like, some cost $1,000 a month, and these people these people are serpents when it comes to money. They don't care about people. They charge you a lot of money. Like you can't, so the people, the masses can't afford. It's like with everything else. They want the poor to stay poor and the rich to have, right? And then you got those people who are leeches, right? They just want to use people. You understand? So anyway, he said whites. What's that supposed to mean? It means whites, Fulio. What does green mean? Ebola plus whites. You don't speak English? Hello? Folio? Watch the video and then you can have some understanding. All right. Rewind. You late in the live stream. Go rewind and you can find out what it means. Are you white? Are you so-called white? Then it means you. If you're so-called black, it don't mean you. If you're so-called brown, it don't mean you. And then if you watch the video, you can have the full understanding. We talk about what's affecting the so-called whites, what's affecting the so-called blacks, what's affecting the so-called whatevers. All right? All right. And it's not racist. So I know what you're saying. You're thinking it's racist. We're not racist. We got so-called white brothers and sisters that is welcoming you in here right now, and they are my brothers and sisters in this ministry. Some of them said peace and blessings, and they're so-called white. All right? So it's not a racist thing. All right. Let me explain that just so you don't. Sorry, I kind of went at you a little bit because we're getting a lot of trolls coming in and they try to take me out my piece and let me calm it on down, right? I can get a little rough with my tongue. I'm like, so I apologize to what's his name because I don't think he said anything crazy unless he did. Didn't he? Akiyama, did he say something crazy before?
Came in a little.
He came in a little rough. That's why he got to get a little rough back to him. I thought it was something that made me come in rough a little
Thanks,
with him.
Eric.
Yeah, Eric, it's okay, Eric. No, we ain't trolling, and all right, and it ain't nothing crap. You didn't even watch the live stream, Eric. So slow down, all right? It's not against white people, okay? It's talking about the news, what's happening, okay? All right, and it's got something to do with white people, black people, all nations of people. They over in Africa, they send it. You got to watch the live stream. It's actually pretty cool and pretty good. All right, now, yeah. So long haul for stocks, yeah, long hauls. But now we're in a shift in the economy, like in the 90s with the tech boom, right? Because we got an AI boom, a digital currency boom. So we had a shift in the economy like that happens every 30, 40, 50 years, right? So those who position themselves right now, as I'm going to be training you to get this thing with the tool as you position yourself, because we got a couple of years. We only got to the 2030. And, they're switching their infrastructures right now. And that's why they're building all these data centers everywhere. Everything is happening right now, all right? All right. All right, so, and yeah, what's the name? To speak of, she said, Baron the Beast, to speak of the Trump family, their coin went up like 80% the other day, WorldCoin. And I was like, why did they do it? Yeah, it went up like 100, almost 100. Now, it did go over 100%, right? Now, I probably retraced a lot. I don't know. Let me see how much. Let me see where it went down to, right? And then I'll show you, right? All this stuff will be on your phone. Once you learn what I'm doing right now, how simple it is, right? So you're gonna have this app, right? You'll be able to click your thing, go to, ooh, everything's up. Hold on, everything look green. Well, not up too much. Let me see. Where XRP, hype. All right, so let me go to the WorldCoin. Let me see, where is it at now? Let me see how much it went. Oh, it's still, let me go to the hour chart. Oh, it went back down. Yep. See, that's what I mean. So it went up 100% and now it went all the way back down from that 100%. See, that's what I'm talking about. And there would be no way to know. So this just happened right here. Let me show you where. It was the 20th, if I remember correctly. The 20th of May, right? 10 days ago. Out of nowhere, WorldCoin, which is Trump's sons, right? I'm not telling y'all about none of this. I'm just telling you what's happening. It went just out of nowhere, but later when you have the fundamental news, you'll know what happened. It went up over 100%. So whatever, if you got the alert, so our alert on the 20th, what our product would have did on the 20th, it would have been one of the coins that said WorldCoin is going up. And then we got the thing that it'll tell you some of the news and you can go look and see why or whatever. And then if you buy it and you hold it, it went over 100%. But now it retraced all that. Let me see if y'all can see that. That's WorldCoin. I don't know if y'all can see it. And you see that green, the green side, sorry, I'm talking loud on my, the green side is when it go up, and then the red side is when it went all the way back down. You see? So that's 100%, and if you didn't sell it, it went all the way back down. You went right back to equal, right? To where you put your, wherever you got in. Well, you still a little higher, right? Probably like 10% profit. But again, the thing is knowing when to take your profit and get out. All right. So anyway, that's enough of that. All right, I'm gonna close out. No, the Patreon is free. So you go to the Patreon, you click the link, sign up, and then it got, I'm putting something else up tomorrow. It got courses, right, to tell you because you got to open the account so you're able to do the things, right? So you get started now, open an account. It's like opening your bank account, right? This ain't got nothing to do with me. It's just giving you the link where to open it. You open your account, you go through your KYC for the company. Now you got your account, and you get your wallet, you get your exchange, right? And now you have the ability to purchase the hype coin. Like I told y'all in the last, like 2 weeks ago. 2 weeks ago, I said, purchase hype coin on this live, and it went up. Let me show you right here. Right after I said it. That's why I love the receipts. I told y'all to purchase hype coin, and let me see if I can show you. And this is what it did. Watch this. Y'all see that long green line up? Hakiyama, can they see that? Is it showing?
A little bit, yeah.
A little bit? Oh, crap. I'm sorry. I should have just put it on the screen. But a matter of fact, I could do it really quick. Let me do it really fast, right? Because receipts are everything. Because if not, people don't follow people in this space. These people are crooks, and they just want to take your money, and you can't trust none of these serpents, right? Don't follow none of these people. These people are crooks in this business, this industry. All they want to do is come up off the poor, and you heard facts, all right? So, all right, let me show y'all. Share screen, right? I could do it this way. Share screen, bang, share. Now, don't get overwhelmed by it. You ain't got to learn none of this. This is just the exchange where I'm going to show you. That's Monero. Dag, Monero went up. Look, today. Why? I don't know how much. That ain't nothing, though. Some coins, that ain't that much. Let me see how much this is. It looked like a lot. Oh, no, that is decent. Dag, Monero went up 20%? For what? See, that's what I mean. See how I said for what? Because that's fundamental new. I meant something. All right, but anyway, so let's go back. So that's the alert. So there you go right there. So you would have had an alert today in our system. I guarantee you an alert came that said buy Monero, right? Somewhere up in here. When it crossed up in here, you got an alert that said buy Monero. And you could have bought Monero, and it did, and it did all of this. And you could get out anywhere up in here as it's going up. And then this is when it crosses reversing. See? So anyway, so this is what I said about last week, a week and a half ago, hype. I said it live on here. This is receipts, just so you never want somebody to not have receipts of what they're speaking, right? So everybody who is here that's seen it or watched it on the replay, I told everybody, I said, this is a gift for y'all. I said, buy this coin. And I showed everybody, right? Now, most people don't know how to, but for those who did, if you bought it, this was the coin, right? And I set it around, hold on, let me go to the hour chart. Is that it? No, I think that's not even it. I got to go to a longer chart. No, that's not it, because it went much higher than that. Let me go to the 4-hour chart. Oh, I can go to the date. Let me go to the hour chart and go to the date. There you go. That's it. Dag, it's so big. I gotta. So look. You see this? I set it to y'all probably around here. Today is the 30th. I think I probably set it about here. It was about the 20th or something, right? So when I told y'all on the live stream, I showed you, I said, buy hype. This is what, if you would have listened and bought it, this is what it did since then. 36%. And it's still going up, right? So this is a holder, all right? So this is when you hold, right? Now, I was saying to buy it even further back. When it first started doing this trajectory, how much is that? That's back, no, that's January. I wasn't saying it back then. I wish I was. That's February. So when was I? I was probably over here. Probably April. When I first start to like, I need to start getting some hype. And what is it? That's 80%, almost double. For a coin and stock to do 80%, it'd take you 10 years. So again, this is the you know, what this market does when you know what you're doing. But what the product that we created for the Most High's children, it's a tool that can do it for you, where you don't have to learn all of this stuff, right? See all of these technicals, like these are indicators, right? The ceiling and the floor indicators, right? So anyway, all right. So I just wanted to show that receipt because I like when I speak and tell something to do it, and then you can show the fruit. What the Bible says, you know them by what? Their fruit. What the Messiah said, if you don't believe what I say, believe my works. All right? I don't care what nobody say. I need to see your fruit. All right? And this is one, I'll tell you, you still buy it. Because this later, in 2028, this is going to be, where is it at now? What's the price? 60, 66? This would probably be $200. All right? And you bought it at $66. Okay? All right. So that's a long haul portfolio, but this is a long play. So I bought this just to hold until 2028 bull run, 2029. So again, the positions, now the product is for you to make money now. That means buy a coin, sell it. Buy a coin, sell it. Buy a coin, sell it. You're making daily money. Then as you start to generate your income and get more sustained, then you'll be buying these coins to hold. That's called a portfolio. You're building your asset class, all right? And these coins you're holding because when the next bull run happen in 2028, around the next election year, that's when all of these going to take off. And so the bottom was just here. The bottom was, most of those was around here, February and all that, and they starting to take off again. All right. Stop sharing. All right, Kiama, I know you like, all right, time to close.
We have a few more. Do you want me to save them for next time?
Give me one and then I'll close.
This next one is from Paula asks, Victoria Sharana asks, is this day trading?
Yes, but it's trading, but it is day trading, but it's like more like week trading, because day trading, what you will learn to do, Yaron, if you wanted to later, you can become a day trader. Day trading is really fast, meaning it's like I'm getting a coin on the 15-minute chart and I'm trading it quickly. Some of these coins can last a day or two because you're doing an hour time frame. So it's like more like it's day and a half trading, but it is technically you're trading. You're a day trader. Once you use the system, it makes you become a day trader without having to master and know the market and learn the fundamentals and the text and all that. It's giving you clear signals when to get in and clear signals when to get out. And that's what that's the skill set. And then over time, as you learn, as you continue to day trade the coins, right? Flip the coins, then you start to learn the market, right? You start to learn the patterns and the fundamentals. You get comfortable. You start learning the names of coins and how coins react and move, and why hype coin is such a good coin to hold for the long term, and why what's the name, Flip Monero just went up today practically 14% or 15, 20%, and why, you know what I mean? Stuff like that. So you'll get accustomed to the market, and praise the Most High for skill sets. We are to sharpen our skills, and the world is based off economy, bartering and trading. There's a parable of talents. So no matter what, there's always going to be bartering and trading, and this is financial trading. You see what I mean? So you're trading financial instruments. And as that Evelyn Devil said, yeah, it is all fake money, but all money is fake. I mean, it's made up. What gives things value? What makes your car worth something? What makes your clothes, right? What makes, right? It's all perceived value. But then she was a witch, so it don't make no sense to me even, right, discussing that devil. But those statements still help others. All right, praise y'all. Yeah, so yeah, you'll be a day trader once you want, and you already in, you're on. So everybody who's already in the group, your product is coming to you really fast, and then I'll be doing the training for y'all to use it, and y'all be the first ones using it, and yeah, you'll definitely be a trader. Yeah, always trading and bartering. We've been doing that since mankind came into existence, right? Since the Most High birthed us on earth, we've been bartering and trading, and it's going to go back to that, right? So the same thing, that's the Kalala Yah, that completion. The same thing where it started, the end is going to be, we're going to be right back bartering and trading. It's going to be back trading goods and services. You understand? And trade. And even then, we're going to be preparing with the right things to trade. You understand? Some of the end goods and services will be seeds, right? Seeds, ammunition, you know what I mean? Like bullets and stuff like that, right? So that's why we're going to be instructing you to learn how to get 4D printers that run off solar and water energy, right? So that you can print products for defense and for construction when all the stuff fails. So it's homesteading. So yeah, John, I agree. This Ebola thing is crazy. Yeah, wait till you see the live stream. It's crazy work what's happening. But that's homesteading, because everything is happening. All these things, everything they're releasing and doing all over the world. And they prepare, right? They got all their bunkers, they got all type of stuff, right? Yep, even in alcohol too. And alcohol is going to go a long way too, because alcohol, like white vodka alcohol, because first of all, it stores for a long time. It stores well, and it could be used for disinfecting purposes. You see what I mean? So it's multi, and then people are going to also want it to drink because they're going to be so stressed, right? So it's a stress reliever for those who need a nip, right? But then it's also a disinfectant. You understand? It can be used for a myriad of uses. So yes, used for medicine. So there's so many. So again, stocking up when those times come on the right products. That's like the exchange. That's like digital. That's like financial instruments. Is getting the right products that's got a myriad of uses that got some utility and longevity to it. Not no pump and dump coins. Not no flash in the pan. So no, we staying away from those. So that's why the system alerts you to coins that you can stay in for a day or two. They're not fly by nights. They are altcoins, layer ones. They've been here. They've been here for years. They'll be here in this next bull run. All right. And praise the Most High for you guys learning skills. All right. Of everything. And we'll be doing all of that even in the future. Homesteading, because we got homesteads to build. You feel me? Because everybody has to prepare for the real collapse that's coming. All right? The real collapse. And the Most High always prepares his children. Facts. All right. Thank you for joining us, everybody. This has been Ebola plus what's happening. I'll clear up that plus whites. Well, the title says is Trump sending sick white Americans to Kenya facilities. Yeah, Trump crazy. Yo, they crazy, but I like they're smart too. What I mean by that is I definitely like that they ain't trying to let none of these Ebola patients back into America. I'm good with that. White, black, I don't care what color you is. You go over there, go on over there to these countries and catch the Ebola bug. You catch the Ebola booger bug, that new strain. They saying you ain't coming back to America till you clean that up. I agree with that. All right? All right, A. Sandoval. That's right. Just email me, King. And email me, Child of the Most High. And anybody else, you sign up for the Patreon. It's free. And then I'll be updating you here. And the product is dope. And I'm so thankful because I'm going to be using it. So the same thing that y'all are using, I'm using to generate. You know what I mean? Because I teach the word for a living. You know what I mean? So, and I shadow ban, so I can only people only donate with so much. So I need the same thing. So the same thing that I'm using that's going to generate us to build our homestead is the same thing that y'all can use to sustain yourself, supplement your income, or, start your own, sustain yourself. Praise, oh, bless, let's say, blessed is he that has his own. Y'all bless the child that has his own. All right. Peace and blessings, everybody. Thank you, Hakyama, for your assistance. Thank you, Elder Tamayah, for your presence. Thank you to everybody in the ministry that welcomed any new people. I think we had a couple of new people tonight. I see we had a lot of trolls. So I think we had a few new people tonight. Thank you to the ministry for welcoming everybody and giving them loves and kisses. Thank you, everybody who've been coming back. We live again. What's tonight? Friday. We live again Monday. Dang, it's already, it's Friday. We live again Monday about 9:30 p.m. May the Most High cover and bless you all. Hopefully y'all enjoyed yourself tonight. Hopefully y'all got some understanding, some election, some good fruit, some fellowship. May the Most High cover and bless all of my brothers and sisters all over the world from every nation, kindred, tongue, and people. You're welcome, Elazayah.
Check your messages, please.
Okay, I will. And we thank our Father for all the teachings, all the word, all the instructions that he gives his children. The Bible says he'll never leave or forget us, right? Forsake us. And he doesn't, all right? So peace and blessings to Stephanie. And may the Most High cover and bless us all in his completion, in his wholeness, and his oneness. Thank you, Tamayah. All right. From the house of Yah, the house of the Most High, to all of y'all worldwide, peace and blessings, everybody. Go forth and be the light. For those who keep the Sabbath day, may you have a blessed Sabbath day in your rest in the Most High, and may you reflect on your sins and transgressions throughout the week so that you can mold yourself to be more like the image of the Most High, more of him and less of you. Peace and blessings from the house of Yah to y'all all worldwide. Thank you to all the moderators, my family, my brothers and sisters in the ministry, and we love you all, guys. From the house of the Most High. Peace and blessings. Peace and blessings.
He adds secures and hooks us tight. A gift from Yah, eternal life. He sent his son a sacrifice to show how much he loves us. You are loved, you are loved. You are loved, you are loved. You are loved, oh, you are loved. You are loved by Yahuwah.
Praise Yah.
Praise Yah. Praise Yah. Hallelujah.
Bible study every Tuesday, 8 p.m. We having a Zoom Bible study. I'm gonna put email me for the link.
I'm a lion of the tribe of Judah. Say it again. You are the precious chosen people of the Most High.